Part I. Sing a battle song. Song. Sisterhood is not magic. Waiting. For Asada Shakur. People's War. Day of the Monsoon. Spider Poem. Prairie Jane. In my steep and scary path. Riding the subways. For a troubled sister. Womankind's Poem. For our street. Malthusian Mythologies. For E. For a friend who didn't know who I was. Straight Talk. For two sisters. For L. Women's Lament. Open open open. Return of the Pause. For our men. Spring 1974. Night in Chile. Thoughts on blood debts. Poem. Food lines in Oakland. For the slaw. Avocado tree. Venom I. Venom 2. Reunion. Common victories. Welcome. Battles. Part 2. Looking backward, personal reflections on language, gesture, and mythology in The Weather I Communiques from the Weather Underground, May 1970–May 1974. Introduction. Chronology and Table of Contents. A Declaration of a State of War, May 21, 1970. Headquarters, New York, June 10, 1970. Honk America, Detroit, July 25, 1970. Dr. Timothy Leary, San Luis Obispo, California, September 15, 1970. Message to Daniel Berrigan, Catonsville, Maryland, October 8, 1970. Fall Offensive, Chicago, October 8, 1970. Hall of Injustice, Marin County, California, October 8, 1970. Criminal Courthouse, Long Island City, October 9, 1970. New Morning Changing Weather, December 6, 1970. The Bombing of the Capitol, Washington, D.C. February 28, 1971. George Jackson, San Francisco, August 30, 1971. Attica, New York, September 17, 1971. The Bombing of the Pentagon, Washington, D.C. May 19, 1972. Common Victories, February 23, 1973. Clifford Glover 103rd Precinct, New York City, May 18, 1973. A Collective Letter to the Women's Movement, July 24, 1973. Mary Moylan's Letter. The Bombing of ITT Headquarters for Latin America, New York City, September. Health, Education and Welfare, An Enemy of Women, San Francisco, March 6, 1974. Rockefeller and the Drug Law, New York City, March 14, 1974. Victory to the Ponce Cement Strike, New York City, June 16, 1975. Weather Underground Organization bombs Kennecott Corporation, Salt Lake City. Part 3. Prairie Fire, The Politics of Revolutionary Anti-Imperialism. I Arm the Spirit. 2 Vietnam. 3 On the Road, Impressions of U.S. History. 4 Imperialism in Crisis, The Third World. V Imperialism in Crisis, The Home Front. 6 Against the Common Enemy. Bibliography. About the contributors. Copyright page. Editor's preface. This volume contains selections from the writings of the Weather Underground Organization, a homegrown radical anti-imperialist collective that was formed in the beginning of 1970 and dissolved 6 years later. Weather, which emerged out of the mass student organization Students for a Democratic Society, had as its program militant opposition to the war in Vietnam, and support by all means for the liberation of African Americans. This collection is not intended to be comprehensive. It includes only a very brief excerpt, for example, of the founding document of the Students for a Democratic Society faction that went on to become the WUO. You Don't Need a Weatherman to Know Which Way the Wind Blows, a position paper written in the spring of 1969 in the final ideological paroxysm of SDS. This collection includes most of the statements and publications issued by the organization. It is intended to provide the basic historical documents for students of the period, and for today's activists wondering what those crazy kids were up to in the 60s. Each of us has included our reflections on that period, and on these writings, and we share the common sense that they are of historical value, and although we each cringe at the overheated rhetoric and the bombast, we all rejoice at the militant resistance to war, racism, and imperialism. We also include a new piece by Jonah Raskin, who edited and published Whether I, a collection of WUO Communiques in 1974, the original introduction he wrote to that collection is also included here. Some recent and excellent sources have added to the scholarly and popular literature and art about this period, and we urge you to explore the context of the writings included in this volume with, among other things, the documentaries The Weather Underground, by Sam Green and Bill Siegel, and Rebels with a Cause, by Helen Garvey and Bob Pardun, Fugitive Days, by Bill Ayers, A Radical Line, by Ty Jones, Outlaws of America, The Weather Underground and the Politics of Solidarity, by Dan Berger. Bringing the War Home, The Weather Underground, The Red Army Faction, and Revolutionary Violence of the 60s and 70s, by Jeremy Varon, The Way the Wind Blows, by Ron Jacobs, and The 60s Papers, edited by Stu Albert and Judy Gumbo. Acknowledgements. Many people made exceptional sacrifices to create and sustain the Weather Underground. In the years 1969 through 1976, we were one of many radical groups trying to find the right mix of militancy, strategy, and ideology that could produce revolutionary structural change. That the movements of the 60s and 70s largely failed in that ambitious effort does not mean it was wrong to try. Indeed, it is our observation that virtually everyone we know from those days is still active in today's progressive movements, and that this combined experience has helped keep alive the ideas of liberation that motivated hundreds of thousands of young Americans to break with the dominant culture and to look to the margins for leadership and inspiration. Friends, family, and editors contributed to gathering this collection and refining our pieces. Greg Ruggiero, our editor at 7 Stories Press, had a vision and helped us realize it. It was his idea to publish a volume of the primary documents of the Weather Underground. Greg believed that, as demonstrated by recent books, films, documentaries, and our experiences speaking on campuses and elsewhere about the organization's history, it was time to republish in one collection these primary documents from the underground and to share them with new generations of activists. Zaid Dorn, Rachel DeWoskin, Ty Jones, Eleanor Stein, and Harriet Bainfield Reed contributed, commented, researched, and supported this effort from the beginning. We also thank the Labadie Collection, University of Michigan, and its curator Julie Herrada, for providing documents from the collection. We are also grateful to historian activists Dan Berger, Andy Cornell, and Ron Jacobs, for their help in completing this collection. Prairie Fire, The Politics of Revolutionary Anti-Imperialism, which is included in this collection, was written and released in 1974. It begins with a list of political prisoners and prisoners of conscience, and it is unconscionable that many of those named then remain jailed today. These are committed activists of the 60s, 70s, and 80s who are aging in prison for actions taken in pursuit of peace and an end to racism. And yet so many war criminals guilty in Vietnam and guilty in Afghanistan, Guantanamo, and Iraq today enjoy their freedom at the highest levels of U.S. government. The editors undertook this project, in part, because we were 3 publicly identified leaders of the organization during its fugitive days. We were not, in fact, the only leaders of the Weather Underground. No one person or group of individuals owns this history or these historical documents. They belong to everyone who helped create them. Therefore, all proceeds from the sale of this book will go to support the work of the Rosenberg Fund for Children. Since 1990, the RFC has provided support for the children of targeted progressive activists and targeted activist youth. We encourage you to learn more about and contribute to this project at www.rfc.org. We have each found ways to carry forward the values of the historical period reflected in this volume into the new millennium. Bernardine Dohrn is a law professor and activist in the international struggle for human rights. Bill Ayers writes books, teaches education, and fights to empower students and teachers through democratic education. Jeff Jones is an environmental organizer and educator. Collectively and individually, we continue to place opposition to imperialism and racism at the heart of what we do. This book does not answer the big question, what is to be done? But we hope it is of use to new generations of militant activists and organizers, to historians, and to those simply curious about those times. When Hope and History Rhyme. 1. Bernardine Dohrn. For reasons both obvious and mysterious, there is today a renewed interest in the Weather Underground, a faintly notorious, zealous part of the New Left. This collection of contemporaneous writings, manifestos, and communiques is intended to address that interest among activists, students, academics, and critics. Hopefully, there will be a blizzard of memoirs, films, and historical inquiries into the rainbow of other activities of equal or greater importance that were embarked on in that zesty, defiant era known as the 60s. When Weather decided to go underground to forge a clandestine, revolutionary resistance network, hundreds of thousands of others decided to go into factories to organize and recast unions, to create communes and cultivate the land, to invent women's health clinics and feminist consciousness, to dig in as local community organizers, to invent the environmental movement, to break out into the gay and lesbian movement, or to engage electoral politics and fight for a progressive agenda. Those stories too deserve loving attention, scrutiny, and lessons learned. Not from a nostalgic longing for past glories, which were never all that, but as segue to the urgent imperatives of today. Renewed relevance is inevitable in large part because we are again in a moment of U.S. global domination and permanent war, militaristic triumphalism, and U.S. occupation of ancient cultures and nations. Today, search and destroy has been supplanted by shock and awe aerial bombardments of civilian populations in Baghdad and Fallujah, and reactionary fundamentalism so deliberately intimidating, so insistent and so totalizing that we are meant not to see. The gritty domestic consequences of revived American empire include economic collapse, job flight, a national security state, unprecedented caging of people of color, renewed assaults against women, gays, and fundamental liberties, ecological plunder and catastrophic collapses, forced displacement of hundreds of thousands of African Americans and the poor from the Gulf Coast, barricaded and isolated North America as a fortress against immigrants, torture, incarceration without rule of law, and the pandering of fear. In counterpoint, we have outpourings for peace and justice on an unprecedented global scale, once marginalized indigenous struggles assuming international significance, world social forums, hip-hop and spoken word, and international human rights. New forms of anarchists, queering, and world music abound, as well as instant communication, which means that a speech by Arundhati Roy, Noam Chomsky, Rashid Khalidi, Eduardo Galeano, or Harry Belafonte will be read by millions within hours. Communities of resistance contested spaces are ignited in New Orleans, the border, and the barrios. The forecast is hopeful. Once we think about our circumstances, then we can wonder about how it could be otherwise. New unities, bridges, and networks are afoot, if we seek and listen. You don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows to. Grasping three notions. These writings from 3 decades ago reveal the weather grasp, almost obsession, with 3 great ideas. The prose can be pretentious and bombastic. There is plenty to laugh at, even ridicule. But Weather had an unequivocal lucidity about white supremacy and race, rare enough in American life among whites. Race, slavery, and racism are at the silent center of American life, and nothing escapes their searing reality. We rediscover John Brown and the Grimke sisters, that thread of history in which a handful of white people recognized that American slavery and its legacies are not about others but are the complex and intricate manifestations of power and powerlessness embedded in every economic, social, cultural, and political relationship, thoroughly implicating and diminishing whites as well. One cannot talk separately about class, gender, culture, immigration, ethnicity, or biology without being intertwined with race, as Katrina and the systematic destruction of a major black U.S. city informs us. We were waking up. What to do once we had knowledge of the dimensions of white skin privilege? How to destroy white supremacy? Well, that is another matter. And as burning today as it was then. It is impossible to overstate the impact of the police/FBI murders of Black Panther Party leaders throughout 1969, in the wake of the prior assassinations of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr. Whether people recognized that there were two forms of state repression at work, murder and brutality of African Americans, arrests/indictments/dirty tricks of white activists. Point 3 Our analysis of white supremacy seemed to require that we act to reject our position of privilege, that we put our bodies on the line, that we intervene to open a new front in the struggle with repressive forces. The Chicago police/FBI murders of Black Panther Party leaders Fred Hampton and Mark Clark in Chicago on December 4, 1969, gave new urgency to the already escalating relationship with authorities. 36 years later, without defending our heated rhetoric, sectarian divisiveness, tactics, or literal responses, I understand and endorse Weather's fervent resolve to act against the structures of white supremacy. It was our tentative path to humanization then, and it still is, every day. The second domain of clarity among Weather was simply anti-imperialism. Here we had more company. It was the great strength of the 60s that millions of students, hippies, feminists, GIs, youths, and citizens inspired by the early war resistance of the Black Freedom Movement came to reject the U.S. invasion and occupation of Vietnam. We challenged the Cold War rhetoric that explained racist slaughter and empire in the name of anti-communism. Too slowly, the majority of people saw through 10 years of successive public relations justifications for empire and war. Official rationales and rhetoric about strategic hamlets, defoliation, light at the end of the tunnel, hearts and minds, Vietnamization, promoting democracy, and American honor were rejected by the patent reality of foreign occupation and resistance. To an extent largely still ignored, returning GIs contributed truth, racial reality, class analysis, and a militant rejection of their assigned role in the slaughter of civilians in the name of empire. The returning soldiers risked everything when they joined with draft resistors, deserters, and anti-war organizers to speak truth to power. The vast popular opposition to the Vietnam War involved a dynamic political analysis of what was at work, as well as revulsion at the inhuman violence of war. We saw the circle of U.S. military bases in Thailand, the Philippines, and the Pacific, the degradation of women and girls that is constructed in the wake of troop concentrations, the expansion of the war into Cambodia and Laos, the napalm, the corporate profiteering, the drug industry and trafficking, the palpable global isolation of the U.S. It became widely acknowledged that the U.S. had been an expansionist power since its beginnings, continental, hemispheric, and global. This growing, popular comprehension about the imperatives of empire in Southeast Asia compelled a fresh look at U.S. interventions in Latin America and the Mideast, the replacement of the British and French empires by the U.S. empire post-World War II. That knowledge encouraged international solidarity movements with radical forces in Mexico, South Africa, Palestine, Chile, Bolivia, Puerto Rico, Mozambique, and Guatemala, and that very engagement opened up new spaces. We were beginning to live differently, so that others could live. By 1973, it was not considered extreme, incredible, or anti-American to denounce the U.S./Kissinger role in the murder of democratically elected Chilean President Salvador Allende because by then the famously ill-informed American people understood U.S. imperialism as a structure of domination and control involving military, economic, corporate, and cultural forces. A Weather communique quoted Pablo Neruda about empire. But we have to see behind all them, there is something. Behind the traitors and the gnawing rats. An empire which sets the table. And serves up the nourishment and the bullets. It is a modest comfort that this anti-imperialism of Thoreau, Mark Twain, and Emma Goldman took such deep root in the 60s. Although we were not able to end the Vietnam War or make a revolution, the U.S. was politically restrained from openly invading another country from 1975 until the Gulf War of 1991, and was required to act through covert wars/proxy wars. Among the legacies of 60s anti-imperialism were measures that lasted until 9/11. Examples include the War Powers Act and legal constraints on the FBI and CIA, the abolition of the draft, voting rights for 18-year-olds, and failures to win convictions in scores of conspiracy trials, to silence people through grand jury investigations, or ultimately to create a climate of fear. Anti-imperialism, anti-racism, feminism, and internationalism flourish as vibrant threads within the multiple progeny of 60s movements. Freedom, indeed, is contagious. Descendants include liberation and rights movements of women, gays, and lesbians, environmentalists, the disabled, HIV/AIDS activists, and immigrants. Central American solidarity, prison activism, renewed labor organizing, human rights, women's safety, midwives and acupuncture, children's rights and activism for land rights, education, health, and housing. Third, whether inherited, abandoned, and then rediscovered the great students for a democratic society idea of participatory democracy. Although not an ideal or exemplary practitioner, Weather took its name to assert its wobbly and anarchist roots, its identification with anti-bureaucratic, anti-hierarchical traditions of militant struggle. Bob Dylan's aphorism about Weatherman was followed by the line, "Don't follow leaders/watch the parking meters." Much of 60s communalism, collective formations, and the insurgent feminist women's networks struggled to bring this vision of participatory democracy and a skepticism toward leaders to life. Participatory democracy is entirely distinct from democracy as promulgated by U.S. administrations. It involves the grassroots involvement of ordinary people in the issues that affect their lives, rooted in humanism and the philosophies of Whitman, Thoreau, John Dewey, Jane Addams, and Max Weber. Like the early American town meetings and the traditional councils of Native American and indigenous peoples, it is the antithesis of formal democracy, the notion that democracy consists of merely voting every 4 years in a two-party system that acts in most matters as one party. Participatory democracy is about the brilliance of ordinary people and the value of consensus. To get it, you must put yourself among the dispossessed. The writings in this volume focus on solidarity and direct action. There is precious little about participatory democracy. Once underground, Weather was catapulted into work, housing, and daily life away from the student New Left centers of activism. We entered the vast, secret circles of day labor, with the millions who live off the books. Our fragile circumstances and the people around us began to impact our ideas and reinvigorate our understanding of popular movements. Those who wanted to leave the underground, left. Those determined to organize, mobilize, and act in other forums, such as the gay movement or peace mobilizations, did so. Some critical issues were widely debated internally and resolved by consensus. In other ways, Weather adopted notions of leadership that were pretentious, token, and formal. Yet the values of participatory democracy persisted. In a writing project like Prairie Fire, originally drafted by Bill Ayers and Jeff Jones but then widely participatory given the constraints of clandestine practice, the results have all the strengths and clumsiness of a large group process. The women's poetry book, Sing a Battle Song, and Weather Women's Letter to the Feminist Movement were comparable engaged efforts. Happily, today's global generation of activists, anarchists, and organized communities of resistance are again struggling with the challenges of participatory democracy, inventing and recreating more decentralized networks, forums, and affiliations, based on antipathy to hierarchical organizations and practices. Of course, current formations do not satisfactorily resolve the dilemmas or address the necessities of organization, discipline, and structure. But they do aggressively insist upon the question, relying at their core on the principle of the active participation and democratic engagement of ordinary citizens in local communities, workplaces, schools, and local government. He not busy being born is busy dying. The rise of new left movements. Young people who dare to act change the world, in Little Rock and Greensboro, in Selma and Soweto, in the Sierra Maestra and Stonewall, in Tiananmen and Seattle, in Sarajevo, Atlantic City, Wounded Knee, and Chiapas. Although the mythology of the 60s suggests otherwise, their direct action is in the face of the overwhelming certainty that nothing can be done. Frequently, if not always, the actors begin as a tiny minority. They are women, as well as men. The theater, the militancy, the humor is a flair, a pedagogy, an act of imagination as much as rebellion, where one cannot tell who if anyone is witnessing. When people stand up, they transform our sense of what was always there. What is possible? And their own sense of who they are. This new left arose in defiance of both the imperialisms of the West and the authoritarian state socialisms of the East. The Cold War with its anti-communism and pseudo-communism was rejected as a paradigm. We imagined, we insisted upon, another way. But the Cold War was hot in Vietnam and Africa, and the US government supported a pastiche of brutal and repressive regimes, while assassinating Patrice Lumumba in the Congo, invading the Dominican Republic, and fatefully sending troops to Vietnam. Young people devoured the writings of Frantz Fanon, Ida B. Wells, Eduardo Galeano, Simone de Beauvoir, Ho Chi Minh, C.L.R. James, Jane Addams, Albert Camus, Che Guevara, Allen Ginsberg, Doris Lessing, W.E.B. Du Bois, Herbert Marcuse, and Nelson Mandela. 6 We look to the Third World, the Global South, to small nations, revolutionary liberation struggles that were anti-colonial and egalitarian. Simultaneously, the Black Freedom movement within the U.S. tore the mask of civility from the face of racism. Using direct action, civil disobedience, and door-to-door organizing among the poor, civil rights and black liberation activists called the question inside the country. The challenge was to 2 centuries of structured white supremacy, and its corollary of black subjugation. It was about desegregating public facilities, voting rights, and equal opportunity, and in a larger sense it was a frontal assault upon what W.E.B. Du Bois called the problem of the 20th century, the color line. In the ferocity of the law enforcement response, the whips and bulldogs, the water hoses on elementary school children, the mass arrests and the terror of disappearances and murders, the fundamental, pervasive nature of structural racism as a pillar of empire at home was revealed. The poll numbers were not high for the Freedom Riders, for the Greensboro sit-ins at Woolworth lunch counters, for Mississippi Freedom Summer. Focus groups and foundations did not support teach-ins, draft card burnings, or students seizing and occupying university buildings. These acts of conscience have been resurrected and iconicized only in retrospect. The Mississippi Freedom Party delegation led by Fannie Lou Hamer was rejected by the Democratic Party convention in Atlantic City in 1964, after the murder and disappearance of civil rights workers James Chaney, Michael Schwerner, and Andrew Goodman. Hearts and minds were changing, with agonizing slowness, in unpredictable fits and starts. The human costs were high. 7. In his last and most radical year, Martin Luther King warned of 3 great dangers: militarism, racism, and materialism. Dr. King, too, was a work in progress, growing into the enormous task at hand, defying those who cautioned against linking the war to civil rights, economic justice to the Black Freedom movement. The greatest purveyor of violence in the world today, he noted in 1967, is my own country. This infuriated the tyrants. It is just as valid today. These forces were to fuse in the explosive combination of the Black Freedom movement and the resistance to the Vietnam War, the draft, and the military, war-related research, and international solidarity. The powerful political and economic forces at work of successive administrations, the military, the intelligence apparatus, and the police, forged and destroyed organizations and campaigns, but they could not destroy the momentum. Memorably, it wasn't all grim. Humor, cultural invention, the beloved community, music, the ubiquitous sex, drugs, and rock and roll, galvanized the field. Wall posters, graffiti, free stores, and free food, rock concerts, be-ins and love-ins proliferated, communes, free clinics, and yippies, motherfuckers, and diggers gave shape to our collective and irreverent rejection of the fast track of careers and security, and helped to expose and mock power and pretension. Radical culture was always being appropriated and commodified, then taken back, and again transformed and reliberated. These vibrant countercultures were a bulwark against fear and a barrier against isolation. I'm on the pavement thinking about the government. SDS and Weatherman. New Year's, 1968. Time seemed speeded up. As young people within U.S. borders, we lurched forward to attempt to assume a greater responsibility for what was being done in our name. In January 1968, the Tet Offensive in Vietnam involved a Vietnamese attack on 36 provincial capitals and 5 major cities, including Saigon. In February, Dr. Benjamin Spock and 4 other activists were indicted for conspiracy to counsel, aid, and abet young men to violate the draft laws. By March, over 5,000 U.S. Marines were pinned down in Khe Sanh. In April, when Dr. King was assassinated in Memphis, black rebellions erupted in 125 cities, 55,000 National Guard and federal troops occupied cities where 20,000 were arrested and 46 people died. A week later, students seized and occupied 5 buildings at Columbia University. Columbia students occupying Low Library went through President Grayson Kirk's files, discovering and publishing Columbia's participation in a secret university consortium of war-related research funded by the Defense Department. In May, students and workers almost toppled the government of France. In June, Robert Kennedy was assassinated. In August, the Soviet Union invaded Czechoslovakia to suppress a popular democratic movement, and young people converged on the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, where a police riot unfolded on international TV. In September, authorities in Mexico massacred 325 students in Tlatelolco. As colleges and universities reopened in fall 1968, I was one of 3 elected to national SDS leadership. SDS was overflowing with new members. Hundreds of chapters sprang up in state colleges, community colleges, and high schools, most unheard of at the national office. SDS was transformed from a catalyst organization, based in a few score universities, to a huge cross-class phenomenon of more than 100,000. Militancy was expected and activism was growing. More members were first-generation college, from working-class families, and they too wanted to kick the ass of the ruling class. I led delegations of youth to meet with the Vietnamese in Budapest and Havana. We met with New Left activists across Europe in Ljubljana, Prague, Frankfurt, Sweden, and Paris seeking common ground and finding inspiration. SDS's national strategy in the 1968-69 year was coherent. 1. Promote power structure research into war-related institutional activity in colleges and universities to focus and inform local campaigns against the Vietnam War. 2. Encourage SDS chapters to engage with and act in solidarity with emerging black student unions on campuses, to support calls for black studies, community and worker solidarity, and to demand open enrollment. And 3. Escalate educational tactics of direct action, civil disobedience, and militancy. On the ground, on campuses, action merged with anger and anxiety about the draft and rebellious alienation from the established order. We were not afraid to offend. Increasingly, the talk was of revolution, in concert with global liberation forces and allies in Prague, Berlin, Paris, and Tokyo. I was to spend the next 2 years speaking at a different place every other day, meeting with chapters, participating in sit-ins, teach-ins, and student strikes, seizing the time. Avid, committed, inadequate, we wanted to live up to the historic challenge. It was impossible to keep up. The old guard of SDS changed every 2 years in any event, and the anti-authoritarian, prairie dog embrace of anarchism and decentralization remained a powerful ethic. Because of this endless turnover of student membership and the valuable ethic of local, participatory action, SDS was never able to solve the organizational problem of sustaining networks beyond the student years. New leadership was emerging daily, every 2 years was considered a generation. Women were speaking up and acting up in droves, pressing against male supremacy and sexist assumptions of our appropriate role. But by the spring of 1969, at its peak in numbers, SDS was rife with divisive dogma and intense political debate over direction. A loose, decentralized, network-type organization rarely survives concerted sectarian strife. Across the globe, radical New Left movements were splitting apart in parallel manners, Maoists in China and worldwide, New Left Guevarists in Latin America as well as at home, traditional Soviet Communist parties, pacifists, and social democrats were fracturing. The discordant forces reflected real differences in analysis, strategy, and goals. Weather was one such group to emerge from within the coming apart of SDS, landing on the scene with a densely wrought position paper in the late spring of 1969. Tendencies of all kinds began to contend for domination of the sprawling and growing mass student organization. These included self-styled Maoists, progressive labor, aspiring organizers of the working class in the factories, those who found the Vietnamese insufficiently militant, those denouncing the Black Panther Party, liberals, and numerous other sectarian strands. All of them, along with Weather, bear responsibility for the dissolution of SDS, a ripe student-based organization with a decade of growing consciousness, involvement, and social justice activism. I was there. Efforts at unity were not enough. The end, like most ends, was unlovely. The multiple forces in basic agreement were unable to construct sufficient organizational unity around the Vietnam War and racism at the last, tumultuous SDS Chicago Convention in June 1969.8. It's not clear that anyone could have constructed the survival of SDS. We had tried mightily for a year. After the end of SDS, Weather further contributed to the fracturing during the second half of 1969, revving up for greater militancy and discounting the precious value of the slow, difficult work of organizing, educating, and democratic decision-making. Yet 9 months later, in the spring of 1970, new student anti-war networks were reborn in the turbulent campus militancy and shutdowns of universities following the U.S. invasion of Cambodia and the National Guard killing of students at Jackson State and Kent State. By then, we were underground fugitives. She's true like ice/like fire. Feminism and Weather. The women of Weather were feminists to a person. We were a vibrant part of the women's movement, emerging ourselves from the initial spontaneous wave of women's consciousness-raising groups and denunciations of sexism in the movement and in the world. Women were a key factor in every civil rights, campus, community, and anti-war organizing campaign, yet rarely selected as speakers, debaters, recognized leaders. SDS women were awakening, concurrent with organizing against military recruitment, the war, alienation, campus racism, and poverty, aroused by the tangible reality of gender subjugation. Consciousness-raising groups flourished, and the structures of male supremacy became clarified and sharpened. Yet while women organized the Jeanette Rankin brigades and dug into organizing at military bases, organized alongside welfare women and led student strikes, droves of women also left anti-war and anti-racist community organizing determined to place women's liberation at the top of the list, their highest priority. The women of Weather came to a different conclusion, that the U.S. occupation of Vietnam and assault on the Black freedom movement demanded our most urgent and sustained commitment. Weather women undertook all women's actions, including the Motor City 5, the Pittsburgh High School actions, the Women's March during the Days of Rage in Chicago, and a flurry of women's actions from underground. We promoted a certain kind of women's leadership, experimented famously with strategies for sexual liberation and lesbian rights, and struggled to integrate a critique of male supremacy with one of white supremacy and imperialism. we recruited feminist women from the militant Catholic left like the remarkable Mary Moylan. We together wrote Communiques to the women's movement in efforts to respect, engage, and dissent in solidarity. Whether women challenged the early Nixon/Weinberger assaults on poor women through welfare cutbacks and the violence of forced sterilization of women of color. We wrote about the first wave of feminism and anti-slavery activists, discovering women like Angelina and Sarah Grimke, Emma Goldman, and Rosa Luxemburg, published the book of women's poetry from underground included here, and together debated, pondered, wrote, and rewrote the chapter on women's rights in Prairie Fire. Whether women wanted it all in a time when it seemed that polarized choices had to be made. We felt that the dominant feminist analysis that divided feminism into liberal and radical feminism failed to synthesize the critical issues of race, class, and war with an assault on domestic patriarchy in the heart of empire. Feminism for us included militancy, all women's actions, an emerging analysis of the patriarchal nature of war, occupation, and the connections between gendered foreign and domestic oppression, relevant anew today. Today, a major pillar of the Bush administration's rationale for war and occupation is the flagrantly fraudulent claim of improving the status of women in Iraq and Afghanistan, with Laura Bush and Condoleezza Rice claiming the role of pro-woman humanitarian benefactress. The need to tear away the fig leaf and for honest gender analysis is urgent. In both Afghanistan and Iraq, conditions for women are even worse after U.S. intervention, escalating impoverishment along gendered lines, brazen violence against women and girls, rape, detention, and lack of basic security, fewer women in school or jobs, increased power to local patriarchal despots and fundamentalists, collusion between occupying forces with puppet and local patriarchies. Transparent U.S. claims of concern for Iraqi women belie the shabby realities: control of strategic oil reserves and privatization of Iraq's economy to U.S. defense contractors and corporate cronies. It obscures heartbreaking consequences for returning GIs and for their lovers, wives, mothers, daughters, families, and colleagues. The work to be done to reveal the truth about today's imperial wars will build on the searing feminist analysis of militarism and the Vietnam War. The pump don't work 'cause the vandals took the handles. Violence, bring the war home. The notion of bringing the war home was a logical outcome of our analysis of Vietnam as a turning point of American imperialism. Indeed, the war was coming home, most vividly in the persons of GIs and journalists who found themselves home and living with the shattering truth of what they had experienced. Fighting communism turned out to be, in the rice paddies and jungles of Vietnam, fighting the civilian population of South Vietnam: women, old men, the injured, and children. Rounding up villagers to secure them, saturation bombing of villages to save them, exploding roads, trails, and bridges, defoliating the landscape with napalm, mining the harbors, all involved the inability to distinguish enemy soldiers from civilians. As in any occupation by a foreign power, the U.S. military in Vietnam was unable to find a South Vietnamese force it could trust, unable to speak the language or comprehend a complex and sophisticated culture, and immobile and clumsy against guerrilla warfare. The U.S. military was overextended, a significant portion of it in rebellion. A pitiful, helpless giant, we called it, mocking Nixon. The war was coming home as well in the form of economic consequences. Guns and butter created a huge debt, and 4 presidents were unable to disguise the domestic consequences. Poverty and the other America were unmasked, the Black Freedom Movement on the march, Puerto Ricans and Chicanos and Native Americans emerging as a political force, women too expecting jobs, equality, and transformative liberation. The draft was under siege, deserters and resistors finding sanctuary in Canada and Northern Europe. The best minds of my generation 9 were dropping out of the rat race and rewriting the script. Everyone who came to consciousness in the 60s had to consider the reality of armed struggle. Uprisings of a political nature included a military component. In the Philippines, in Uruguay, Mozambique, Ireland, and Palestine it could not be avoided. The African National Congress, the Black Consciousness Movement, the Pan-Africanist Congress, the varying dimensions of the struggle against apartheid had to take into account an armed component. Even in the nonviolent Southern civil rights movement, a close look revealed the Deacons for Defense of Justice, Robert and Mabel Williams, and Dr. King's Birmingham house crowded with shotguns and handguns for self-defense. Then there was Malcolm X and the Black Panther Party. Being a pacifist, anywhere in the world, was the beginning of the conversation. How militant, how condemning of others. Was pacifism a philosophy, a religion, a strategy, or tactical alternative? Some 2,000 people a day were killed during the 12 years of the Vietnam War. The terror of carpet bombings and napalmed children, cover UPS of torture, tiger cages, and my lie by the brass, and secret but visibly bloody repression at home were the ordinary face of daily violence. That was the template, the default. Mundane habits, business as usual could not be permitted to go on, seemingly oblivious. As Nixon, Agnew, and Kissinger upped the rhetorical ante, so did the movement. Stop the draft. Open it up or shut it down. If the government doesn't stop the war, we'll stop the government. Free Huey or the sky's the limit. Get your laws off my body. Off the pig. Independence for Puerto Rico. Reese Tijerina and La Raza occupied territory in New Mexico and Texas. Armed black students at Cornell occupied the administration building. Women disrupted the Miss America pageant. The Young Lords occupied the Statue of Liberty. The American Indian movement occupied Wounded Knee and Alcatraz. The actions were symbolic, strategic: mobile health care vans in the Bronx, breakfast for school children, underground railroads for draft resistors, army deserters, and women seeking abortions. The discourse was hot, exaggerated, inflammatory, insurrectionary. 2-3 many Vietnams, wrote Che. The reality was a fluid and long continuum of militancy, in the tradition of civil disobedience and direct action. Actions were often illegal. Student activists and artists in Berkeley and Oakland stopped the troop trains, and then shut down the city during Stop the Draft Week. Breaking into a draft board in Catonsville, Maryland, the Berrigans and Mary Moylan poured blood on draft files, for which they were indicted and went underground. By the spring of 1970, in the wake of the murder of students protesting Nixon's invasion of Cambodia at Jackson State and Kent State, more than 500 campuses were shut down by student strikes involving over 4 million students. Classes and graduations were cancelled, and 51 campuses remained closed for the remainder of the school year. The Cambodia student strikes were without precedent. In the week of the Jackson State/Kent State killings, 30 ROTC buildings were destroyed by fire or bombs. The National Guard was called out to occupy 21 campuses. These and thousands of similar activities were unruly, impolite, urgent, and insistent. They involved breaking doors and shattering expectations. Protesters broke the law, they anticipated arrest. Were they violent? In the context of 2,000 lives each day, how do we define violence? How do we apportion responsibility? Most of the New Left did not exclude all political violence. Its historical roots were saturated in the traditions of John Brown and Harriet Tubman, the IWW, and Emma Goldman. If we supported the African National Congress in their efforts to overthrow apartheid in South Africa, if we recognized the imperatives that led to the principle of armed self-defense, if we knew the rules were different for blacks and whites, how could we justify American exceptionalism? Indeed, the development of an underground was part defense and part offense. It was propelled by the savage repression of the Black freedom movement and the effort to free ourselves from the structures and privileges of white supremacy. It was a step toward revolution, based on an analysis of Vietnam as a turning point in American imperial power. It sprang from a ferocious determination to respond to a world in flames, to illustrate that reactionary U.S. power was not invincible but quite vulnerable, and that revolution was possible and revolutionary imagination essential even here. U.S. territory was conquered land, and could be reconfigured in multiple ways. Internal colonies could move for independence, poor and working people could opt for solidarity with the insurgent forces of the world, specific communities of resistance could be strengthened in international solidarity. The strategy was hardly a blueprint, but Weather saw it as a revolutionary moment, incorrectly, it turns out. From there, at that time, it seemed that the possibility must be seized. Even the most dramatic of Weather actions were directed at symbols, at property. They were signals of distress. They included a quality of playfulness. Nowhere is the discrepancy between rhetoric and reality starker than in the tug-of-war over the Haymarket Police statue in Chicago, long a symbol of police terror against anarchists and labor to some, and of the heroic stand for law and order to others. The destruction of the statue in 1969 uncorked a Chicago Police Department declaration of war against Weather people, as if it were an attack on the police themselves. When the statue was rebuilt and reinstalled 2 years later, it was again toppled. Today, the police statue resides within the highly secured Chicago Police Department Training Academy, and a new statue resides in the Haymarket representing workers and anarchists speaking from a wagon. The massive immigration rights demonstration of May Day 2006 marched through the Haymarket, precisely 120 years after the transforming fight for the 8-hour workday. All Weather actions were not as benign as Haymarket, but Weather made a decision to not injure or kill people, any people, and reaffirmed that decision over and over again. The choice was to be a political force, not a military force, to support and contribute to popular organizing and demonstrations, to encourage local collectives to redirect their energies, to act on the proposition that all lives are equally valuable. Of the tens of thousands of decentralized political bombings in the early 1970s, all were carefully and intelligently directed against property. 1. Not carried out by Weather but by 4 anti-war students in Madison, Wisconsin, at the Army Math Research Center resulted in the tragic and unintended death of postdoctoral student Robert Fasnacht. According to official statistics, there were 281 attacks on ROTC buildings and 7,200 arrests on campuses in 1969-70 alone, close to 500 acts of arson or bombings of government, corporate, police, or military targets in the first half of 1970. These subversive actions were part of a continuum with other New Left activities, local, political, symbolic, understood, and largely popularly supported or assumed to be inevitable. They were, overwhelmingly, not done by Weather. They were, in context, remarkably restrained. Of course, on one level, these actions may be indefensible, and hard to imagine in today's world of Timothy McVeigh, anti-woman assassins gunning down obstetricians, and Al-Qaeda's heinous, terrorist bombings of civilian populations. Terrorism is intended to kill civilians, to kill indiscriminately in order to frighten a people or a government into compliance with political ends. Weather never followed this sort of strategy. Weather definitively rejected it after the townhouse explosion in March 1970. Not only did we reject it ourselves, we argued and organized against it in the radical left for years. And Weather was careful in the extreme to avoid accidental injuries to others and successful in avoiding them as a result. It is rewriting history to claim that Weather and the vastly larger circle of militants were outside the pale, not a part of the New Left, or terrorists. Many disagreed with us, debated us publicly in the underground press or the New York Times, challenged Weather's strategy and rhetoric. Nevertheless, we were also widely supported. Weather was a clandestine force for 7 years, and some remained underground for 12 or more years. During that time we were recognized, sheltered, convened meetings, traveled, worked, birthed and raised babies. To my knowledge, no one turned anyone into the FBI or police, no one ratted. Tens of thousands of people, partisans and uninvolved, shut their doors on law enforcement authorities, refused to talk, went to jail rather than collaborate with fishing expeditions in the guise of grand juries. Solidarity and dissent prevailed. Weather may have been the prodigal daughter, the disreputable son, the renegade cousin, but we were part of the family. I fought it full without regret or shame. Weather Report, 4 Reflections. Humanizing and radical activism must put the longing for peace and justice in the forefront. The language of war must be understood in the revolutionary turmoil of the time, but it makes me cringe today. Rhetorical excesses abound in this collection. Both the authorities and the movement escalated the war on words. Flagrant state repression was savage, although the movement's actions themselves remained remarkably restrained. Weather was profoundly stricken by the deaths of our cherished comrades, Diana Oaten, Teddy Gold, and Terry Robbins, and decisively shifted course toward symbolic and understandable direct action as a result. Weather decided, again and again, to limit actions to property and to protect people. But much of the language of war, even revolutionary war, in these writings sounds facile about violence and the human cost of every war. In preparing for extreme choices, thinking we were severing the bonds to a predictable life of educated apathy, militant activists appropriated the rhetoric of Third World revolutionaries in a determined effort to reject American exceptionalism. We thought it irresponsible not to go for revolutionary/radical/fundamental transformation in North America. Good. But too often, weather reduced that move from resistance to revolution down to tactics. This heated discourse downplays the gritty, critical work of organizing, educating, and participating. It sounds as if the complex, layered, and dense manifestations of liberatory change could be summarized solely as struggle and war. It brushes aside or diminishes the necessity of popular participation, mass movements, diminishes independent, sustained political mobilizations and uprisings. I could have said that, I now think with memory unreliable, shrinking from the hyperbole, mocking humor, and tastelessness. Striving for unity is essential, even when it is not achievable. It didn't seem that way at the time, of course, but it does now. Weather let go too quickly of the necessity of common ground and insisted emphatically on escalating struggle and what we saw as principled unity. Of course, this is far too easy to say and nearly impossible to do, then or today. But the consequences of splits and separation from close allies and friends was costly, even when there was no possibility of unity with those who, for example, denounced the Black Panther Party at the moment when Panthers were being assassinated, arrested, and attacked. It must be possible to discover myriad methods of debate and education that leave opportunity for change and temporary agreements. Underneath the strategy of working for unity is the recognition that ordinary people have wisdom, even when they seem to be asleep. These contradictions are vividly alive today, in examples such as ending the Iraq War, support for gay rights, and solidarity with Palestinian independence. There will always be conflicts about the terrain that constitutes the essential basis of unity. But somehow, precisely because the 60s and 70s movements were accurate about the travesty of the U.S. role in Vietnam and about solidarity with the Black Freedom Movement, it was also necessary to keep wide open pathways to join, to change minds, to be persuaded. Certain enough to act, humble enough to change. Perhaps most obvious, whether succumb to dogma, arrogance, and certainty. We were not alone. There was recovery, and amends that are still underway. But the perceived necessity to have answers to everything and to struggle endlessly resulted in ungenerous and damaging leadership, harm to great comrades, and wretched behavior. It is a tribute to SDS reunion efforts of so-called early SDS leaders, the work of filmmakers Helen Garvey and Bob Pardun, unifiers like the Catholic activists and pacifist leader Dave Dellinger, and thousands of conversations in the ensuing years that to a large degree, apologies have been extended and accepted, forgiveness offered, and understandings reached. Link issues, rather than polarizing. How great it would have been had I better exercised my role as a woman leader of SDS to promote the emerging feminism within SDS and construct a bridge to and from the women's movement. It is clear from here that modest concrete steps such as meeting separately with SDS women during 1968-70 travels, joining women's criticisms of the behavior of movement men, and promoting the evolving critique of male supremacy and patriarchy could have been more imaginative, and potentially useful. Time is piling up / we struggle and we scrape. On the horizon, pre-9/11, was an effort of truth and reconciliation among veterans of Vietnam and veterans of the anti-war movement. Increasingly, we were speaking together, bridging misunderstandings and stereotypes, finding enormous common ground in our mutual obsession with Vietnam and its cascading decades of consequences. We agree about so much, including the devastating treatment of Vietnam vets not by anti-war activists but by their own government. The U.S. cover-up of the medical consequences of Agent Orange and defoliation, the human survival and wreckage of post-traumatic stress disorder, the inequalities and assaults on veteran benefits, the returns to Vietnam and continuing U.S. obligation of reparations all were tentative fields of collaborative work. We agree that the principle of proportional responsibility requires that the major surviving war criminals of the Vietnam War, Kissinger and McNamara, be held accountable. The new language of human rights offers tools for justice for crimes against humanity and war crimes. The preemptive wars of today are creating a new tide of veterans and their aroused families. Now Bush, Rumsfeld, and Cheney join the rogues gallery of massive human rights violators. But my heart is not weary / it's light and it's free. Once upon a time, in an age long, long ago, determined bands of young people rebelled against the empire. Embedded within the heart of empire, the belly of the beast, the mother country, young people in North America awakened to a unique responsibility, to refuse to go along with what was being done in our name in Vietnam or in Hattiesburg. Neutrality was not an option. We felt impelled to act, to interrupt, to educate without knowing what was next, or how history would judge us. One such band was Weather. We never imagined that, despite our dreams and labors, we would hand off to today's young people a world of rampant injustice and inequality far worse in some respects than the one we inherited and then grabbed by the teeth. But a new generation of activists is fermenting, rising, breaking the silence of complicity. We intend to be part of the next wave. This is for you. Revisiting the Weather Underground. Bill Ayers. The Weather Underground, born phoenix-like from the ashes of a terrible explosion that killed 3 of our leaders in Greenwich Village, New York, on March 6, 1970, stormed fleetingly across the landscape at the tail end of that mythical and iconic age now simply called the 60s. Originally a militant formation inside Students for a Democratic Society, the catalytic radical student group of its day, the Weather Underground rose, hot and angry, to in our own terms smite the warmongers and strike against the race haters. We went over the top. By the mid-1970s the American war in Vietnam had ended and the organization had effectively flamed out. Individuals made their twisty ways, singly and in small groups, upward and onward as best they could. A palimpsest, a ghostly smudge remained, however, as a reminder that the phenomenon had once come to life, that it had indeed existed vital, wild, and animated, that there was something more to find and to see beneath the authorized story. The lessons and the legacy of that fugitive, ephemeral moment are, of course, contested. The ever-changing present, as always, unsettles and makes novel demands upon the past. We discover unforeseen lenses with which to examine the ashes, we create fresh perspectives with which to rethink the details and make meaning of the larger contexts, the historical flow, the cultural and social surround. Revisiting the Weather Underground requires another look at what was said, and what we did. In 1965, just as the American catastrophe in Vietnam was reaching full ignition, I was arrested along with 38 others for disrupting the normal operations of the Ann Arbor Draft Board, part of the bureaucratic machinery for sorting soldiers from civilians, the living from the dead, issuing, we concluded, toxic warrants to kill and to die. Earlier in the year, at the first teach-in, I'd heard Paul Potter, then president of SDS, end a talk on the necessity of protest against the U.S. war in Vietnam by saying, "Don't let your life make a mockery of your values." I signed up on the spot. I wore a small peace button and one that said, "Let the people decide." We borrowed energy and tactics from the civil rights movement, of course, and we intended, as well, to awaken our fellow citizens to the magnitude of the moral crisis we found ourselves in. This was a huge civil disobedience, part of the first international days of protest against the Vietnam War, but it was not exactly popular. Only about 15% of Americans opposed the war then, and even in progressive Ann Arbor we were pretty much on our own that day, surrounded by thousands of students who supported the war and wanted to see us expelled from school, or worse. So much for the myth of the good old days of popular resistance when everyone knew the right road to follow. But by early 1968 a majority of citizens had come to oppose the war, and a sitting U.S. president had, in effect, relinquished his office because of it. Several developments in those 3 short years had dramatically shifted the balance and altered the scene. For one thing, U.S. political leaders, blind and arrogant as they took over the failed French colonial mission, were certain that they would triumph easily over a poor, peasant nation, and would be welcomed as liberators by the natives, that tired, delusional conceit of every would-be conqueror. But the Vietnamese refused their assigned role in Washington's script, and the National Liberation Front wouldn't quit. They retreated when necessary, holed up underground as required, and re-emerged suddenly to beat back the invaders. At enormous cost, the Vietnamese refused to lose. Further, those of us who opposed the war set out early to organize and to educate our fellow citizens. We marched and picketed and resisted, it's true, but we also drew up fact sheets, created teach-ins, circulated petitions. The most difficult and exhilarating project for me was Vietnam Summer, a concerted effort to knock on every door in working-class neighborhoods. I was assigned to Detroit and meet people face to face, listen to their concerns, and engage them in dialogue about war and peace. The more we tried to teach others, the more we ourselves learned about Vietnam, about America, about politics and possibility, about ourselves. We became better teachers, deeper, more thoughtful and more effective organizers. We also became radicalized as we made the connections between foreign war and domestic racism, between economic hierarchies and the hollowing out of democracy, and eventually we thought of ourselves as revolutionaries, committed to overturning the whole damned system. Many in the civil rights movement came out early and unequivocally against the war. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, for example, issued a statement saying that no black man should go 10,000 miles away to fight for a so-called freedom he doesn't enjoy in Mississippi, and Muhammad Ali said, "No Viet Cong ever called me nigger. I won't fight in the white man's army." Martin Luther King Jr., with his great prestige and base of liberal support on the line, denounced the war as illegal and immoral, and with some palpable anguish, condemned his own government as the greatest purveyor of violence in the world. All of this shook the country to its core, and perhaps the last straw was the large numbers of vets returning from Vietnam that came out and told the plain, recognizable truth. With the anti-war movement at its height and hundreds of thousands of people demonstrating in the streets, they joined the peace movement in droves, bringing a renewed urgency and purpose, even creating their own anti-war organizations, which inspired new levels of militancy in our ranks. The movement, which had been organizing GIs from the start, embraced the vets as a strategic priority, and many vets found a natural ally in the movement, and discovered that they had more in common with their young activist peers than with the old bastards in power. When they lined up, tore their medals and war decorations from their throats, and threw them down on the Capitol steps, they initiated a new dimensions to the crisis. So when the president relented, those of us who had worked to end the war felt vindicated and triumphant. In Ann Arbor we swirled out of our apartments and snaked through the streets in a spontaneous victory dance, rallying finally on the steps of the home of the president of the University of Michigan. He greeted us with words of encouragement. "Congratulations," he said. "You've won an important victory. Now the war will end." I think he believed what he said that night. I know that I did. 5 days later Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated and cities around the country erupted fire in the streets, martial law, tanks, and troops patrolling downtown. 3 months later it was Robert Kennedy. Whether conspiracies or isolated events, the serial assassinations had an impact on our sense of possibility. Henry Kissinger emerged with a secret plan to end the war, Richard Nixon was elected president, and by the winter it was clear that the war would not end, it would escalate and expand in spite of the wishes of almost everyone. The war became deadlier and deadlier each day that it dragged on. 2,000 innocent people were murdered by the United States government. Not every week or every month, every day. 2,000 people slaughtered. And there was no end in sight. What to do? Living through that time, the aggression, the assassinations, the terrorist war raging on and on in our names, it seemed as if we were experiencing terminally cataclysmic events and permanent war. Looking back, of course, we can see that even if it felt that way, it wasn't so, that while it was monstrous and bloody, the war lasted only a decade, and then it was done. Millions of human beings were needlessly killed. But in those days, with the outcome far from certain, we had to choose our actions within a shifting, complex, and speculative world. Should I oppose the war? On what basis? How far should I go in order to prevent more senseless slaughter and dismemberment? Could I be part of mobilizing a more widespread resistance? Could we perhaps go beyond ending this war, and end the system that led so inevitably to war after war? Could we have an impact? Some of us burned out. Others fled to Europe or Canada or Africa. Some ran for office, while others ran for the communes of California or Vermont. Some dug in. Others dropped out. Some created what they thought would become vanguard revolutionary political parties and went into the factories to organize the industrial working class, while others joined the Democratic Party with the hope of building a powerful peace wing within it. Some made a religion out of making love, others made a mess of making revolution. No choice was the obvious best choice, none in retrospect was up to the challenge. We in the weather underground blasted away at the rulers, and tried at the same time to build up a capacity to undermine and survive what we were certain was an incipient and impending American fascism. With the townhouse explosion, with the deaths of our friends and lovers, we disappeared. We issued our first communique, a word we borrowed from Latin American guerrillas, called a declaration of war and signed by Bernardine Dohrn, in May 1970. It was packed tight with defiance and hyperbole. We threatened to bomb a major symbol of American injustice, and when, a little more than 2 weeks later, the promised explosion rocked the New York City Police headquarters on Center Street after a warning call, the weather myth was fully launched. The communique was rebroadcast widely and, oddly enough, through it we instructed the FBI and through them police forces everywhere on our reliability and our quirky authenticating signs. We were in communication. There was a practice then of public storytelling, and the subtext was our own hopeful message: you can't catch us. We opened to a world of words and they tumbled from us in a crazy flash flood of awakening zeal. We wrote open letters to the militant Catholic left and they wrote back urging us to temper our actions with compassion, and to the Black Liberation Army, who urged us to blast away at colonializing racist power everywhere, no holds barred. We argued with both, and we agreed with both. We scribbled to old friends, roommates from an earlier world, favorite teachers, brothers and sisters. I wrote to John Holt, an inspiring teacher and education writer, a deeply conservative man in some ways but a loving friend as well, and we linked up and corresponded for years. I communicated with my Aunt Sarah, a closeted lefty, and most of us wrote to our parents careful missives meant to reassure, delivered discreetly and then quickly destroyed. We were ill-equipped gunslingers, and we became word-slingers instead. We invented words, we constructed culture. We fought back, we dreamed out loud. And we were, like others, forever explaining, defining, correcting, implying, editing, translating in sometimes delighted, often desperate efforts to be understood. The weather people were all talkers, we already loved words and we read widely. Groups of us were regular Scrabble players and Sunday crossword puzzle workers. The garble of weatheries was mostly an intellectual game, clever and distracting, but learning how to evade arrest had a serious purpose, a purpose that rode along on words, on our talk tactics, mostly. When my car broke down on a highway, The cop who pulled over found me not only respectful and engaging but open and grateful for his presence. I was practicing verbal jujitsu. Soon he offered to give me a push to the nearest service station, and I asked for his name so that I might send a letter of gratitude to his commanding officer. Again and again we learned what you say and how you say it had more to do with survival than anything else. The preface weather had become as prominent among us as MC is in the wider world, and just as colonizing. We talked of weathermen and weatherwomen, weather kids and weather stories, weather documents and weather simps. The leadership was, of course, the Weather Bureau, a leaflet was a weather balloon, and the anti-imperialist struggle was the weather-going tide. Recruits went through what amounted to an informal weatherman Berlitz in order to become functionally bilingual. When we began doing clandestine work we needed a word that cloaked our intentions, and so we spoke of the North Star, and then of the dash I'm spending this morning on the dash, someone might say, implying both a censor's beep, a word unspoken, as well as the mad dash we anticipated to the Underground Railroad, following the North Star toward freedom. When we were actually on the run we inoculated ourselves from fear and called our fugitiveness the joke. Have you told your new boyfriend the joke? Or, I don't think anyone here knows the joke. Our organization, publicly the Weather Underground, became the Eggplant, from an obscure rock lyric about the eggplant that ate Chicago. We expropriated an entire lexicon of weather words from the music. You don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows, of course, from Bob Dylan, Bad Moon, our code word for the Haymarket statue, from Creedence Clearwater Revival. We drew on Kick Out the Jams by the MC5 for names and codes, Purple Haze in tribute to Jimi Hendrix, and Volunteers from the Jefferson Airplane. The Pentagon was called Maggie's Farm, again from Dylan, because, we said simply, I ain't gonna work on Maggie's farm no more. Homegrown, as American as cherry pie, the underground was in other ways a foreign country. We spoke patois and did things differently there. Our survival had to have meaning beyond the narrow and the particular. For me, and for most of us, we searched for meaning by participating fully in all aspects of life, and we tried to understand everything in order to make ourselves subjects in history and not passive objects to be used and discarded. We embraced our utopian dreams, struggled to make history, act within it in order to enlarge people and contribute to humanity. We fought against unearned suffering and undeserved pain, all the ways people oppress and exploit and dehumanize one another. We affirmed every gesture towards social justice and liberty, everything that honored each human being as irreplaceably worthwhile and the whole of humanity sacred. And with some luck we hoped to participate in a public insurgency that would collapse the empire's death machine and liberate ourselves, all human beings, to reach the full measure of our humanity. Revolution. We hoped that our actions would speak for themselves. Our efforts would be stained by mistakes, of course, because we could never see fully or far enough, we could never know all things in all ways. We were limited as is everyone, our theories, like all others, flawed. Still, I knew in my heart that the greater crime would be to do nothing, or not enough, as our country attacked, occupied, bombed, and slaughtered and enslaved our own citizens to do the carnage through the draft. Inaction was not an option. Stepping into history, we would make errors, staying aloof from history would be its own choice and error. And so, believing in the immense power of people to challenge fate and accomplish the unthinkable, holding on to a profound sense of personal responsibility, we plunged ahead. We would fight, but in new ways. We would bring the war home as we had planned, but with measured force, with precision. We would draw an angry sword against white supremacy, retaliate for racist attacks, and fight alongside our black revolutionary comrades, but from a new and liberated space. And with care. Within months we had established a pattern of action retaliation for what we believed were attacks on the black struggle, and offensives against the empire's war machine. Our signature was a warning call to some sleepy guard inside the building or to the police nearby or to a journalist with calm and detailed instructions to clear a specific area, and then letters of explanation, sometimes exhorting, sometimes threatening, sometimes still barely decipherable beyond the knowing, claiming credit and publicly defending our actions as politics by other means, signed and delivered simultaneously to several major newspapers in different cities across the country seconds after the blast. The FBI and the big city police knew our signature, and separated what they came to know as an authentic weather action from the tens of thousands of bombings and direct actions carried out by distinct insurgent groups during the war years. Each letter had a logo hand-drawn across the page, our trademark thick and colorful rainbow with a slash of angry lightning cutting through it. New morning, it signified, changing weather. Oddly, as intense as it all looks and sounds, it was in our minds then cautious and responsible, a huge de-escalation from the apocalyptic plans of just months earlier. In any case, I loved that symbol of peace and reconciliation balanced by the hot bolt of justice. This was a time when I, along with most of my closest friends, were referred to again and again as homegrown American terrorists. That's what Time magazine called us in 1970, and the New York Times, too, and that was the word hurled in my direction from the halls of Congress. Terrorist. I'd been a national officer of SDS, and then a founder of the Weather Underground, and I was indicted with many comrades by the Justice Department in 1970 on 2 single-count conspiracies, one for crossing state lines in order to create a civil disturbance, the other for crossing state lines to destroy government property. I had no intention of answering in federal court. I'd seen by then too many activists entangled in lengthy trials and, no matter what the verdict, neutralized and effectively kept off the streets, and so I took off and lived on the run for the next decade. I thought of myself immodestly as a freedom fighter, but I knew that terrorist was tattooed over every inch of me. It was an electrifying label, even then. I imagined a pale figure dressed in an oily overcoat, feverish, eyes blazing, beard and hair wild and unkempt, sitting in the back of a theater with a black bomb in his pocket. Nothing at all like me. No, I said to myself at the time, I'm no terrorist. When I turned myself in over a decade later, federal charges against me and the rest of us had all been dropped because of extreme government misconduct, and I was, so to speak, free. I picked up where I'd left off, took up open political work, returned to graduate school and to teaching, and the label terrorist faded into the gauzy haze of memory. But not, it turns out, forever. I've partly myself to blame. Moved to remember and to rethink it all, I wrote a memoir called Fugitive Days about the wretched years of the American War in Vietnam, the dark decade of serial assassinations of black leaders, the exhilarating upheaval, and the sparkling fight for freedom and peace and justice and revolution as I'd experienced it. It was an odd thing and sometimes frightening, too, to write about events and people and experiences buried now in the deep, deep past. Those days became suddenly alive, closer than they'd been in decades, and I couldn't help but feel partly responsible for prying open the crypt and inviting those newly vitalized ghosts to dance at the reunion. As I wrote, the past began to surface all around me. What lessons might it bring? What promises and what warnings? I knew, of course, that there were several deeply disturbing aspects to our history, foremost the question of violence, for in 1970 the Weather Underground was literally born from the flames of that Greenwich Village townhouse explosion, a bombing in which my lover and 2 close friends blew themselves to kingdom come. We who survived went on to carry out a handful of highly visible anti-government bombings, acts that raise questions each generation will ask and answer differently. While the US was killing 2,000 people a day, planting a bomb in a pipe in the Pentagon was weather's high-pitched wail against the war sickness, part scream, part lamentation, part warning. The act was designed as a symbol, and as intended, neither killed nor even hurt a single person. Still, what if someone had been killed? Weather crossed crucial lines, and troubling questions echoed around us and pushed into our space. Yet the Weather Underground's symbolic acts were meant as the strongest possible protest against the Empire's lethal acts of sustained and premeditated mass slaughter. Consider the U.S. atrocity committed at My Lai. In a matter of hours, U.S. soldiers raped, looted, maimed, and tortured the residents of a village, they burned homes, slaughtered animals, and killed 347 villagers. The My Lai massacre embodied the unvarnished horror of the Pentagon's murderous frenzy in Southeast Asia. Likewise, Weather's actions embodied the intensity of the resistance during the early 1970s. Over 20,000 government targets inside the U.S. were bombed, and the Weather Underground took responsibility for about a dozen. Questionnaire. 1. What is terrorism? 2. Is the concept terrorism consistent and universal? Does it apply to all parties engaged in certain actions, or does it change over time? 3. Which terrorist had a 100,000 British pound reward on his head in the 1930s? When did he become a freedom fighter, his image rehabilitated? 4. How many Israeli prime ministers were designated terrorist by the British government at some point in their political careers? 5. Which group of foreign visitors to the White House in 1985 were hailed by Ronald Reagan as the moral equivalent of our founding fathers, freedom fighters against the evil empire? 6. What did George W. Bush call these same men? 7. Who offered the following definitions? Terrorism is a modern barbarism that we call terrorism. Terrorism is a threat to Western civilization. Terrorism is a menace to Western moral values. Have no trouble telling. Terrorism is a form of political violence. 8. Which U.S. president said, "I am a Contra," referring to the Nicaraguan group designated terrorist by international human rights observers? 9. Has there ever been a U.S. president who refused to employ political violence? 10. Which form of terrorism, religious, criminal, political, or official and state-sanctioned, has caused the most death and destruction in the past 500 years? 100 years? 10 years? Which has caused the least? When Fred Hampton and Mark Clark were murdered in 1969 in a West Side apartment in Chicago, some of us thought we were witnessing the Gestapo-like tactics of a burgeoning police state up close and in vivid color, the certain and clear face of terror. Fred was the charismatic young leader of the Black Panther Party, and since our offices were just blocks apart on Madison Avenue, we saw each other every day, and he was our friend, critic, and comrade. We'd been subject to escalating police harassment ourselves, our apartments regularly ransacked, our cars vandalized, and in a growing number of raids we were systematically beaten. It was all bad and we felt besieged, but we knew that the worst was reserved for our black brothers and sisters. 27 Panthers had been shot down by police forces from LA to New York in the past year alone, and we saw nothing ahead to slow the pace. And now Fred and Mark were dead. I'd already encountered the political/criminal terror of the cross-burners and the mobilized mobs of hateful white supremacists, but when Fred was killed I saw all the machinery of not just state-sanctioned violence but of state-sanctioned justification kick into high gear. Sober assessments by the police and the state's attorney ran in the papers. The Panthers are a violent gang, they said, authors of random acts of lawlessness that terrorize ordinary citizens. The Panthers brought this tragedy upon themselves by initiating a shootout. The police were merely defending themselves. The truth, the police assault was sustained and overwhelming and unanswered. Fred had been slipped a drug by a police infiltrator and was unconscious in his bed when he was killed. Fred was called a violent terrorist, but he was in fact the victim. The forces that killed him were a small part of a vast and wealthy system, armed to the teeth, of official terror. All these years later I tremble at Fred's murder, as I trembled then. I trembled with rage, it's true, and fear. I trembled with uncertainty. What could we do to survive? How could we help the remaining Panthers? How would the movement move forward? Interrogation. Do you believe in violence? Believe is an odd word here. I see violence everywhere and I detest it, but I don't think we should discuss this as a religion. Violence isn't a faith but a fact. What do you mean, a fact? I mean that violence is a terrible reality, that the remnants of displaced violence are everywhere, apparent and unavoidable if we would just open our eyes. You saw the video of the recent protests? The burning cars, the young people throwing rocks and bottles, the shock troops of empire. Shock troops of empire? So they look to me, the high-tech helmets, the shields, the uniform anonymity. And what about the rioters, weren't they dressed alike, and also as shock troops? There's a difference. The difference, of course, is that they can't achieve their goals legally and so they turn to violence, destroying anything in their path, provoke the police and the army to respond. Isn't that the difference? I suppose it depends on where you start the tape. Start the tape? Exactly. It depends entirely on where you choose to begin. The countries you're inclined to defend turn to violence systematically, routinely. They are typically born in violence, and surely sustained by violence. Some would say the cycle of violence begins there. So you side with the rioters? At least we should understand them. And here, as elsewhere, you justify violence? No, not at all. But I can understand it without justifying it. Violence terrifies me. I admire the teachings of Martin Luther King Jr., his words always sharp, gentle, fearless, tough. What King did so brilliantly was to expose the hidden violence that had always been there, the violence of racism, of rights denied. He led a movement that disregarded the official disregard of people's rights. He negated a negation, and what surfaced all around him was violence, the barbarity of the police, the threats of the mobs, the ongoing brutality of the racist terrorists. He exposed a system of violence, and he was left exposed himself, and he was murdered. The White House, fearing that other black leaders would exploit the anger in the ghetto, said, "Nothing is achieved by violence," and the National Guard was summoned. And isn't that true? What is achieved by violence? Institutionalized violence, the violence of slavery, lynching, segregation, prisons, economic exclusion, for example, in our own or any other country, is the normalized violence that the powerful employ to achieve their privileges. Whole generations might grow up, get old, and die and never lift a hand against one another, and yet the relationship, adequately examined and understood, yes, observed from the start, was violent at its very core. When slaves did rise up against their masters, Harriet Tubman, say, or Nat Turner, they were met with incomprehension and rage, called violent terrorists, and slaughtered. Colonialism is the institutionalization of such a relationship. During U.S.-led wars like Vietnam back then and Iraq today, every American is implicated in acts of violence. We know what is being done in our names, we see and read about instances of the terror in gory detail, and we have the opportunity to remain morally silent or to resist. Many remain silent, and others resist. Some fight with their lives in the hope of saving others. So you do believe in violence? Sooner or later everything in America becomes commodified or disappears. Just so the 60s, something I didn't even know existed as I lived through it. No one experiences the flow of life in neatly defined chunks, certainly not in decades. Oh, my gosh, it's January 1st, 1970, I'd better change my clothes. Everyone is an intergenerational person, but the imagined 60s are a bounded myth, constantly being retold, constantly being repackaged and resold as a containable cultural unit. The pitchmen are a shock. Janis Joplin's image employed to sell Mercedes-Benz, Dennis Hopper and Peter Fonda on choppers hyping Diners Club for when you're on the road, Jimi Hendrix, John Lennon, Martin Luther King Jr., himself. Imagine. The war was a national disaster, it's true, and the current received wisdom is like a stuttering script of repeating slogans, often contradictory but always untroubled. These are some of the sacred articles we are all supposed to know by now. Vietnam was a quagmire sucking the US down, the well-intentioned and innocent first steps transformed in the Asian jungles into something unspeakable, but not our fault, never our fault. The war was bad or wrong or a mistake, the media heroically and consistently truth-telling throughout, and right-thinking people opposed the war, responsible protesters now part of our proud democratic tradition. The vets suffered most. Both in the field and a second time when, on returning home, they were shunned or even spit upon. Like most clichés and myths, these fail to heal, fail even to inform. Each has a thread of truth to hang itself on, while each dissolves complexity and destroys the contextual content. Their tenaciousness is more a function of their seemingly endless repetitions, the big lifestyle refrain chanted at every turn, on how they allow us to cling to our childlike view of the world. They mostly wilt and die under scrutiny. Take this last cliché: the vets were reviled at home. When Richard Nixon began his run for the presidency, he based his campaign on a falsehood, the vaunted secret plan to end the war. A corollary to this grand disingenuous gesture was another: to stick up for the GIs, not against the war makers, the brass, or the rotten politicians who perpetuated the deepening agony for their own puny careers, but, amazingly, against the peace movement itself. And so we discover that returning vets were spit upon by long hairs, and that cynical image was blown into an icon beyond truth, because it is not true. The black freedom struggle, too, has been in part rendered toothless in the retelling. What many of us experienced as part of a continuum, what Russell Banks in Cloud Splitter called beads on a string. Bubbles of blood on a barbed steel strand that stretches from the day the first enslaved African was brought ashore in Virginia to today, and we have not reached the end of it yet, is recast to accommodate an uncomplicated conclusion. Martin Luther King Jr. is recast as a saint with a dream rather than an angry pilgrim and radical activist, and Malcolm X as a memoirist with a bit of a chip on his shoulder rather than an evolving, growing revolutionary. The received truth of history, then, becomes the common sense of the culture, and as everyone knows, there is simply nothing more insistent nor dogmatic than common sense. People now in their 50s or 60s risk settling for a gutted version of the past. We all opposed the war, we now say, we all fought for civil rights. Actually, the corporate media were sycophantic from the beginning, then, like now, stenographers to power, often irrelevant, mocking and diversionary with occasional luminous points of brilliance. Walter Cronkite called the corrupt and brutal General KY the George Washington of Vietnam in a smarmy and deferential interview at the start of the war, and the New York Times was still seeing the famous light at the end of the tunnel just before the Tet Offensive of 1968. Everyone rehabilitated eventually, and then erased the tapes in favor of a more convenient record. The US government, though, learned some serious lessons from those times, lessons they've implemented ferociously ever since. It abolished the citizen army, for example. Almost immediately a citizen army has the great disadvantage of being filled with citizens, people who are likely at any time to think for themselves and then to speak up spontaneously, people who don't easily become obedient and willing killers. It also banned the media from any further first-hand encounter with military action. Reporters on the ground, too, are unruly and, even in the service of a group of servile media mandarins, likely to report too much the felt experience of war, deviating from the high-sounding mythology and abstraction, and they might say anything then, even the truth. No more free-thinking Gloria Emersons or Michael Hares. No more Tim O'Briens. No more witnesses. At least they hoped. The problems today are huge, as always, and our ability to respond puny by comparison. But respond we will, respond we must. We may claim to be apolitical, to be unaware, but the world keeps turning, keeps charging forward. As Jean-Jacques Rousseau said, you may not be interested in politics, but politics is interested in you. Rousseau argues in regard to justice that equality must not be understood to mean that degrees of power and wealth should be exactly the same, but only that, with respect to power, equality renders it incapable of all violence and only exerted in the interest of a freely developed and participatory law, and that with respect to wealth, no citizen should be so opulent that he can buy another, and none so poor that he is constrained to sell himself. The quest for social justice over many centuries can be thought of as working within the open spaces of that ideal. For every human being's life is, in part, an experience of pain and loss. There is always a tragic dimension to our brief time within the light. But our living experience also embraces other inescapable facts. We are all in this together, all passengers and crew on the same global spaceship, and too much of what we suffer in life is the evil we visit upon one another. That is, it is unjustified suffering, unnatural loss, unnecessary pain, the kinds of things that ought to be avoidable, that we might even imagine eliminating altogether. if society cannot be changed under any circumstances, if there is nothing that can be done, not even small and humble gestures towards something better, well, that about ends the conversation. Our sense of agency shrinks, our choices diminish, and our obligation to our fellow human beings ends. What more would there be to say? It would be sufficient then to simply wander weeping in the streets or to retreat into hedonism, concluding that human life is nothing more than a brutish, vicious, swamp war, that our predatory and destructive sides must triumph, and that if I am to be spared, many, many others will have to be sacrificed, and I will agree to look on with indifference, or with at most a nod toward compassion. Questionnaire for an anguished conversation. 1. Name the countries bordering Afghanistan. Iraq. 2. Which country shares the shortest border? 3. Which the longest? 4. Where, when, and under what circumstances did Dr. Watson, Sherlock Holmes' associate, sustain his shoulder wound? 5. How many Afghans were involved in the September 11th attacks? How many Iraqis? 6. What percentage of the world's people live in the United States? In Asia? 7. What percentage of the world's finished products are consumed by people in the US? 8. What percentage of the world's energy resources is consumed in the US? 9. How large are the undeveloped oil reserves in Afghanistan? In Central Asia? In Iraq? 10. Of the world's 6 billion people, how many lack the basics to survive? How many own a computer? How many have a bank account? 11. If the world were a village of 100 people, how many would be A. Literate, B. Muslims, Christians, Jews, C. Hungry, D. Homeless? It's impossible to reach the age of 60 if your eyes are open even a crack and not feel some regret for something. I regret much. Once again I resonate with the generative genius of Bob Dylan singing of so many things we never will undo. I know you're sorry, well I'm sorry too. 10. But, he goes on, stick with me baby, stick with me anyhow, things are going to get interesting right about now. Still I'm disinclined to apologize, because I hear the demand for a general apology as a howling mob with an impossibly broad demand, and on top of that I'm not sure what exactly I'd apologize for. The 68 Convention? The Days of Rage? Bombing the Pentagon? Every one of these can be unpacked and found to be a complicated mix of good and bad choices, noble and low motives. In some part, apologizing is rejecting, letting go, or giving up conversion. There's something deeply human at stake, something in both the heart and the head, an intellectual severance, an emotional break. And a broad, general apology may be just too much. I am not now, nor have I ever been. Even when true, the words are mortifying. They are the end not only of a dream, but of a life. The apology in general is uttered, and suddenly you die. Naming names during the McCarthy years was the prescribed form of apology for a radical youth. People were coerced into providing information when no information was needed. The rift was long past, the names already known, and to disassociate with a ghost already gone. The ritual was one of expiation, isolation, and realignment. Loyalty and subservience was the rite of passage, the price of growing up. In my case, my actions are all well known. I've resolved the legal charges, and I've faced the consequences. Yet a central moral question remains, the question of individual responsibility and of the nature of judgment. But I still refuse to grow up if the price is to falsely confess a sin I don't take to be a sin. What is left to do? Those who refused and suffered the lash of McCarthyism, those who stood on principle, had a terrible time trying to articulate what the principle was. Support for the U.S. Communist Party? Not exactly. For Stalinism? No, definitely not. Opposition to anything the U.S. government does? The importance of never telling on friends. Free speech. I feel the same bind. What am I defending? Perhaps it's simply the importance of defying the ritual abasement and the rewriting of history. I embrace that defiance. Where in all the noise is there any authentic call for a process of truth-telling, a means to reconciliation? Where might we construct an honest chain of culpability? America is in desperate need of some kind of truth and reconciliation process, not because I want to see Henry Kissinger, for example, wheeled out in front of a magistrate and forced to confront his victims. Well, it's tempting, but not the heart of the matter. We need a process to understand the truth of the past in order to create the possibility for a more just future. We need a history lesson as a guide to teaching. It's really that simple. I feel most regret for the intense sectarianism and then splitism that I participated in. The dogmatism, the prison of a strict set of rigid ideas, the isolation. I regret it all. I don't regret escalating the fight against racism, white supremacy, and US imperialism, still the biggest threat to a world at peace and in balance. I'm sorry we weren't as effective as we might have been, and sorry we didn't do more to stop the murder. So I want to keep it complicated, to defend complexity against the distorting labels that come to us in neat packages and summary forms. Apologizing in general is asking too much. As one McCarthy-era resistor said, I'd rather be a red to the rats, than a rat to the reds. If we are convinced that all history is past, that we are not living inside history, and that all the historic moments happened before we got here, and, incidentally, had any of us been around for one of them, abolition, say, women's suffrage, or the fight for the 8-hour workday, we're equally convinced that not only would we have been on the side of the angels, but that we'd have been gutsy and agitating heroes. We not only have a distorted view of history, but, more important, we are blind to the present. We are made to think that this moment is somehow a point of arrival, the only possible outcome, and we are rendered powerless then to imagine another world, or to act on behalf of what could be, but is not yet. Here's an example. From 1882 to 1968, white terrorist mobs lynched close to 5,000 African American men in the United States. Anti-lynching legislation was introduced into Congress hundreds of times during these years, and on those occasions when a bill passed the House, it was always killed in the Senate. Most white people, even those who opposed the lawlessness, tacitly accepted this situation, in part because they bought the general demonization of African Americans, and in part because they had developed a fixed notion, abstracted from context and complexity, assuming that the black people who got lynched were likely guilty. It's true that some whites campaigned against it, and that's a hopeful part of the story, but it's also true that white opponents were a teeny group. Almost no white people took any overt action against lynching whatsoever. Fast forward to June 13, 2005, when the U.S. Senate passed by voice vote a non-binding resolution expressing the deepest sympathies and solemn regrets to the descendants of victims of lynching, the ancestors of whom were deprived of life, human dignity, and the constitutional protections accorded all citizens of the United States. 11 On that day, the Senate remembers the history of lynching to ensure that these tragedies will be neither forgotten nor repeated. And the action comes in the context of a string of convictions: Byron de la Beckwith, Bobby Frank Cherry, Edgar Ray Killen, for previously unresolved terrorist murders from the civil rights era. Who can object? On the other hand, what does any of it mean? Is it legitimate atonement for white supremacist violence? Or is it superficial and cosmetic and self-congratulatory? This is tricky. It's a good thing to note the wrongs of the past, certainly, a better thing to identify them correctly and to right those wrongs, to work to repair those wounds. But failing to examine the deeper issues, in this case white supremacy, mechanisms of social control of an entire population, and racial disparity and brutality, and then using that exercise to illuminate today's injustices, makes the whole thing an empty gesture. Of course, the era of lynchings per se should never be repeated, but are there any historical continuities in which we can locate racist oppression and violence today, as in, for example, what's called the prison industrial complex? What are we doing about that? We say of the Holocaust in Europe, never again. But if never again means never allow a German man with a swastika and a mustache named Hitler to rise to power, it's a silly and a hollow slogan. Never again must mean more wide awakeness, for example, to mass murder, crimes against humanity, and genocide in Guatemala or Sudan, Cambodia or Rwanda, Palestine or Bosnia or Darfur, and a willingness to act to stop them, or recognition of the toxic combination of social factors, the glorification of military might, for example, disdain for human rights, the drumbeat of nationalism, a compliant media, the demonization of an enemy, fraudulent elections, the manipulation of religion to serve the state, the interlocking of corporate and government interests that can lead to a catastrophic and murderous outcome. Today in the United States, 2.1 million of our fellow citizens are in prison. 12 This is 25% of the world's imprisoned population, and it costs us $50 billion a year. And while African American men make up about 6% of the citizenry, they constitute about half of the nation's prison inmates. And here's a parallel: if you made a map of lynchings perpetrated in the first quarter of the 20th century, county by county, and overlaid that with a map of legal executions carried out in the last quarter of the 20th century, you'd have an almost identical match. And here's another: 1/8 of African American males are disenfranchised for life because of their encounters with the criminal justice system. Since we are living in the whirlwind of history, since we are all works in progress, and since no one knows with certainty what lies ahead, should we raise our voices in protest? Should we cry out? Should we resist? Should we agitate and organize? If not, why not? If so, how? The New Yorker ran a block of cartoons after September 11 under the heading "Americans See the World Anew." In one, a person says, "I just don't see how they can spell Al-Qaeda without AU," and in another someone gaily tells a friend, "I just love the sound of it, Jalalabad, Jalalabad." Seeing the world anew never transcends this childlike view of ourselves and others. The suffocating sameness of the official talking heads can feel crushing, the unwillingness to use this moment to question basic assumptions crazy. The civil rhetorical patriotism evident everywhere, the flags and signs proliferating, the elaborate story and the stock slogans, the giving of blood and the trips to ground zero allow, perhaps, a shared grief and a shared incredulity at the start. Given the narrow American palate, reaching for the flag might have meant sympathy and unity at the start. But from the start, powerful forces were busy using the moment to promote a narrow, repressive patriotism. Dissent is unpatriotic, un-American in the service of horrifying goals and purposes. Reader's Digest featured a cover story a few months later called 10 Breakthroughs That Can Stop Terrorism. None had to do with the U.S. posture in the world or even how we might rethink U.S. policy. None looked to the political or the philosophical or the ethical. Rather, each was narrow and technical: passive millimeter wave camera, DNA chips, truck transponder, Sandia Deccan foam, and on and on. If that makes you feel safer, what are you smoking? Time magazine's 2001 end-of-year issue with New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani as Person of the Year featured a glowing account of U.S. military might that begins, "One does not normally expect a Republican-American president to confirm the wisdom of a Chinese communist, but if ever proof were needed of Mao Zedong's maxim that political power grows out of the barrel of a gun, the war in Afghanistan waged by George W. Bush's administration has just supplied it." A back-page essay crows that the world has come around since September 11, that while other countries may not love the U.S. post-Afghanistan, who cares? They have gained, instead, a deep fear and newfound respect, and that's all that's really needed. When the A-list of world leaders from 106 countries, the business elite, establishment academics, politicians and presidents and princes who attend the World Economic Forum gathered in New York and, while singing capitalism's praises, nonetheless slammed U.S. arrogance and self-centeredness, harshly criticized unilateralism and reliance on violence, questioned the pervasive ignorance of environmental degradation and more, American commentators yawned. Who cares? A National Geographic survey recently found that young Americans 18-25 years old could not identify from a blank world map Israel/Palestine, Iraq, Great Britain, or even the US. We are only 4.9% of the global population, but we know neither who we are nor where we are in the world. We are in some profound sense adrift. What is to be done? The answers change every day, and yet they remain in some principled way the same. We name the obstacles to our own freedom, to our humanity. We unite with others. We fight against the obstacles. U.S. war and expansion in Iraq, for example, or Israel's insistence on its right to slowly annihilate the Palestinian people, or the caging and disenfranchisement of black men. Or the U.S. use of indefinite detention, rendition, torture, and extrajudicial killings since 9/11, the militarization of our borders, the low-intensity war against immigrants. In a world of so much injustice, it's not hard to find a place to begin, something important to do. Where do we find hope? We find it in the unparalleled growth of opposition to war and neoliberalism worldwide, in the stirrings from below for participatory democracy and justice. I'm hopeful because the future is unknown and unknowable. We are alive, lucky us, in the swirl of history. We are each of us works in progress. What we do or fail to do makes a difference, nothing is inevitable. We can do something, lots of things, and it all adds up. What is this ex-weatherman's advice to activists? Keep learning, studying, educating yourself and others. Seek the truth. Be stronger. Find your courage. Have real sharp political debate, but hold on to the treasure of unity. Resist dogma, sloganeering, posing, posturing, boasting, and pride. Don't elevate tactics above principle. Keep your own counsel. Trust yourselves. Seek balance. Love each other. Breathe in, breathe out. Write it up, write it down. Avoid hierarchy. Be generous. Learn from ordinary people. Align with the most oppressed. Learn from experience. Talk to everyone you meet, and listen to what they have to say for themselves. Read, read, read. Think of your ideas as hypotheses, contingent things to work out in practice. Avoid all received wisdom. Resist ideology, any tight framework of settled ideas. Don't talk in clichés. Be with the despised. Unite with the outcast. Act and then doubt. And then act. And so on. Toward the end of the summer of 2005, outside President Bush's ranch in Crawford, Texas, I joined the encampment known as Camp Casey. Crawford is a town divided. The brightly decorated Peace House faces banners reading, "All the way Mr. President" and "Smoke 'em out, 43. One side of the road has lawn signs with the iconic image of Marines planting the flag on Iwo Jima and the slogan "Support our troops." Somewhat desperate, I thought, to have to reach so far back for a picture of putative pride in war. The other side answers, "Bring them home." Started by a lone mother, Cindy Sheehan, who vowed to stay for the 6 weeks of Bush's vacation in order to ask him a simple question: why did my son Casey die in Iraq? Camp Casey had become 2 large encampments by the time I arrived. Camp Casey I, a collection of pup tents lining a ditch outside the ranch, bracketed by crosses bearing the names of American soldiers killed in Iraq, and Camp Casey II, an acre of land nearby donated by a Bush neighbor with a vast tent that looked like something from Cirque du Soleil. The tent was festooned with posters and banners: "Anything war can do, peace can do better, what would Jesus bomb, join US." It was organized like a tight ship. These were military families, after all. In the lead, a table of sunscreen and caps, a computer and cell phone center, water stations, a sign-up space to volunteer to work. Lunch was served at noon exactly. But it was also abuzz with 1,000 projects. Visitors were given orientation briefings and assigned a work detail. Artists were making murals and woodcuts. The kitchen crew was preparing the next meal for hundreds of protesters. A large circle of young people perched on folding chairs and engaged in intense and animated conversation. These were veterans of the U.S. war against Iraq, women and men, black and white and Latino and Asian and Native, able-bodied and in wheelchairs. "How do we tell the world about this war?" they asked. "How do we get the truth out? How can we prevent more innocent Iraqis from being killed? How can we prevent more people being sent to suffer and die?" How can we build a truly democratic society and create the conditions to stop future wars now? I checked to see if I still had my SDS membership card in my wallet, and there it was, faded but with the old adage printed on the back as true for me today as ever: we are people of this generation, bred in at least modest comfort. Looking uneasily at the world we inherit. Cindy Sheehan herself was gritty and authentic, engaged in the task at hand, entirely without entourage or acolytes, bodyguards, or mouthpieces. When Yvette posed for a picture with her and said, "My mom's not gonna believe this, me and Cindy Sheehan," she smiled and replied, "Before I was a minor celebrity, I was simply Cindy, you know. And I still am." Casey Sheehan was born May 29, 1979, and was killed in an ambush during his first week in Iraq, on April 4, 2004. His mom wants the president to answer truthfully about why he died. The eloquence of the protest is its straightforward simplicity. And simplicity ruled Camp Casey. A large sign read, "We will act in a way that reflects the world we want to create. We will act with respect toward the local community, encouraging all to join us. Under the tent there are no outsiders and we are all equal, every human being fully present, fully recognized. Under the tent we can laugh more, dance more, love one another more, and fight the power more. Under the tent is the sensible and the ethical and the soulful place to be. Eventually, I believe, almost everyone will join us under the tent. Sooner, I hope, than later. From weather to climate. Revolutionary anti-imperialism and the battle to save the earth." Jeff Jones. The classic rainbow shows as an arc. A bridge strung in thinning clouds. But I have seen it flash a perfect circle. Rising and falling and rising again. Through the octave of colors. A sun shape rolling like a wheel of light. Account the rainbow a boomerang of liquid light, foretelling rather that what we toss out returns in the water table. Flows from the faucet into our bones. What we shoot up into orbit falls to earth one night through the roof. Think of it as a promise that what we do continues in an arc of consequence, flickers in our children's genes, collects in each spine and liver, gleams in the apple, coats the down of the drowning auk. When you see the rainbow iridescence shiver in the oil slick, smeared on the waves of the poisoned river, shudder for the covenant broken, for we are given only this floating round arc, with the dead moon for company and warning. Marge Piercy, The Arc of Consequence. The first observance of Earth Day was April 22, 1970. Inspired by the civil rights and anti-war movements, Earth Day organizers estimate 20 million people in 2,000 colleges and universities, 10,000 schools, and 1,000 communities participated. Where was the Weather Underground? Where was I? The Weather Underground was not paying much attention to Earth Day, or environmental issues, for that matter. It was as if we were living on another planet. The first Earth Day came just 6 weeks after a Greenwich Village townhouse explosion killed 3 close friends, and only 3 weeks after the date when, by design, many of us chose not to show up in court to stand trial on conspiracy and riot charges stemming from the days of rage protests in Chicago the previous October. I look back on that now from the perspective of an environmental activist. And even though as weathermen we were nearly oblivious to the launching of this new movement in 1970, I participate today with the sense that nothing fundamental has changed in my view of the world in the intervening 36 years. I was raised in the environment, and growing up spent as much time in the wild as possible, hiking, riding, and camping from one end of California to the other and exploring deep into the southwestern deserts. I remember vivid scenes of breathtaking wonder and beauty from summers trekking through the high Sierras. My father was born in Yosemite Valley, so we felt a special affection for that piece of land, the centerpiece of the nation's first national park. The outdoor skills I learned then helped later in the underground, as we retrenched from the campuses. Sure, we built networks in the cities, but we also developed retreats on the land, which brought us in touch with rural communities, farms, and backcountry. Still, it has taken years to integrate a passion for wilderness and the beauty of nature with the intensely urban ideology of revolutionary anti-imperialism. Some of the fundamentals were there all along. The original Weatherman paper, written to be discussed at the June 1969 Convention of Students for a Democratic Society, attacked the unequal distribution of the world's wealth and in true Weatherman fashion famously announced that those of us living in the heart of the imperial empire were going to have to give some of it back, LL of the United Airlines Astrojets, all of the Holiday Inns, all of Hertz's automobiles, your television set, car and wardrobe already belong, to a large degree, to the people of the rest of the world, we announced. We were outraged that a country with 6% of the world's population consumed 40% of its resources, while billions of people were cold, hungry, and poor. That disparate distribution of wealth continues today. We are still a country with about 4.6% of the world's population, yet we are responsible for 29% of the global emissions of greenhouse gases. And, despite a growing awareness of the threat posed by catastrophic climate change clearly visible from New Orleans to the Arctic to Bangladesh, our government not only refuses to act, but hinders and subverts those governments and institutions that do. Viewed through the lens of popular history, Weatherman is an artifact of the 60s and 70s, defined by its tactics, bombings and street fighting demonstrations. In that sense, it does belong to the past. But the real essence of Weatherman was the moral revulsion we felt at the impact of imperialism and racism on people's lives, especially in the developing world and in Black and Hispanic communities in the U.S., and our belief that resistance was necessary. In 1969 we were thinking about the exploitation of human labor and natural resources, and how U.S. corporations were stealing both from underdeveloped countries. This theft was a primary justification for struggles of national liberation. But not only corporations and the wealthy benefited, all Americans shared to some degree in the plunder of empire, and were therefore not only privileged but at least passively complicit in the imperial project. I became convinced that it was not acceptable to stand on the sidelines and support other people as they risked their lives in the struggle for freedom. It was my freedom too, and in Weatherman I found a way to fight. Going under. We began to seriously think about going underground after the October 1969 Days of Rage demonstrations in Chicago. When Chicago police assassinated Panthers Fred Hampton and Mark Clark in early December, with the apparent sanction of the city's mayor and top legal authorities, we started to plan. But it was at the start of the new decade when history sped up for us. The spring of 1970 was a harrowing time. On March 6, a bomb accidentally detonated in the basement of a townhouse on West 11th Street in Manhattan. The explosion killed Weathermen Diana Oten, Ted Gold, and Terry Robbins. I was on the West Coast when I heard the news, but no distance could be great enough to escape the reverberations. We were on the evening news. Our photos were on magazine covers. The New York Post reported I might be one of the still unidentified people killed in the blast. The FBI manhunt was on. That's when we disappeared. We were no-shows at our scheduled court appearances. We dyed our hair, forged papers, took on pseudonyms. The previous year, Bernardine, Bill, and I had been national officers of SDS, a group with more than 100,000 members. But events, personal choices, and leadership judgments had reduced that to just a few hundred the Weathermen collectives. And now, a few dozen had been chosen to go underground. But before we had gotten started on our new path, 3 friends were dead, and the organization was in crisis. The moment New York City police realized the Greenwich Village blast hadn't been caused by a gas leak, we were outlaws. Our networks had not yet matured. We had yet to release our first statement. We met to reconsider our direction in an intense conference at a secret location in Northern California. For 10 days we argued. But we also took time to reflect. Some thought that the townhouse was just a technical accident, not a failure of political ideology. but most of us agreed that murderous violence was not our goal. From that point on, the Weather Underground targeted only property, symbols of American power, not people. Our rhetoric was often overheated, but we saw the actions as theater, a way to penetrate the bourgeois media, poke holes in the imperialist facade by demonstrating that the US government was not all-powerful, and give hope to resistors everywhere. In today's political climate, the Weather Underground is sometimes studied as a domestic terrorist movement. And in fact, for one moment we teetered on that terrible brink. The townhouse explosion was a disaster, a failure of political ideology. Still, although there had been a collective decision to go underground rather than show up for trial, there was no common strategy for armed struggle. Instead, we had taken the idea of affinity groups, collectives of weather activists who had planned and participated in the days of rage, pared them down some more and split up across the country to build clandestine networks that could survive, offensively and defensively, our growing confrontation with the government and its agents. The townhouse symbolized one direction. We criticized it as militarism. For us, the tragedy forced an intense and critical debate over the direction of our just-begun strategy. We resolved that argument by going back to and drawing from our own activist and organizing roots. We remembered that, before we had embarked on a military strategy, most of us had joined the movement because we believed in participatory democracy and empowerment. Most of us were members of SDS and, as the decade of the 60s was ending, we decided to take our fight to another level, the invention of an urban American underground. What had been forgotten in the townhouse group, and what we all needed to remember, was that the new level had to be part of a mass movement. In the New Morning Changing Weather Communique of December 6, 1970, we publicly declared that the townhouse forever destroyed our belief that armed struggle is the only real revolutionary struggle. For the next 4 years, weather bombings were usually a direct response to a government action. When President Richard Nixon ordered the invasion of Laos in February 1971, the underground put a bomb in the Capitol. When Black revolutionary George Jackson was shot and killed by prison guards at San Quentin Prison that August, the underground detonated an explosive in the offices of the California prison system. When the Air Force escalated the bombing of Hanoi in May 1972, the underground hit the Pentagon. We subsequently learned that water leaking from a damaged Pentagon bathroom knocked out the computers running the air war in Vietnam for 3 days. When a CIA-backed military coup overthrew the elected government of Socialist President Salvador Allende in Chile, the international headquarters of ITT, one of the coup's primary corporate beneficiaries, was hit. Each attack was meant to send an explicit message, and each was accompanied by a communique. Underground, our strategy and its implementation hardly lived up to the overheated and psychedelic language of our early communiques. But there were real successes. Between 1970 and 1975, the underground survived and grew into a nationwide network that was never penetrated by government agents, despite an unprecedented FBI manhunt. We organized on the periphery of the public movement, advanced and retreated. In 1973, with the draft ended and the war in Vietnam destined to conclude in a Vietnamese victory, we were again rethinking our politics. That's when we began the internal political process that produced Prairie Fire, the politics of revolutionary anti-imperialism, which is reproduced here as part of the Sing a Battle Song collection. The Red Dragon Print Collective, a Weather Underground production unit, printed Prairie Fire on an old press hidden in a brownstone storefront. The 156-page book was delivered across the country and all 5,000 copies were distributed simultaneously on July 24, 1974. The title was inspired by the Mao Zedong prophecy, "A single spark can start a prairie fire." By the time the book was ready to be released, hundreds of people had read it, many had discussed it in secret study groups and, because of it, some had joined what was then becoming an organization of above-ground and underground members. As the pre-townhouse weathermen had become the Weather Underground, now we became the Weather Underground organization. Semantics to those not involved, perhaps, but meaningful to those of us on the inside. We aspired to develop a political basis for participation in the organization, accountable leadership, and a collective process for making strategy. But those aspirations were not met. The organization's singleness of purpose at the height of the war was not sustainable. The end of the Vietnam conflict and the damage to the Black liberation movement caused by government attack and internal conflict made strategic differences more and more divisive. Like so many other revolutionary movements in other communities and around the world, that period saw our division and then dissolution. With Bill Ayers and others, I advocated a strategy we called inversion. Fugitives facing jail time would stay underground. But those who could, and that was most members of the organization, would surface and reintegrate into the above-ground movement. That strategy was opposed internally by the argument that the fight against racism mandated we remain armed and clandestine. The debate over inversion was never resolved. Instead, there was a painful and destructive split. The WUO ceased to exist. New, smaller groups emerged. Some decided to surface. Others attempted to support forces of the Black revolutionary struggle, and some of us set off on our own. Those years included the loss of lifetime friends, the abandonment of important organizational work, and, ultimately, the arrest and imprisonment of close compañeros. But no one who was involved with the WUO has ever renounced it or named names without permission. As far as I know, we have each lived our lives consistent with our version of the principles we fought for in the WUO. Weather report: it's getting warmer. We missed it at the time, but in the few years around the first Earth Day, the environmental movement won its battle to get Congress to pass several of the country's bedrock environmental laws. The Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, and the Endangered Species Act were all major pieces of legislation that passed while we were underground. Some of the country's most polluting industries were reined in, land, clean air, and water were protected, and millions of people's lives were saved and improved. From where we stood in 1970, the environmental movement was bourgeois, irrelevant, and white, a distraction from the more real and urgent tasks at hand, ending the war in Vietnam and fighting racism. But we were appalled at the U.S. military's use of the defoliant Agent Orange in Vietnam and came to understand how it poisoned not only the Vietnamese but also American GIs who were fighting in the contaminated areas. We did not see the centrality of the environmental consequences of rapacious American imperialism, or the potential of the environmental movement, even as it was growing like the women's and queer liberation movements out of the oppositional 1960s. Others did. The first Earth Day was the brainchild of, among others, former Senator Gaylord Nelson of Wisconsin. Explaining the idea, he said he had been inspired by the anti-Vietnam War teach-ins that had been sweeping U.S. campuses. I was still a high school student in Southern California when I exchanged letters with the senator, thanking him for his opposition to the Vietnam War. He was one of only 3 U.S. senators to vote against the first appropriation for the costs of the country's growing troop commitment to the Vietnam Land War. Others involved in the 1960s birth of the environmental movement included lawyers and activists who had experience fighting Jim Crow segregation laws in the South. One of the key assumptions of Prairie Fire was that U.S. imperialism was in decline, epitomized by the 1973 Paris Peace Accord and ceasefire and the impending U.S. military defeat in Vietnam. The war was not yet over, and it would still be another year before the last U.S. troops and South Vietnamese allies fled the country on April 30, 1975. But we saw Vietnam as the first of a new wave of Third World countries that would achieve independence and control over their own lives, labor, and natural resources. We saw a link between the energy crisis of the 1970s and the Vietnamese victory. The U.S. defeat in Vietnam, we believed, empowered the oil-producing nations to become more independent. But we also believed that U.S.-owned oil companies would become more rapacious in their thirst to control remaining world oil reserves. Now nearly 3,000 U.S. soldiers and nearly 40,000 Iraqi civilians have died in the first 3 years of George W. Bush's invasion and occupation of Iraq, a modern resource war whose poorly hidden goal is to secure control of the world's second-largest remaining known oil reserve, under the western Iraqi desert. Water is another threatened resource. More than 2 billion people lack access to clean, safe drinking water. Globalization. The target of militant street demonstrations in Seattle during the 1999 G8 meeting makes clean water a commodity to be exploited for profit, rather than a human right. Since we wrote Prairie Fire, the Earth's population has grown by more than 2 billion. We understood and were outraged by the unequal distribution of the world's natural resources and the exploitation of people's labor in developing countries. Like just about everyone else, however, we assumed the world's resources were infinite and that technology would solve all problems. But that is not the case. As we now know, without ensuring that the Earth's resources are used sustainably, preserving them for future generations, we run a very real risk of exhausting the planet's precious stock of fuel, water, and species diversity. We will not be the first society that has collapsed as a result. In Weatherman, we didn't think that the U.S. was the only country in need of revolutionary change. But we did think it was where we had the responsibility to act. That has not changed in the past 35 years. If anything, the need to confront and resist has only grown. So what does Weatherman politics offer today's environmental movement? There can be no solution to the world's environmental crisis as long as Americans enjoy their rapacious and engorged standard of living at the expense of the health and survival of billions of others, living disproportionately off the world's energy, water, and agricultural resources. This is in direct and vital conflict with the mainstream view, articulated most succinctly by Vice President Dick Cheney when he declared the American people's way of life to be non-negotiable. But someone has to negotiate, and that is the job for today's activists. We still need people protesting the crimes, resisting the leaders, standing up to the repression, and speaking the truth. There was always optimism in weather politics. It was provided by the examples we admired most, the successful liberation struggles we witnessed in countries like Cuba and Vietnam, as well as in the new movements that grew out of the 60s for women's liberation, gender freedom, and environmental protection. Today, while the ideologues of fundamentalism work to pull the world apart, I see hope in the global environmental movement. Surviving the looming catastrophes will require fundamental changes in the world's dominant political and economic structures. Let's make saving the planet for future generations a cause that unites and defines us now. Timeline. Trails of trouble. Roads of battles. Paths of victory. We shall walk. Bob Dylan, Paths of Victory. 1954. March. McCarthyism era closes with the televising of the Army McCarthy hearings and Edward R. Murrow's broadcast exposure of Senator Joseph McCarthy. In December, McCarthy is censured by the Senate. March 1st. Flying the Puerto Rican flag, nationalists Lolita Lebron, Rafael Cancel Miranda, Andres Figueroa Cordero, and Irvin Flores fire from the House of Representatives gallery, wounding 5 congressmen, in protest against Puerto Rico's colonial status. May 7th. Vietnamese armed forces capture Dien Bien Phu, following a long siege of French positions, and ending French occupation of Vietnam. May 17th. U.S. Supreme Court decides Brown v. Board of Education of Topeka, Kansas, holding that racially separate education is inherently unequal. Civil rights movements against all forms of discrimination and for the right to vote take heart and begin to expand exponentially. June 27. CIA-sponsored coup overthrows the elected progressive government of Jacobo Arbenz Guzman in Guatemala. CIA documents reveal plan to assassinate Arbenz. As the CIA installs his successor, hundreds of Guatemalans are rounded up and killed. July-August. At the Geneva Conference on Indochina, attended by France, Britain, the US, the Soviet Union, People's Republic of China, Laos, Cambodia, and the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, whose president is Ho Chi Minh, a ceasefire agreement is signed providing for a provisional military demarcation line near the 17th parallel. Ngo Dinh Diem is installed as Premier of South Vietnam, and an unsigned final declaration of the convention provides for general elections throughout Vietnam in July 1956. 1955. August 28. 15-year-old African-American Emmett Till is murdered in Money, Mississippi, for supposedly whistling at a white woman. An all-white jury acquits his killers. In Chicago, his hometown, tens of thousands file past his mutilated body in an open coffin. Around the country, the photographs of Till mobilize a national anti-lynching campaign. October 13. Allen Ginsberg gives the first public reading of Howl in San Francisco. The Beat Generation breaks into the national mind. October 26. Diem proclaims himself the first president of the Republic of Vietnam and announces that South Vietnam will not hold the elections called for at Geneva. November 1. U.S. establishes Military Assistance and Advisory Group Vietnam. December 1. Rosa Parks is arrested in Montgomery, Alabama, for refusing to give up her seat on a public bus to a white man and move to the back. Under the leadership of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. on December 5 the bus boycott begins, to end in victory a year later with the desegregation of Montgomery buses. 1955-56. Elvis Presley hits number 1 with Heartbreak Hotel, followed by other hits. Rock and Roll, adapted from Black Rhythm and Blues, is here to stay. Irish Republican Army begins armed campaign against Unionist regime in Northern Ireland. The African Party for the Liberation of Guinea-Bissau and the Cape Verde Islands is founded by Amilcar Cabral. 1957. January. Southern Christian Leadership Conference, headed by Rev. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and coordinated by Miss Ella Baker, founded in Atlanta. March 6. Ghana becomes the first sub-Saharan African nation to declare independence from European colonialism, led by Kwame Nkrumah. 30 other African nations follow. May. Largest civil rights demonstration ever held in Washington, D.C., by African Americans. Summer. Daisy Bates leads integration of Little Rock, Arkansas schools. Her home is bombed and her newspaper closed. 9 black children barred from schoolhouse doors by Arkansas governor. 101st Airborne sent in to safeguard the children. 1959. January 1. Dictator Fulgencio Batista flees Cuba, and 1 week later Che Guevara's column enters Havana and the Cuban Revolution, led by Fidel Castro, takes power. 1960. January. SDS is formed out of the Student League for Industrial Democracy. February 1. 4 black college students sit in at segregated Woolworth's lunch counter in Greensboro, North Carolina, and are arrested. Within a week, sit-ins spread to 15 cities. By September 1961 more than 70,000 people will have committed civil disobedience for civil rights. March 21. Sharpeville massacre in South Africa takes the lives of 69 people protesting apartheid past laws. The African National Congress is banned and turns to armed struggle. April 16. Founding Conference of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee in Raleigh, North Carolina, called by Ella Baker. SNCC becomes a major catalyst of the Southern Freedom Movement. August. Formation of the National Liberation Front of South Vietnam, an alliance of Diem opponents that will lead the political opposition to U.S. intervention. Former Viet Minh in South Vietnam begin forming armed units, to be termed by the Diem government Viet Cong. December. 900 U.S. military personnel serving in South Vietnam. 1961. February 12. Congo Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba murdered. CIA ally Joseph Mobutu leads army to put down Lumumba followers. April. Bob Dylan debuts in New York. April 17. Bay of Pigs invasion attempt to topple Fidel Castro defeated in 3 days, students protest the U.S. role. May 4. Freedom Riders leave Washington, D.C., in 2 buses. On May 14 a white mob in Anniston, Alabama, burns one of the buses and beats up the riders on both. Riders beaten when they reach Birmingham and Montgomery, where they are besieged in Martin Luther King Jr.'s church, federal marshals and National Guardsmen called out. 1962. February 8. MACV establishes headquarters in Saigon to coordinate buildup of U.S. advisors. Joint DM and U.S. Strategic Hamlet Program herds rural South Vietnamese population into concentration-type camps. June. Founding Convention in Michigan of SDS, which approves and issues the most widely read manifesto of the New Left, the Port Huron Statement. October 2. Riots at the University of Mississippi over the admission of James Meredith. October 22. The Cuban Missile Crisis comes to a head. December. 11,300 U.S. military personnel in South Vietnam. 1963. August. DM imposes martial law, 7 Buddhist monks commit suicide by self-immolation in protest against regime. President Kennedy loses confidence in DM and secretly encourages a military coup. DM is overthrown and murdered by General Duong Van Minh, who is himself overthrown by General Nguyen Con in early 1964. August 28. Martin Luther King Jr. delivers his I Have a Dream speech to 250,000 civil rights demonstrators in Washington, D.C. November 22. President John F. Kennedy assassinated in Dallas. Vice President Lyndon B. Johnson assumes the presidency. December. 16,300 U.S. military personnel serving in South Vietnam. 1964. February. Publication of Herbert Marcuse's One-Dimensional Man. February-June. President Johnson authorizes raids against the North Vietnamese coast. North Vietnamese construct the Ho Chi Minh Trail network, which will include roads, supply depots, and anti-aircraft defenses. General William Westmoreland takes over MACV in June. Viet Cong attack government outposts in South Vietnam. July-August. Mississippi Freedom Summer. SNCC and other Southern civil rights organizations mobilize thousands of volunteers to come south and register voters. 3 volunteers, Andrew Goodman, Michael Schwerner, and James Chaney, disappear in rural Mississippi. Victims of racist murder, their bodies are later found buried in a remote spot. August. Gulf of Tonkin Resolution. Based upon testimony of Robert McNamara that North Vietnam had attacked U.S. destroyers in the Gulf of Tonkin on August 2 and 4, Johnson submits to Congress a resolution authorizing him to take all necessary measures to repel any armed attack against the forces of the United States and to prevent further aggression in Southeast Asia. The resolution passes the House of Representatives unanimously. In the Senate, Wayne Morse and Ernest Gruning are the only nays. Later documents establish that Johnson had drafted the resolution months before the incident, that the ship fired upon was conducting an electronic surveillance mission, and that the second attack had never taken place. The Gulf of Tonkin Resolution provides the legal authority for all subsequent presidential escalations, and a 10-year war is fought with no congressional declaration of war. Democratic Party convention in Atlantic City refuses to seat Mississippi Freedom Party delegation led by Fannie Lou Hamer. The long, hot summer in the North and the South, riots in black communities in Harlem, in Rochester, New York, in Jersey City, Paterson, and Elizabeth, New Jersey, in Chicago, in Philadelphia, where 2,500 are arrested and 1,000 stores destroyed, and in cities in Florida, Mississippi, North Carolina, Maryland, and Louisiana. November 3. Lyndon B. Johnson elected president. December. 23,300 American military personnel in South Vietnam. More than 260 Americans have died in combat. 1965. February 21. Malcolm X assassinated by Nation of Islam security force during a speech at Harlem's Audubon Ballroom. March 7. Activists in the Selma, Alabama, civil rights movement attempt to march and are stopped and beaten at the Edmund Pettus Bridge. This sparks the Selma to Montgomery March, mobilizing organizers from all over the country. March 24. First anti-Vietnam War teach-in. It is held at the University of Michigan, in Ann Arbor, and its success triggers more than 100 others in the next 2 months. Estimates are that 35,000 students participated in these teach-ins. Ann Arbor was also the site of the first draft board sit-in 1965. April 17. SDS organizes first national march in Washington against the Vietnam War. SDS President Paul Potter delivers his Name the System speech, exhorting 20,000 marchers. What kind of system is it that justifies the United States seizing the destinies of the Vietnamese people and using them callously for its own purpose? What kind of system is it that disenfranchises people in the South, leaves millions upon millions of people throughout the country impoverished and excluded from the mainstream and promise of American society? We must name that system. We must name it, describe it, analyze it, understand it, and change it. SDS explodes into 100 campus chapters. August 11 to 16. Black uprising in Watts, lasting for 6 days. 34 people are killed, 1,000 injured, and 4,000 arrested. Fire damage is estimated at $175 million, and 2 days of uprisings in Chicago follow. October 15 to 16. First International Days of Protest against the Vietnam War. November 2. Norman Morrison, a 32-year-old Quaker, immolates himself in front of Defense Secretary Robert McNamara's office to protest the Vietnam War. Between 1965 and 1970, 8 Americans burned themselves to death in protest. December. Over 184,000 American military personnel are in South Vietnam, and more than 1,300 Americans killed in combat that year. 1966. January. In Cuba, the First Tricontinental Congress meets, bringing together the world's anti-imperialist organizations. In his message to the meeting, Che Guevara proposes the strategy to defeat imperialism: create 2, 3, many Vietnams. SDS's weekly newspaper, New Left Notes, begins publication. June 5. James Meredith, the black student who integrated the University of Mississippi in 1962, walks 220 miles from Memphis to Jackson for voter registration and against racist violence. On the second day of his march, Meredith is shot 3 times, and survives. Civil rights leaders continue the march, renaming it the March Against Fear. October. In Oakland, California, Merritt College students Huey Newton and Bobby Seale form the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. December. SDS adopts From Protest to Resistance as its new slogan, and urges resistance to the draft and to military service. Over 385,000 American military personnel are in South Vietnam, and more than 5,000 Americans are killed in combat in 1966. 1967. April 4. Rev. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. gives his first major speech condemning the Vietnam War at Riverside Church in New York, becoming co-chair of clergy and laymen concerned about Vietnam. April 28. Muhammad Ali refuses induction into the U.S. Army, speaking against the war across the country. He is stripped of his heavyweight championship title for 7 years. October 7. Che Guevara is captured and executed in Bolivia. The CIA is later shown to have been deeply implicated in his murder. October 16. Stop the Draft Week begins in Oakland, with mass turn-in of draft cards. Police beat demonstrators, protesters use mobile tactics and fight back against police. 7 activists, the Oakland 7, are charged with conspiracy, later acquitted in 1969. October 22. More than 50,000 anti-war demonstrators ring the Pentagon, confronting young armed National Guardsmen. The Yippies try to levitate the building, others to break inside. November 29. Johnson announces resignation of McNamara. November 30. Senator Eugene McCarthy announces he will oppose Johnson and calls for a negotiated settlement in Vietnam. December. Over 485,000 American military personnel are in South Vietnam and more than 9,300 Americans are killed in combat during 1967. 1968. Watershed year for student and youth protest around the world and for Vietnamese resistance. Growing government violence against civil rights leaders and students. January 21. North Vietnamese and NLF forces surround and bombard Khe Sanh combat base, with its garrison of 6,000 U.S. Marines, opening a 77-day siege. U.S. responds with a saturation bombing campaign. January 30. The Tet Offensive and General Uprising. On Tet, the Vietnamese New Year, NLF forces attack over 100 cities and there are 36 uprisings in provincial capitals. The NLF forces temporarily occupy and control the U.S. Embassy in Saigon. February 7. When black students demonstrate at South Carolina State College in Orangeburg, police open fire, killing 3 and wounding 33. March. The Republic of New Africa is formed in Detroit with 500 members, declaring independence from the U.S. and plans to free the land, the Black Belt South. March 19. A sit-in at Howard University that becomes a campus building takeover sparks other takeovers. By 1969, black student action calling for black studies departments and other demands hits over 50 colleges. Spring. In a typical 2-month period, the Fillmore East features performances by Janis Joplin, The Doors, Richie Havens, The Who, Jefferson Airplane, and Jimi Hendrix. March 31. President Lyndon Johnson announces that he will not run for re-election. Jubilation in the movement. April 4. Rev. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is assassinated in Memphis, Tennessee, where he is supporting that city's striking sanitation workers. People take to the streets and riot in 125 cities, tanks roll in Chicago, Baltimore, Cincinnati, and Washington, D.C. Fires reach within 6 blocks of the White House and machine guns are mounted on the Capitol balcony and the White House lawn. 46 people are killed, 2,500 injured, 70,000 troops are called out. The first 6 months of 1968 see 131 urban rebellions. April 6. Bobby Hutton, 16, the youngest member of the Black Panther Party, is shot and killed by Oakland police. April 23. Students at Columbia University sit in and then occupy 5 university buildings, demanding Columbia abandon construction of an exclusive gymnasium in Morningside Park, one of Harlem's few green spaces, and drop its war-related research projects. After a week of gaining support from the Harlem community and thousands of students, 1,100 students are arrested and many are injured 1 week later when Columbia calls in riot police to drag the students out. The school is on strike for the rest of the semester. Realizing the new student slogan, Create 2, 3, many Columbia's occupations and strikes begin to paralyze the nation's campuses. May 3. Police arrest leftist student leaders at the Sorbonne and are attacked by other students. Following strike and demonstrations lead to widespread street fighting and polls show 80% of Parisians support the students. Police occupy Sorbonne. Protests build until May 10 and 11, the night of the barricades, as street battles fill Paris. One-day general strike and demonstration of 1 million people spreads to other schools and workplaces, followed by spontaneous general strike of 9 million workers out against authoritarian conditions. De Gaulle dissolves parliament, calls for new elections, mobilizes armed forces. May 13. Marchers arrive in D.C. and set up Resurrection City across the street from the White House as the culmination of the Poor People's Campaign. The encampment is torn down by authorities on June 24. May 17. 9 Vietnam War protesters, including a nurse, an artist, and 3 priests, walk into a Catonsville, Maryland, draft board office, grab hundreds of selective service records and incinerate them with homemade napalm. They are indicted, become known as the Catonsville Nine, and 2 of them, Mary Moylan and Daniel Berrigan, go underground. June 5. Robert F. Kennedy is shot on the night he wins the California primary. He dies June 6. June 9 to 15. SDS National Convention at East Lansing, Michigan. The framework for discussion is the revolution. Bernardine Dorn is elected inter-organizational secretary and states, "I consider myself a revolutionary communist." July 26. Mexico City riot squads kill 7 and wound over 500 students in protest demonstration. All schools in Mexico City are ordered closed when 150,000 students begin general strike. August. SDS delegation travels to the New Left Global Conference at Ljubljana, Yugoslavia, and then continues on to Budapest for a week-long meeting with NLF and North Vietnamese delegations. August 20 to 21. Soviets invade Czechoslovakia, ending the Czech Party's Dubček-led experiment with socialism with a human face. August 25 to 30. Democratic National Convention in Chicago, thousands of protesters mass, demanding nomination of an anti-war candidate and an immediate end to the Vietnam War. Chicago police riot, injuring hundreds of demonstrators as well as reporters and convention delegates, as TV crews broadcast the police brutality. "The whole world is watching" becomes the watchword. The Democratic Party nominates Hubert Humphrey and rejects a peace platform. September. With the opening of the school year, SDS chapters proliferate at universities, community colleges, and high schools. September 9. Ocean Hill-Brownsville, a Brooklyn African-American neighborhood, demands community control of its schools, mobilizes overwhelming support among New York's African-American population. The United Federation of Teachers opposes the community's demands and holds an 8-week citywide walkout. The community keeps the schools in Ocean Hill-Brownsville. Splits in white left around the contradiction between unionism and anti-racism. September 7. New York radical women protest at the Miss America pageant in Atlantic City, initiated by New York radical women. Women's International Terrorist Conspiracy from Hell formed. September 23. Tens of thousands march into the mountains of Puerto Rico to the city of Lares to celebrate the 100th anniversary of El Grito de Lares, the 1868 uprising that first proclaimed the independent republic. September 28. J. Edgar Hoover proclaims that the Black Panther Party is the greatest threat to the internal security of the country. FBI internal memos call for COINTELPRO programs to target Black Panther leadership. In 1969, 27 Panthers are killed by police, 749 are arrested or jailed. October 2. Mexican students mount a further protest against police brutality. Troops fire upon and massacre students at Plaza de las Tres Culturas in Mexico City, killing more than 300. October 12. Anti-war march organized by active duty GIs and veterans draws 10,000 in San Francisco. October 18. At the Mexico City Olympics, Tommy Smith and John Carlos give Black Power salute while receiving their Olympic medals. November. The Rolling Stones release Beggar's Banquet, which includes cuts that resonate in the movement, Salt of the Earth, Sympathy for the Devil, and Street Fighting Man. November 5. Nixon defeats Hubert Humphrey in presidential race. November 6. Strike at San Francisco State, which will last almost 5 months, led by students of color, and finding allies among teachers and unions, including striking oil workers. December. More than 536,000 American military personnel are in South Vietnam and more than 14,500 Americans are killed in combat during 1968. 1969. March-May 18. Secret bombing of Laos and Cambodia begins with 3,630 raids over civilian areas flown by B-52 bombers. Estimates are that 350,000 deaths in Laos and 600,000 in Cambodia result from the ongoing U.S. war, including the bombing campaign. June-August. Weather collectives form in cities from Boston to Los Angeles. Members leave their spouses, schools, and jobs, move into collective houses, attempt to organize working-class youth to participate in the planned October Chicago Days of Rage, and steel themselves for confrontation through intense criticism sessions. June 18 to 22. Weatherman forms at SDS National Convention in Chicago when Bill Ayers, Jeff Jones, and Mark Rudd are elected national officers and Bernardine Dorn leads a walkout. June 27. New York City Tactical Police Force raid popular Greenwich Village gay bar, the Stonewall Inn. The crowds in the bar fight back, and the nights of backlash and protest that follow come to be known as the Stonewall Riots, an opening salvo in the gay liberation movement. July. Student movement delegation meets representatives of the NLF and North Vietnam in Havana, Cuba, for several weeks of discussion. The delegation includes Bernardine Dorn, Eleanor Stein, Ted Gold, and Diana Oten. August 29 Sept 1. Weatherman holds Cleveland conference to prepare for an October national action in Chicago. Women's group travels to Pittsburgh to stage militant jailbreaks in city schools. After jailbreaks and melee, more than 20 women are arrested, spend weeks in Pittsburgh jail. September 2. Death of Ho Chi Minh. September 24. Large and militant street demonstration held in Chicago at the opening of the trial of the Chicago 8. The defendants are Bobby Seale, Tom Hayden, Jerry Rubin, Abby Hoffman, Dave Dellinger, Rennie Davis, John Frowens, and Lee Weiner. They are represented by William Kunstler and Leonard Weinglass. October 5. Bomb topples the statue commemorating police killed in an 1886 labor demonstration for the 8-hour workday. The 1886 events in Chicago's Haymarket Square resulted in the arrest of 8 anarchists. 4 were executed, while a 5th committed suicide in prison. To Chicago protesters, the statue came to symbolize the war between the police on the one hand and protesters and labor on the other. October 8 to 11. Days of Rage demonstrations in Chicago. 700 arrests made, some on felony charges, 8 demonstrators shot by police. A planned street confrontation with the Chicago police sees hundreds participate rather than the thousands the organizers had anticipated. Nevertheless, demonstrators in riot gear march and take the streets, breaking store and car windows along Chicago's exclusive Gold Coast. November 15. Mass anti-war march in Washington, D.C., including 10,000-strong militant contingent that breaks away to confront the Justice Department and the Embassy of South Vietnam. December. Cook County, Illinois, grand jury indicts 64 weather activists on 37 counts from the Days of Rage. A total of 475,000 American military personnel are serving in South Vietnam and more than 9,400 Americans are killed in action during 1969. December 4. Murder by police and FBI of Chicago Black Panther Party chairman Fred Hampton, 21, and Mark Clark while they slept. In response, unoccupied Chicago police cars firebombed. December 27 to 30. Final public weather conference in Flint, Michigan, the War Council. The group objectifies violence for its own sake in rhetoric, music, poetry, and ritual. Some members tap to begin preparing to go underground in the face of continuous confrontations with police. 1970. January. Weather leaders close the doors of the SDS National Office on West Madison in Chicago. February 20. Chicago 7 convicted, simultaneous militant the day after demonstrations flare around the country. March 6. Accidental dynamite explosion in the basement of a townhouse on West 11th Street in New York's Greenwich Village kills weather members Diana Oten, Terry Robbins, and Ted Gold. Planned action against an Army officers' club averted. Dozens of weathermen disappear, many becoming fugitives when they miss late March court dates on Days of Rage-related charges. March 9. SNCC activists Ralph Featherstone and William Chapin are killed when a bomb explodes in their car in Maryland. April 2nd. 12 weather members indicted by a Chicago federal grand jury on conspiracy charges related to the Days of Rage. April 22nd. The first Earth Day. 20 million people demonstrate at colleges, schools, and communities against the destruction of the natural environment. May 4th. National Guard kills 4 students and injures 9, firing on an anti-war demonstration at Kent State University in Ohio. Protests fire campuses across the nation. More than 500 campuses are shut down by student strikes involving over 4 million students, classes and graduations are cancelled, and 51 campuses remain closed for the remainder of the school year. May 10th. Weather Underground bombs National Guard headquarters in Washington, D.C., in response to the National Guard murders of students at Kent State. May 14th. Police kill 2 and wound 12 black students demonstrating at Mississippi's Jackson State University. After the Kent and Jackson State killings, 30 ROTC buildings are destroyed by fire or bombs and the National Guard is called out to occupy 21 campuses. The first half of 1970 sees almost 500 acts of arson or bombings of government, corporate, police, or military targets. May 21st. Bernardine Dohrn issues first Weather Underground communique, a taped reading of a declaration of a state of war. June 9th. Weather Underground bomb explodes in the New York City Police headquarters at 250 Center Street and organization claims responsibility in communique. July 23rd. 13 weather people indicted by Detroit federal grand jury on conspiracy charges. July 26th. Weather Underground bombs explode at the Presidio Army Base and MP station in San Francisco, commemorating 11th anniversary of the Cuban Revolution, and organization issues communique in response to Detroit indictments. August. Weather Underground bomb explodes in the Marin County Courthouse, immediately following the deaths of Jonathan Jackson, William Christmas, and James McLean in attempt to free Soledad brother author George Jackson during a court appearance. August 24th. In an action unrelated to the Weather Underground, 4 men including students and former students park an explosives-filled van outside the University of Wisconsin Army Math Building, which houses a military research center, resulting in the tragic unintended death of 33-year-old physics researcher Robert Fasnacht. September 15th. Communique issued after Weather Underground assists Timothy Leary in escape from the California men's colony in San Luis Obispo, California, where he was serving a 10-year prison sentence for the possession of 2 joints. October 8th. Fugitive priest Daniel Berrigan is arrested on charges stemming from napalming draft files in Catonsville, Maryland. Weather Underground issues public letter along with taped message from Berrigan stating, "Outlawry is the normal condition in which decent men and women are called upon to live today." Communique announces fall offensive. Weather Underground bombs the reconstructed Haymarket Police statue. Long Island City Courthouse bombed in Queens, in solidarity with revolts taking place in New York City prisons. The Proud Eagle Tribe Women's Brigade of the Weather Underground bombs Harvard Center for International Affairs. December. More than 334,000 U.S. military personnel remain in South Vietnam and more than 4,200 Americans are killed in action in 1970. December 6th. New morning changing weather communique issued, criticizing the military error. 1971. January. New York Panther 21 issue open letter to Weather Underground criticizing New Morning and urging them to continue armed struggle. February 8th. South Vietnamese government troops invade Laos under extensive U.S. air support. February 28th. Weather Underground bomb damages the U.S. Capitol after the invasion of Laos. March 8th. FBI office in Media, Pennsylvania, is broken into by a group of Catholic leftists, who steal and then leak to the press documentation of the FBI's counterintelligence program against the movement COINTELPRO. April-May. May Day anti-war demonstrations bring hundreds of thousands of protesters to Washington, D.C., and mass civil disobedience and arrests. May Day organizers Stu Albert and Judy Gumbo, questioned about their involvement with the Capitol bombing, proclaim on the building steps, "We didn't do it, but we dug it." Vietnam veterans against the war stage Operation Dewey Canyon 3, Vietnam veterans testify before Congress, nearly 1,000 throw their medals onto the Capitol steps. June 13. The New York Times publishes the Pentagon Papers, Secret Defense Department study of U.S. involvement in Vietnam. August. Department of Corrections in San Francisco and Office of California Prisons in Sacramento bombed by the Weather Underground for the murder of George Jackson allegedly in an escape attempt in August 1971. September. Bomb explodes in New York State Department of Corrections headquarters in response to the assault upon prisoner held Attica. September 13. Inmates at Attica Prison having taken over, demand to be treated as men, with hostage guards. On orders of Governor Nelson Rockefeller, state police retake prison, opening fire and killing inmates and guards alike. October. Proud Eagle Tribe Women's Brigade bombs MIT Research Center and the office of former CIA Asia expert and McGeorge's brother, William Bundy. December. Although Nixon announces on November 12 that U.S. troops in Vietnam have ended offensive ground operations, more than 156,000 U.S. military personnel remain in South Vietnam. More than 1,300 Americans are killed in action in 1971. 1972. March 30. North Vietnamese launch Easter offensive into South Vietnam's Quang Tri province. North Vietnamese forces advance to capture Loc Ninh, and surround an Loc, and attack Tan Can and Doc Tu. April 16. Nixon orders air attacks on Hanoi and Haiphong. May. Weather Underground bombs Pentagon in response to U.S. mining of North Vietnamese harbors at Haiphong and bombing of Hanoi, the capital. May 8. Nixon announces mining of North Vietnamese ports, and expands bombing of North Vietnam to include rail lines and roads. June 17. Watergate burglars arrested. October 26. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger announces that peace is at hand while negotiations continue. November 7. Richard Nixon defeats George McGovern to win re-election in presidential race. December 18 to 29. The Christmas bombing. U.S. renews bombing with first B-52 raids against Hanoi, resulting in more than 1,300 deaths in the city. 1973. January 23. U.S., North Vietnam, South Vietnam, and the Provisional Revolutionary Government sign Paris Peace Accord in preliminary step to ending the war. Withdrawal begins of remaining 23,400 U.S. troops in South Vietnam and the U.S. military draft ends. March 29. Last U.S. combat troops withdrawn from South Vietnam. Heavy U.S. bombing continues in Cambodia. May. Weather Underground bombs 103rd Precinct of New York City Police Department, for the police murder of 10-year-old black child Clifford Glover. September 11. General Augusto Pinochet of Chile leads military coup unseating and then murdering Chile's elected Popular Socialist President, Salvador Allende. The coup is followed by murderous reprisals by Pinochet's forces, disappearances, torture, and killings of thousands. Files released years later establish U.S. involvement in the planning and execution of the Pinochet coup. September 23. Weather Underground bombs the Latin American headquarters of ITT, one of the major multinational investors in Chile, responsible for financing Allende's opposition. 1974. March. Weather Underground bombs federal offices of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare in San Francisco, in response to drastic cuts in welfare and other public assistance. May. Weather I, collection of Communiques, published. July 24. 5,000 copies of Prairie Fire distributed clandestinely across the country. August 9. Nixon resigns to avoid impeachment. Vice President Gerald Ford becomes president. Ford appoints Nelson Rockefeller his vice president, Donald Rumsfeld his chief of staff, with Cheney as Rumsfeld's assistant. December 13. North Vietnamese begin offensive in Phao Si Long province after launching local attacks to position for a general offensive. 1975. January. Khmer Rouge launch offensive in Cambodia and North Vietnamese begin major offensive in the Central Highlands, absent American military response. March 11. North Vietnamese take Ban My Thuot, Quang Tri Province, Hue, Da Nang, and Nha Trang as soldiers and refugees flee, hoping for evacuation. April 17. Khmer Rouge captures Phnom Penh, and evacuates its population. This ends the American war in Cambodia. April 30. Final defeat of the U.S. in Vietnam, withdrawal of remaining U.S. personnel and triumphal entry into Saigon by forces of the Provisional Revolutionary Government of South Vietnam. U.S. evacuates thousands of Americans and South Vietnamese by helicopter from Saigon. Final death toll among Indo-Chinese is estimated at 3 million people, the overwhelming majority civilians. August 23. War in Laos ends with Pathet Lao troops entering Vientiane. 1976. December. Dissolution of the Weather Underground Organization. Sources: Albert, Judith Clavier, and Albert, Stewart Edward, ed. The 60s Papers, Documents of a Rebellious Decade. Westport, C.T., Praeger Paperback, 1984. Ayres, Bill. Fugitive Days, A Memoir. Boston, Beacon Press, 2001. Bates, Milton J. Et.al., ed. Reporting Vietnam, American Journalism 1959–1975. New York, Library of America, 1998. Berger, Dan. Outlaws of America, The Weather Underground and the Politics of Solidarity. Oakland, AK Press, 2006. Bird, Kai. The Color of Truth, McGeorge Bundy and William Bundy, Brothers in Arms. New York, Simon & Schuster, 1998. Elbaum, Max. Revolution in the Air, 60s Radicals Turn to Lenin, Mao and Che. New York, Verso, 2002. Giddings, Paula J. When and Where I Enter, The Impact of Black Women on Race and Sex in America. New York, William Morrow, 1984. Jones, Ty. A Radical Line, From the Labor Movement to the Weather Underground, One Family's Century of Conscience. New York, Free Press 2004. Kopkind, Andrew. The 30 Years' Wars, Dispatches and Diversions of a Radical Journalist 1965–1994. New York, Verso, 1995. Kurlansky, Mark. 1968, The Year That Rocked the World. New York, Ballantine, 2004. Raskin, Jonah, ed. The Weather Eye, Communiques from the Weather Underground. New York, Union Square Press, 1974. Varon, Jeremy. Bringing the War Home, The Weather Underground, the Red Army Faction, and Revolutionary Violence in the 60s and 70s. Berkeley, University of California Press, 2004. Annotation 2006. It began with this paper, which was introduced and signed by 11 SDS activists at the organization's June 1969 convention. In the increasingly ideological hothouse of SDS, the authors were seeking an alternative ideology to the classic view of the white working class as the leading agent of revolutionary social change in the United States. Lin Piao, whose quote that the world was primarily defined by the struggle between U.S. imperialism and Third World liberation struggles, was a leader of the Chinese People's Red Army who had made the Long March with Chairman Mao Zedong. After breaking with the chairman on issues related to the growing tensions between China and the Soviet Union, he subsequently died in the mysterious crash of a plane that was flying him to Moscow. You don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. International Revolution. The contradiction between the revolutionary peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America and the imperialists headed by the United States is the principal contradiction in the contemporary world. The development of this contradiction is promoting the struggle of the people of the whole world against U.S. imperialism and its lackeys. Lin Piao. Long live the victory of people's war. People ask, what is the nature of the revolution that we talk about? Who will it be made by and for, and what are its goals and strategy? The overriding consideration in answering these questions is that the main struggle going on in the world today is between U.S. imperialism and the national liberation struggles against it. This is essential in defining political matters in the whole world, because it is by far the most powerful. Every other empire and petty dictator is in the long run dependent on U.S. imperialism, which has unified, allied with, and defended all of the reactionary forces in the whole world. Thus, in considering every other force or phenomenon, from Soviet imperialism or Israeli imperialism to workers' struggle in France or Czechoslovakia, we determine who are our friends and who are our enemies according to whether they help U.S. imperialism or fight to defeat it. So the very first question people in this country must ask in considering the question of revolution is where they stand in relation to the United States as an oppressor nation, and where they stand in relation to the masses of people throughout the world whom U.S. imperialism is oppressing. The primary task of revolutionary struggle is to solve this principal contradiction on the side of the people of the world. It is the oppressed peoples of the world who have created the wealth of this empire and it is to them that it belongs. The goal of the revolutionary struggle must be the control and use of this wealth in the interests of the oppressed peoples of the world. It is in this context that we must examine the revolutionary struggles in the United States. We are within the heartland of a worldwide monster, a country so rich from its worldwide plunder that even the crumbs doled out to the enslaved masses within its borders provide for material existence very much above the conditions of the masses of people of the world. The U.S. empire, as a worldwide system, channels wealth, based upon the labor and resources of the rest of the world, into the United States. The relative affluence existing in the United States is directly dependent upon the labor and natural resources of the Vietnamese, the Angolans, the Bolivians and the rest of the peoples of the Third World. All of the United Airlines Astrojets, all of the Holiday Inns, all of Hertz's automobiles, your television set, car and wardrobe already belong, to a large degree, to the people of the rest of the world. Therefore, any conception of socialist revolution simply in terms of the working people of the United States, failing to recognize the full scope of interests of the most oppressed peoples of the world, is a conception of a fight for a particular privileged interest, and is a very dangerous ideology. While the control and use of the wealth of the empire for the people of the whole world is also in the interests of the vast majority of the people in this country, if the goal is not clear from the start we will further the preservation of class society, oppression, war, genocide, and the complete immiseration of everyone, including the people of the U.S. The goal is the destruction of U.S. imperialism and the achievement of a classless world, world communism. Winning state power in the U.S. will occur as a result of the military forces of the U.S. overextending themselves around the world and being defeated piecemeal. Struggle within the U.S. will be a vital part of this process, but when the revolution triumphs in the U.S. it will have been made by the people of the whole world. For socialism to be defined in national terms within so extreme and historical an oppressor nation as this is only imperialist national chauvinism on the part of the movement. Part I. Sing a Battle Song. Poems by Women. In the Weather Underground Organization. This book is for all women who are fighting. Fighting to survive. Fighting to live in dignity. Fighting to change things. Women who bring the defeat of this inhuman state closer each day. The sisters who wrote these poems are all women in the Weather Underground Organization. Most of us have lived underground almost 5 years. We agree wholeheartedly with the women of Vietnam, revolution is our way of liberation. We are daughters of the Vietnam War, schooled by Black and Third World struggles, having come of age within the massive resistance of students, youth, and women. We are joining our lives with the needs and aspirations of poor and working class women. We are learning our strengths as women fighting for liberation alongside our sisters here and around the world. In choosing this underground path, we and our brothers have made a commitment to continuing our opposition to U.S. imperialism and to creating a political and armed organization for revolution. We have spoken to you in many voices through armed actions and our political statement prairie fire, statements and letters, leaflets and posters. These are some of our poems, written in the course of the struggle. The voice/s of this book is one more way to share with you our thoughts and our growth. This is a women's book. During these years we have been part of the righteous struggles for the liberation of women. The active and principled sisterhood of women is a crucial part of the struggle to free all people. Unity among women enables us to be vigilant and forceful against sexism, to encourage and strengthen each other, and to develop a culture of resistance. We have worked hard to build a women's community, developing programs around women's issues, growing as fighters, reclaiming the true history of the people, and developing an ideology that integrates women's experience with that of the people as a whole. We have undertaken campaigns to identify and root out sexist behavior and ideas among comrades. Male supremacy poisons people's lives. Where it is not vigorously opposed, it holds back the development of the revolutionary forces. This struggle is an ongoing one. It changes everyone, women and men, and makes it possible to be a united and insurgent force against the state. The revolutionary community needs to contain within it the seeds of a future society where people treat each other with respect and can see the possibilities of becoming new women and new men. Everything that chokes our lives and freedom living under imperialism is a women's issue. Women live under difficult, often miserable conditions. Women are forced to become servants to men, to families, to bosses, and to the empire. To achieve the full liberation of women means to end the ways we are dehumanized and exploited because of our sex, race, or class. Those institutions and forces which degrade and oppress women are our enemies, to be identified, resisted, and overthrown. We can be free only when we make a revolution and create a society based upon cooperation and sharing, rather than on competition and profit, a socialist society. It is then that women's oppression will have no material basis to exist and we will be able to carry our struggle through to the end. The poems in this book reflect the times in which they were written. The Vietnam poems, for example, were almost all written before the signing of the peace accords. There are no poems here about the post-ceasefire war, about the 200,000 prisoners still held in South Vietnamese jails, about the Fort Kissinger daily violations of the peace accords, about the continued U.S. determination to thwart the Indo-Chinese people's fight for independence. These are urgent realities. The liberation struggles of the Vietnamese people remains a defining struggle of our lifetime, which affects the possibilities for liberation throughout the world. We are not professional poets. Some poems were chosen for what they say, some for how they say it. Poems are for people to write, as they live, they are a way to share experiences and move others. We prepared this book of poetry as cultural workers, striving to create poems which are accessible to the people and responsible to the struggle. These poems were written by individual women. Yet each was discussed collectively, praised and criticized for its content, its craftswomanship, its effectiveness. Often this was painful and awkward, but the process of trying to integrate individual and collective energies pushed us to develop and improve. The collective process stretches beyond ourselves to many women we have never met. In times of growing resistance, much poetry has emerged from the struggles, poetry written by Black women, Carolyn Rogers, Sonia Sanchez, June Jordan, Gwendolyn Brooks, Nikki Giovanni, poetry from the women's movement, Marge Piercy, Alta, Judy Gran, Susan Griffin, the poetry of Diane DiPrima, Denise Levertov and many others. These sisters, through their writing, have a hand in this book. The culture of women, the telling of our struggles, joy, pain and survival has been a great source of strength to us, passed down through centuries, engraved on a clay pot, stitched in a quilt, written on paper and bark, sung in laments and ballads, tales told by our grandmothers and their grandmothers before them. Our proud moments and victories, our setbacks and defeats are recorded and passed on. From woman to woman, through the whole people. January 1975. Song. Our song has come from many places. Working a way to make the drastic transplanting take root. Collecting the rich soil of Vietnamese purpose. Spreading it thin among us. Until we grew through several seasons. And began to believe we could cultivate a homegrown variety. We are coming back home. To each other. Though we didn't know anyone else had been. A/way. January 1972. Sisterhood is not magic. Whatever did the witches do? They must have quarreled beneath the stars. About how to ease the pain of wounds. With ergot, belladonna or nasturtium. And argued. Taking long moonlight walks arm in arm. About how to save the devil's party. Where to meet most safely. And best serve the peasant's needs. And when a sister went on trial, Jacoba for example. Even lovers among witches must have disagreed over what would be her best defense. Disturbing a quiet constellation in a July sky. To some, their magic seemed easy. But we, who often walk in their footsteps, know better. Summer 1973. Waiting 13. This is the way we learn humility. How many times have people sat and waited alone in a house, waiting for the comrades to come back? The battle is planned. Every minute is accounted for. Every person knows her job. All care has been taken. Tonight, how many guerrillas are fighting battles? Tonight, the radio reports. The police are attempting to drive hundreds of demonstrators back from the streets. Rocks are flying. You can hear the chants, the breaking glass. The sirens behind the nervous newsman's patter. 11 o'clock. Not done yet. How many have been done before us? The line stretches back through history. How many are there still to do? Autumn 1971. For Asada Shakur 14. Underground is not the right word. It makes it seem too simple. As if there is an easy way to disappear. A place to go. Beneath the city streets. There is no safe passage. You moved among your people. A gentle wind. Invisibly winding into their lives. Constrained a normal human response to daily injustice. With an exhausting effort. A ballooning breath of anger caged inside. Carefully choosing the moment of attack. And with muscles taut like the stretched skin of a drum. Rode the subways between two businessmen. Studying your picture in the New York Times. Although we had never seen one another. I wondered how you liked to spend those moments. When freedom meant. You knew. They didn't know. And during those last months. When they hunted you hard. I was an invisible supporter. Working on another front. Knowing of those tearing apart times. When the days are like the flashes. Of a strobe light. And the earth turns with a racing rhythm. Running the guerrilla. Through the changes of a normal lifetime. In a single month. And when you were captured, sister. I wept. For all of us. June, 1973. People's War. We are living in a time. When the city around us dissolves into a dragon-shaped land. The other side of the world. Another people. A history whose scroll unrolls in stylized battles of the Orient. 2,000 years of war. From the Mongol invaders driven back by women warriors. In every village. There is a house of tradition. There the history of the village is preserved. For everyone to see. Not in monuments to famous men. or markers of the big battles only. But here, this gun brought down a plane. This trap guarded the gate. This letter, written by a 10-year-old girl who died in the bombing. The blood of the past waters our anger. We honor those who went before. The same Lee fought over many times. The same road, built and destroyed and then rebuilt. And again destroyed. Read the French battle annals. N.K., C.U.Ch., Route 13. The wrecked shells of transports line those impenetrable roads. Carts, wagons, then jeeps and trucks. And now the helicopters. What is the road? The Americans mark it on a map. A known line. But its measure lies in other dimensions. The human will. The human spirit. It is the tiny blood vessel to the heart. 10 tiny invisible trails. A tunnel. A pontoon bridge lit only by the moon. Reflected in scraps of white paper. Held by hundreds of people to illuminate the path. Where headlights would betray. A child running silently at night carrying bags of rice. A shallow bamboo fishing boat. Unloading a ship in harbor. The Americans' shadow box in the city. Their poison rain eating away at the towns. The carnival mirror of American cities. Torn from your own space and time. Into the motorcycle nightmare. The streets. Lined with legless beggars. Hustling child women. The children too now called to the army. The markets. Empty and razed. Only the flies feast. The explosion of the swollen capital. Contained by arrests of thousands. By torture on the island prison. The Americans bring the cruelest weapons. Their chemicals deform the children. Conscript the clouds. Fire the woods. Centuries of patient work built the earth and water walls. Marked off the rice fields. Now floods threaten. Dark brown torrents of soil carrying flood rivers. Trunks of trees rising. Like a foreign vegetable. Out of the growing lakes. The bridge wall cracks, the house strains. Still you persevere. Tired faces, with a subtle and quiet confidence. The leaders in their worn clothes. Gather in a semicircle. At a meeting in the forest. The eyes of your children. The smile of Ho. A woman's laughter before a song begins. Your faces are in all our dreams. Summer 1972. Day of the monsoon. A rage mixed with pain and tears. Is inside me. This day of the monsoon. Soon. The outcome of the Battle of the Dikes. Will be known. Yesterday the people were working hard. Was there time to sing? Each handful of mud and barrel of cement. Braced against the American way. Poured in the cracks and fissures. Of bombs and death and greed. Was there time? Was there time to sing? Or did they labor quietly? On the day when more Nixon bombs than ever scarred their sacred soil. Sirens in the air. On the day of the monsoon. We hear of preparations underway. To each house, moor a boat. On each roof, sow your seeds. New plants are being planted now. Those which can grow submerged in the waters. Like the Vietnamese. Beneath the rain of bombs. Spring 1972. Spider poem. Spider, spin me a world web. Touch women far away. I go slide down the strands. Subway spider strands. To other lands. Touch other hands. Spider, spider, a world web. A meeting place. To share a meal, a cup of rice. A night of stories. A day's toil. Tired hands from the field. Smell of soil. Warm baths and back rubs. Shared children. Shared fire. Shared burdens. Gentle hands for bodies. Tense and bent. Spider, spider, storm the land with silken strands like fine hair. Listen by the fire. Shhhhhhh. A child cries. Tired raspy voice. Soft body molded round. Into an olden arm, rough. Like tree bark, tough. She cradles that baby strong. And gentle. Spider, spider. Weave me a web. A world web. Stretch your special liquid. Around the land. Above the waters. Through tall trees. We will meet. All of us. Women of every land. Children on backs, in arms, in shopping carts. We will meet. In the center. Make a circle. To discuss. To simply discuss. To simply discuss amongst ourselves. Our lives. And what is to be done. And with our fine spider net. We intend. To entangle. The powers. That bury. Our children. November 1974. Prairie Jane. You probably think. I forgot. Or maybe you did too. Moving day. In a blizzard, bare hands burning. You traveled light, leaving your man. But everyone helped me drag. Years of gathering. Cups and curtains and papers. And things. As it grew dark. The final effort. A vast Viking table. Center of our house. Circle of meals and meetings. Songs of SNCC and legal briefs. A women's house. You grew on the plains. Pioneer woman spirits grew with the corn, passed among the plain women. Gently you showed me women can defy. Demand. Declare themselves sisters. Delight in the different ways we came. You broke open a path. And the branches and vines. Cut and claimed you. You want no marker. Claim. No acclaim. Thank you, Jane. December 1972. In my steep and scary path. In my steep and scary path. You were an unexpected green meadow. Where I rested and sunned myself a while. I know I can never go back to that place. But next time, farther on, you may be. A dark brook flowing through a mossy canyon. Or a tree. Tall and still against the sky. At the top of a hill. Autumn 1972. Riding the subways. You. Over there in the corner. Standing against the door. Yes, I know. The bouncing is terrible. And it is impossible to talk. What I wanted to ask you. Is someone at home? Your husband? Your teenage son? Or a friend? Making dinner? Getting things ready? So you can just unlock the door. Drop your packages. Say hello. Take a minute or two. Without rushing. In the bathroom. And then slump down in the chair. In front of your table. Never mind time clocks. Never mind rush orders. Never mind good manners. Ready to eat? Eat good. Enjoy it. Make a feast of it. And have fun. While you do it. Because you sure look tired now. Autumn 1973. For a troubled sister. Make your need known. Need is human. Pain is woman. You are precious. To me. To the circle. To the people. Becoming resigned to a life without need. Without silence or rest. Is incorrect. A bad example. A short-sighted way. Is this a cycle? If so, where is its door? How do we break it? Shatter onto some new plane? The others of us must hear your voice. And add ours. Plan strategy to defeat this thing sapping you. And others, too. Our value is no Puritan one of joyless labor. But of hard work and fine life. From each according to her ability. To each according to her need. Our cures are homely things. Sweet teas for the late nights. Borrowed Chinese magic. Digging fingers into the black earth to ease mind and tire body. We must apply them seriously and measure our progress. We must watch out for each other better. Nurture your well-being. The way we guard you from the enemy. Nothing is more important to do than to renew. Regain your beautiful strength, which moves mountains. August 1974. Womankild's poem. The wind and the sea. The wind rushing through the trees sounds like the sea beating against the rocks. Listen to it rush. Listen to it rush. Spring 1974. For our street. The street shuffles on by. Cold wind shuffle. Broom handle shuffle. Collar up age in the chill. Brush the street over and over as if it was yours. Every leaf tidy in its place. Shining pave. Broom shuffle next door. The street runs along. Schools outrun mama out front. Leaning on the old cars. Watch the broke glass. Run by big shoes. Run by chase a girl child. Big eyes gold hoops in her ears. Round the corner I. Late night mean street sirens screech. Round that sharp turn. Cautious eyes crowd every window. Peek from the blinds where's the heat. They jump out screaming cars. Flash the alleys and are gone again. Everybody sighs back. AM bodega music. 10 men hang the corner in a circle knot. Look inward, watch all corners. Cold wind to be hanging. Thin jackets. Hungry. Sweet faces smile from the window. Elbows black from scrubbing that old sill 10 years. Red elegantly knotted silk round her head. You're a great people. African people. Indio people. You princesses and you magic men. You wise old warriors and you new babes. December 1973. Malthusian mythologies. There are too many people in the world. And not enough food. No, we said, a few control the world's food. Food as weapon, food as profit. Well, the poor in Latin America would have to come here then. Where there is plenty. They are forced to grow, we said. Tobacco and coffee for the Yankees. You can't feed children cash crops. Too many mouths, too much suffering, not enough corn. Better to lessen the burden. Give back the land, the ore, the copper, the tin. We cried. Don't take away the babies. People are most precious. Children are our treasure. This we'll organize first. Cancel the moonshots and profits. Apply our wits and love to growing things. Learn to cultivate new/ways. The Chinese give support and encouragement to minorities. Lend special effort to preserve these cultures. While the Han population is mobilized to plan for 2 children. Can you imagine the head of Hugh announcing support for more black babies and Puerto Ricanos and Eskimos? There's no space for all those brown babies here. It's a child-beating society. Divided against self-same blood. Eager to export the solutions. U.S. prime sterilization of the life processes. A death culture. Carried by missionaries and Rockefeller agents. The peddlers of chains that tie the tubes. They come wrapped in signs saying, "Free the women." Mirror of history. Mirror of war, fear of the fast-breeding poor. It is cheaper to kill a gorilla in the womb than in the mountains. Genocide. Women, sisters. We must uncover ways to bear and ways to not bear. Birth and death are sacred rights of people. These men confound them. They war on wombs. Upside down planning from the rich. They should be planting seeds, not coils and shields. The poor will inherit the right to their fertile land. January 1974. For the deep down in their woman, is a husky-voiced bear, with a slow way of talking. There's an earthiness in walking. Each footstep, as it stomps down, touches ground, firmly rooted. Each step, there's a slow-moving lumbering, rolling, lolling, strong-fisted, deep down, in you motion, as you take things in, as you sift things through, as you put things forth. Straight arrowed earth strong rumbles, from deep down in your inner wells. Autumn 1973. For a friend who didn't know who I was. What have you been doing? And how have you been? And we begin another weekend. I am a juggler of safe answers to such simple questions between friends, tangled in my own uncertainties. Each momentary silence slices deep into the future of our possibilities. I pretended that the awkwardness was common in a new friendship. Hoped you wouldn't notice the strain. My voice, as I described a neighbor's dope bust. And when another is caught, I cared too much, wanting you to care about her/me. Month by month, beneath the many colors of my hair, beneath my scarlet cape and amber earrings, home-sewn bulging bags of flutes, and the mysteries of women, I have been stretching in snail slides to you. So wrapped in unraveling my own threads, I failed to notice that in exchange for your patience with my too long silences, my awkwardness at such simple questions between friends, in exchange for giving me the space to unfold at my own pace, you kept something to yourself. July 1973. Straight talk. Hey, just a minute. Now, what was that you said? Oh, you really got guts to say it again. Well, let me be plain. No mincing words. Stick. Yes, stick, I mean stick. Stickety stick. Stick, stack, stuck. Stick it up your ass. That's right. That's just what I said. Yes. You got it? Now you can close your mouth. You actually understood what I said. Rude. Now really? So I am rude. No manners to use such language. Such foul language. No woman should use such foul language. Foul. Did you say foul? While fouling me? What a way. What a long way. Yes, quite a long way still to go for us. Even in these small, not particularly revolutionary, as you might say, rude little details. Autumn 1973. For two sisters. I think of you often. Woman love. Sounds of your steps up the cellar stairs, emerging from the basement in the mornings, still drowsy with sleep. Love making on your breath, on your bodies. Aura of smells and warmth enveloped you then. It wasn't the words we spoke, or the things we did together, that have stayed with/in me these years, but the touch of your closeness and woman depth of your loving, that have become for me a time-worn mirror, into which I've often looked, seeking my reflection there. Summer 1973. For L. Many times we have talked, laughed, shared. A flash of recognition in your eyes told me, whether you smile in agreement or wrinkle your brow in disagreement, that you never question me or my right to speak up, to explore what I think. There is the warmth of sisterhood and the keen eye of politics watching. Summer 1973. Women's Lament. AAAEE. AIAE. They are sending bombs into the children's beds. Tiny steel pellets are commanded to pierce the heads and hearts of young women and men. Old people die, like the water buffalo, because they cannot move fast enough to outwit the mindless stealth of electronic demons. Oh, women, let us lament. Let our salt tears flow, as they have flowed from the eyes of women for centuries. Our tears are an offering we can make to the lives that will, now, not be led, and to the loves that cannot now be fulfilled. And from the running streams of our tears may come understanding, some way of feeling with our bodies what our minds have been told about the carnage that is being directed in specific detail by self-conscious men. We must cry out in anguish now, to know the wound, to understand its nature and extent. New life must be tended and cared for, but only when the devastation and tragedy have been duly registered and taken into the people's heart, when the private wounds have been shared and taken by the larger, stronger whole to bear, by the mixing of salt tears in the dust. Yes, let us wail and weep together, so that our lament becomes also a weapon, which we direct against the vicious demons who haunt our world today. Let us wail at the gates of the White House, night and day. Let us wail at Air Force and Navy bases, to give solace to young men who are resisting, and to send in the echoes of the ages to arrogant men who think they are the torch-bearers of civilization. And let us wail at the homes of the strategists who masquerade as ordinary citizens, determining the values by which we live. These men must not conduct war in peace. Our grieving will become a cancer within ourselves if we do not turn it into vengeance. 1971. Open 15. Nguyen Thai Binh carried 2 lemons wrapped in tinfoil in a small brown paper bag. Nothing is more precious than our independence, he said. My only bomb is my human heart, he said to Nixon in the letter he wrote, and he was on his way to Hanoi to stand there and kill him, kill the son of a bitch, yelled the pilot, and held him for the passenger with a gun to take aim and shoot 5 times into the chest of Nguyen Thai Binh, into the heart that was a bomb that was detonated then and explodes into this space and beat through the universe. Shock waves, light waves through earth and air, moving us all into one time. This time, our time, the time of Nguyen Thai Binh. Summer 1972. Return of the POW 16. The day the cowboys came to town. The red bled out from the American flags, poured from windows and swirled thick in the streets. For the marching bands, at high noon they mounted Cadillacs. Airboys with their cowboy idols, famous for killing painted engines in cardboard scenes. Bigger than life images for wide-eyed children who swallow the lie and grow up denying the shame, reliving the game. Today, Wild West shows on the Far East. Criminals of war, cowboys, murdered Indo-Chinese people from the skies. The airmen cowboys are professional soldiers of officer class, here selling the lie, peddling their crimes. 20 tons of bombs per plane. Red-blooded men, you say? Do they say thank you ma-em to Vietnamese women of Bac Giang as they ride away from the morning rape on a strato fortress? History such as this must be falsified, rewritten and rerun immediately. Spring 1973. For our men, gentle-eyed men, long hair curling and straggling down your backs, shaggy bodies, peace in the set of your shoulders when you walk, men of peace, sinewy warriors of the animals and the birds. Fruit eaters. Fierce lovers of the human spirit. May you multiply and cover this cannibal land. Summer 1972. Spring 1974. Sea motion. Walk to throw the ripped secret pages from the train. Water motion rocked in your bosom. Sweet love gently locked in the daylight. Old paisley shawl thrown round. Sea rock of your clean sour smell. Sweet smokes mist our bed. Luna light only over the mountain. Time motion. Never exactly knowing whether we will make it through this parting to the next prearranged place of remeeting. Spring 1974. Night in Chile. 11 o'clock. Past curfew. Pinochet prowls the streets. Well protected. For now. Bodies choke the river. Slump in corners. Torture fills the stadium. Blood on your hands. Pinochet. Streets. Dark and quiet. Footsteps. Only of soldiers. Tonight you investigate. Nueva Habana. Seizing guns. And comrades. Night. Is your cover. A thin veil. Over your crimes. The people see. The people prepare your demise. Quietly in the night. September 1973. Thoughts on blood debts. Blood is no stranger. It is part of the women. Blood runs regular as life. Blood rushes to young cheeks. Rose flushed. Blood pulsates at the throat. Dark desire. Preparing the evening meal. Cleaning the food. Staunching the bloody nose. The skinned knee. The wounds. Flowing as steady as moons. Between the legs. We give birth in blood. Nourish and protect. The almost child. In a circle of blood. Familiar as water and hair. Blood is known to us. March 1974. Poem. One thing I know. All truths come close, are never the final verity. What we know flows, moves constantly. Takes new shape. Grows new skins. No painless births here. Our will to resist despair lies within. Deep in those well springs. We touch at gem rare moments. We will grow always. Always reaching toward the sun. Spring 1972. Food lines in Oakland. People are standing in lines, women mostly. Folded shopping bags, hats against the sun. Swaying crowd. Somber chatting glad. Noises from the children. Peering round grown-up legs. Black people getting food today. Revolutionary gift from the slaw. Watchful waiting for trucks, the cartons. Small share of the hoarded wealth. Careful eyes for the invaders of naked need. The vultures, cameramen. Descend to record the defiant dignity. The disorder. The human and ordinary need for food. Crumbs and raw anger now hurled back. Hungry hands. Empty yet. Can hold a rock, clench a furious fist. As they have held hoes and brooms and babies. For generations. February 1974. For the slaw. They call it terror. If you are few. And have no B-52s. If you are not a head of state. With an army and police. If you have neither napalm. Nor tanks. Nor electronic battlefields. Terror is if you are dispossessed. And have only your own two hands. Each other. And your rage. It is not terror. If you are New York's finest. And you shoot a 10-year-old black child in the back. Because you think black people all look like they've just committed a robbery. It is not terror if you are ITT. And by the men who line Chilean doctors up in their hospital corridors and shoot them for supporting the late democratic government of their country. It is not terror but heroism. If you were captured by the Vietnamese for dropping fragmentation bombs on their schools and hospitals, only those who have nothing can be terrorists. Brothers and sisters, let us choose our weapons carefully and humanely. Let us use no torture, or napalm, or genocide. But do not be fooled. There is no weapon they will allow. Nothing that works will be called legitimate, unless we fight for it, unless we educate ourselves and others, unless we separate resistance from oppression. The same editorials that screamed terrorism, screamed mob rule, at the civil rights marches of the early 60s, at the anti-war demonstrations. Thousands of busted heads later, they say, of course, we always upheld the right to peaceful protest. The attitudes they offer up in print, with little tabs, cut them out and wear them. Written by men who have not seen a jail cell from the inside, or hunger, or the face of a duly constituted officer of the law, as he says. Make one move and you'll be dead. They say we cannot condone violence. But watch out for whether they say it about murdering prisoners at Attica, or about kidnapping Patricia Hearst, about the disinherited, or about the inheritors. As we find our way slowly to use the means available to us as wisely as we can, there will be mistakes. But do not let the enemy define the mistakes, because he is experienced and has 10,000 printing presses at his back, behind which he hides the tanks and guns. He will say, the people don't support you, and saying it can make it so. If we agree, he will say, you only turn off those you say you are fighting for. He is helpful. No anti-war march, no sit-in, no teach-in, but had its helpful editor to say how much more we could accomplish by doing less, or preferably nothing, while the people of Vietnam patiently explained their cause to the world, but did not stop shooting down the bombers for fear of alienating someone. Watch out for what they turn into news, and what they quietly forget. What if all the headlines and stories about Solzhenitsyn had said instead, millions of humans held in semi-slavery, deprived of every human and legal right, families forcibly torn apart, strikes broken by mass murder, hundreds of thousands imprisoned without trial in southern Africa, or 25,000 US troops remain in Thailand. The war in Southeast Asia isn't over but continues, directed as before by US officials and US money, US advisors who changed their uniforms into civilian clothes and call it by another name, or worse, do not call it anything at all, but hope the world will forget, and let them carry on their dirty business undisturbed, while solemn conferences are held on what to do about the international terrorism of the Palestinians, who disrupt the peaceful prosperity of tourism, with annoying reminders that their land has been stolen from them, and they have been left with nothing but their courage and the justness of their cause, with which to win it back. Poor enough weapons. We can help supply some others by shouting and whispering on every corner the story of their struggle. A people utterly deprived of its homeland. Sisters and brothers, think hard before you jump onto the bandwagon of condemning terrorism. Remember who is making the definitions. Remember not to strengthen the hand that will turn in an instant against every means of resistance to oppression. That bandwagon rolls straight toward fascism. Do not forget the real terrorists that lurk behind the masks of heads of state. Do not be afraid to hold strong together with all who dare to struggle. Spring 1974 Avocado tree. Even an avocado tree longs to be free. In its white plastic tub, its slender green stem bends toward the window. Its leaves grow all on one side. Its whole body twists and strains. From some distant past each cell remembers. Sunlight flowing freely all around. A warmth that moved slowly to bathe. One side at morning, the other at evening. In its watered pot its green soul dimly aches. For gentle drops of rain, splashing on its leaves. People see it struggle and say, heliotropism. Spring 1972. Venom I. Venom pours from my mouth, turning body juices and warm plans into bitter words. Cornered and cold. Tight self. Coiled around my excuses. Where am I? To hurt you. May 1973. Venom 2. I wonder about the tight-faced, work-worried women in cloth coats and curlers who collect in surly women crowds, spitting hate in Birmingham or Boston. I worry about their sullen spite, collected in years of shabby schools and sometimes jobs, poisoned and prodded by habits, by fears, by landlords and leaders who revile them, provoked and pitted against their enemies. Enemy. What turns class hatred inside out? Freezes a longing for freedom into splintered cries of ice, to pierce the heart of those black people who properly are allies. What is the bridge to you? Our struggle must reveal it. Winter 1974. Reunion. Reunion. Sky eyes. Earth eyes. Closing the space of years. Not without tears. Sometimes a harshness. We are keepers of all that has passed between us, stored in strange songs. Sometimes a harshness sounds that makes me frown at myself. Later, from far away, I have to smile patiently at that part of me. Let's start all over again. That's impossible. And anyway, who wants to? How undialectical. Blood ties. New wrinkles whispered. More, again more time, has passed. As generations later, I am drawn to distant beginning. As immigrants' children's children are pulled by Russian tunes to a known familiar land. Sky eyes. Earth eyes. Closing the space of years. Not without tears. July 1973. Common victories. The women join the circle, gliding across perfumed Parisian carpets. Walk to the calm measure of rice-pounding rhythms. T-Ben came victorious. Her flesh torn and blistered. Singed hair skin coarsened. From prison lie, bare-legged work in the deltas. She covered her mud-caked body with crimson AO dye, dipped in the blood of women. Warriors. Sacred red. They saw red. Her enemies described their own fear. A fishwife. Shrill cries of her countrywomen rise from the ancient soil. I shall not resign myself to the usual lot of women. The Cochin women sat in high circles, crouched in caves, hidden in mangrove forests, taking careful aim. Her graceful hands, with nails ripped out, held the pen. She made a sign. The moon turned scarlet. Now the children can be born. January 27, 1973. Welcome, Red Moon child. Your soft breathing, long labored for. The struggle to create you. Harder, more ordinary than lyrics or stories convey. Natural. To give birth. In the sense that it is human. To strive. despair, determine, to want you, welcome here, half moon baby, fireflies and fairy godmothers, herald, you're coming, into the struggle, for life, spring 1973, battles, kitchen table reminiscences, 10 times told tales, new with each telling, another surface, rounded out, nervousness on the front line, or the ingenious escape. We laugh at our primitive weapons, and defy their sophisticated steel. A ragged history, like the spoken histories of hill and cave tribes. We measure the distances traveled, living out the years ahead, to breathe them into new shoots. Winter 1972. Part 2. Looking backward. Personal reflections on language, gesture, and mythology in the Weather Underground. Jonah Raskin. In 1974 I edited and published The Weather Eye, an illustrated 124-page anthology of communiques from the Weather Underground. To put the book in the hands of readers, I created my own publishing company, Union Square Press. The notion of going to Random House or Simon & Schuster or any major New York publisher did not cross my mind. After all, those were the days of paperback books with subversive titles that urged us to commit ourselves to rebellion and more, including The Anarchist Cookbook and Abby Hoffman's Steal This Book. The collection of communiques was meant to have the look and the feel of a clandestine publication, and so the cover featured the Weather Underground symbol of the rainbow with a lightning bolt running through it. The colors had to be black and red, the colors of anarchism and revolution. I raised money from friends, printed 2,500 copies, and sold them for $2 apiece. Book people in Northern California included the book in their splendid catalog and distributed it nationally. 3 decades have passed since then, but that era still feels raw and volatile. My own impressions and recollections are discordant and untidy, and I write this new preface now with great trepidation. Perhaps I will never have closure on that literally explosive time. Perhaps the pieces in my own life can't ever be put back together again. If this political essay swings back and forth, like a seesaw, that's because I have contradictory feelings on the subject at hand. And, if I'm writing this for you, the reader, to introduce you to the Weather Underground as I see it, I'm also writing it for myself to provide a sense of personal closure. In 1974 I thought that the underground had mostly run its course and that it would only be a matter of time before the fugitives surfaced. But to what sort of world I didn't know for certain. If you want to find us, this is where we are, Bernardine Dorn proclaimed in her typically provocative manner, in the first communique, which was issued in May 1970, just 2 months after the townhouse explosion when 3 members of the organization accidentally blew themselves up. Dorn, whose personal élan and charisma helped to hold the underground together through the worst and the best of times, went on to describe where the FBI might find her and her fugitive comrades, in every tribe, commune, dormitory, farmhouse, barracks, and townhouse where kids are making love, smoking dope and loading guns. It wasn't the literal truth. More often than not, you would not find the fugitives in college dorms and communes and barracks. Then, too, while those kids in communes and dorms were, in fact, smoking dope and making love, they weren't loading guns. They didn't own guns. The first communique, and the dozen or so that followed through the 1970s, created a compelling myth of the underground that caught on in pockets of the counterculture, that amorphous entity that loved the idea of living like outlaws. The communiques also tended to exaggerate the damage that the bombs actually caused, and thereby also created the myth of a powerful clandestine organization. The entire headquarters of the New York City Police Department were not actually destroyed by a bomb blast on June 10, 1970, but the communique that accompanied it gave that impression. We blew up the NYC Police headquarters, the undergrounders proclaimed, not bothering with details or the fact that the blast caused minor damage. The yippies didn't actually levitate the Pentagon, either, though Abby Hoffman swore he saw the building leave the ground. It was an era of nearly universal myth-making. The Weather Underground contributed to it, and not surprisingly the old guard of Students for a Democratic Society denounced the organization for its hyperbole and its turn toward violence. But it was also welcomed and its actions applauded. Abbie Hoffman and Jerry Rubin of the Yippies defended the Weather Underground. For a while, there was a sort of Yippie Weather Underground alliance, and it would have been difficult for an outside observer to say for certain where the Yippies ended and where the Weather Underground began. After the bombing of the U.S. Capitol in February 1971, Judy Gumbo and Stu Albert, both Yippies, both of them longtime activists, held a press conference in Washington, D.C., and announced, "We didn't do it. But we dug it." All across America, many hippies, yippies, freaks, and anarchists dug it too. Still, the freaks, the hippies, and the yippie rank and file weren't prepared to follow in the bomb-making footsteps of the weather fugitives. For the most part, they played the part of spectators, and they regarded the Weather Underground as a kind of spectacle. I did too, though I played a part in the spectacle as well as observing it. My own connection to the Weather Underground was as much personal as it was political. My wife, Eleanor Raskin, was a fugitive, and though the organization aimed to smash monogamy and to break up couples, I tried for a time to preserve our marriage. I felt as though I had married the underground, and extricating myself honorably proved to be difficult. I went underground initially to see and to be with Eleanor, perhaps to bring her back home, but one step led to another, and before long I met most of the members of the organization. I lived with them, on and off, for nearly 2 years on Amity Street in Brooklyn, on Long Island, and in the Catskills. In those days there was no official membership. Having just played a part in destroying SDS, with its membership lists and organizational structure, the Weather Underground was not about to bring them back. It seemed awfully floppy and loose in those days. I saw the undergrounders on the West Coast, too, and spent time with Bernardine and Bill, who befriended my parents, ex-Communist Party members. In many ways, it felt like an extended family, and indeed the underground fulfilled many of the needs and the demands of the family unit. It also shared some of the dysfunctionality of many a family, perpetuating family secrets. I revealed none of this background information in my 1974 introduction to the Weather Eye, and someone coming upon the book by chance might have thought that I was an independent scholar studying radical movements in America. Indeed, I wanted the book to sound, and to be, even-handed, even objective, and I began by writing with as cool a head as possible and provided a clear political context. The Weather Underground was born in the winter of 1970 in the midst of the Chicago conspiracy trial, shortly after the murder of Fred Hampton, a few months before the invasion of Cambodia and the Kent State murders, I wrote. I knew that the FBI would read the book. Indeed, 2 FBI members purchased copies for the Bureau and for Mark Felt, who was busy advancing his own career and chasing down fugitives. If the FBI had launched an investigation of me, and of the book, it might have helped to publicize the Weather Eye, and it could have provided free advertising. I didn't want that to happen, and I kept as low a profile as I could in the introduction. I gave away as little personal information as possible that might lead to the apprehension of fugitives or prosecution of me and suppression of the book. So I did not reveal that I had helped to write the communique entitled New Morning Changing Weather. Indeed, the ideas and the expression in it are as much mine as any other individual. It is time for the movement to go out into the air, to organize, to risk calling rallies and demonstrations, to convince that mass actions against the war and in support of rebellions do make a difference, the communique proclaimed. Then, too, I taught writing workshops to the fugitives and urged them to write simply and clearly and to avoid revolutionary rhetoric, advice I ought to have taken myself. Even now, writing about those times, I find it hard not to devolve into clichés. I was also a courier for the underground, and that role gave me a sense of importance, perhaps illusory. I delivered messages to Dave Dellinger, Rennie Davis, Abbie Hoffman, and, most importantly, Eldridge Cleaver in North Africa in an attempt to mitigate the damage that Dr. Timothy Leary had caused. In September 1970, the Weather Underground aided and abetted Leary's escape from a minimum security prison in California, then sent him on his own way to Algeria, where Eldridge persuaded the government to grant him sanctuary as a political dissident from the USA. The Weatherman Underground has the honor and pleasure of helping Dr. Timothy Leary escape from the POW camp at San Luis Obispo, California, Bernardine Dorn wrote in the fourth communique, one of the briefest from Underground. She went on to add that the organization committed itself to freeing all prisoners of war in American concentration camps, but that was mostly talk with little follow-through. Before long, Dorn's sense of honor and pleasure had turned to alarm. Leary broke a promise of silence and confidentiality. He talked about how he'd escaped from prison and who had helped him, naming names. The safety and security of the organization was at stake, and something had to be done to fix the damaging leak. Accordingly, I delivered a message from the Underground to Cleaver warning him not to trust Leary. Cleaver promptly placed Leary under house arrest, which didn't help matters. Eventually, I came back to New York feeling that both Cleaver and Leary were as mad as could be, and that the Underground's liberation of Leary had backfired. Indeed, it seemed a kind of public relations ploy to win over followers of Leary and the drug culture. Abbie Hoffman would always say he was leery of Leary, but his words had gone unheeded. The attraction I felt for the Weather Underground was undoubtedly romantic, and it appealed to my sense of adventure. At the same time, it was an intellectual attraction. Like many of my contemporaries, I read the inspired and inspiring writings of Jean-Paul Sartre, Albert Camus, Frantz Fanon, Regis Debray, and the African revolutionary Amilcar Cabral, to whom I dedicated the Weather I called myself an internationalist, and I believed in the coming Third World Revolution that Sartre and Debray predicted. The American left, the new left as well as the old left, seemed, unfortunately, to be an island apart from the global upheaval that swept from continent to continent, oblivious of race and nationality. I took on all the rhetoric of that era and felt intoxicated by it. I thought that there had to be, ought to be, in the words of Debray, the French intellectual who supported Che Guevara's guerrilla war in Bolivia, a revolution in the revolution. For a time I allowed myself to think that the Weather Underground would be the instrument to rejuvenate the American left and to link our political shrieks and cries in the heart of the empire to the roar of revolution in the Third World. Let me add, as well, that I worked with the Black Panthers, especially in New York, and that I often found myself in agreement with Bernardine and Eleanor and Jeff Jones and Bill Ayers on the subject of black liberation in America. For all my admiration and respect for the courage of the fugitives, however, I could never bring myself to actually throw in my lot wholeheartedly with the Weather Underground. I knew that I could never have made a bomb or planted a bomb in a building, and I could not have given myself over entirely to an organization that made bombs and that also demanded and expected the kind of discipline and loyalty you'd find in a communist party. The freewheeling individualism of the yippies seemed more inviting to me. Besides, I had a full-time job teaching at the State University of New York at Stony Brook, and a part-time job as the editor of a monthly magazine called University Review, where the weather I was designed, typeset, and laid out, too, on the same table where we laid out the magazine, with X-Acto knives and glue in those days before computers ushered in the era of desktop publishing. Underground, and in the company of the weather fugitives, I argued vociferously against the bombings, and in the introduction to the Weather I rebuked them. The Underground has relied too heavily on the tactic of bombing, I wrote. In the midst of above-ground anti-war organizers and activists, I changed my tune and often defended the politics of the Weather Underground. The weather people are explorers, I argued in the introduction to the Communiques. Like all explorers, they have followed some dead ends, but they have continued their journey. I found voices in support of the Underground and their brand of violence in all sorts of unexpected places. When the French author Jean Genet visited the United States in 1970, as a guest of the Black Panthers, I asked him what he thought about the Weather Underground. The United States has big bombs. The Weather Underground has little ones, he said, shrugging his shoulders, as though to say that he wasn't troubled by underground bombers. In part, Janet spoke for me. I know that I felt impatient when someone I knew attacked the violence of the Weather Underground, and then didn't attack, or even see, the violence of the US government. Still, I observed a certain obsession with violence in myself as well as in some of the fugitives that seemed unhealthy, even morbid. If anyone had been killed by a Weather Underground blast, I don't think I would have or could have supported the organization. Fortunately, no one was killed, no one, of course, except for those 3 members of the underground who blew themselves up accidentally in the March 1970 townhouse explosion. The deaths of Teddy Gold, Diana Oten, and Terry Robbins on West 11th Street in Manhattan shocked me. I had talked with them not long before the townhouse blew up, and they seemed to have lost touch with reality and were incapable of making sensible decisions about almost everything. But I did not know they were making bombs, so the explosion and their death surprised me. In hindsight, I have wondered, of course, whether or not the Weather Underground might be labeled a terrorist organization. Undoubtedly, George Bush would do just that if the organization were to rise from its own ashes. Everyone else in the Bush administration would label it terrorist too and round up anyone and everyone who had ever known the fugitives. It wouldn't count much in the Bush scheme of things to remind him that a member of the Weather Underground always made a telephone call to warn that a bomb was going to go off, and to urge everyone inside a building to evacuate instantly. Everyone always evacuated the buildings where bombs went off, and though walls crumbled, no one was killed or injured. George McGovern, who was then a senator from South Dakota, got the message. Soon after the bombing of the U.S. Capitol, McGovern noted, at a press conference aired on the nightly news, that as long as the war in Vietnam continued, there would be bombings at home. George got that right. The war had to end, and we would end it by any means necessary. In the 1970s, it never felt comfortable to defend bombings by left-wing radicals who were opposed to the war in Vietnam. It seems far harder to defend bombings, especially in the wake of 9/11, and real terrorism, and real, big bombs that strike real fear and real terror in the hearts and minds of people all over the world. Ever since I went to Vietnam in 1995, on the 20th anniversary of the end of the war, I have thought of myself as a pacifist. I have come to believe that in our world of suicide bombers, smart bombs, torture, Bechtel, mercenary armies, corrupt governments, and media lies, no one wins a war. Everyone loses. Everyone is defeated on all sides. Violence begets violence, and around we go. The answer to a bomb isn't another bomb. I have been told that nonviolence only aids the state, but I don't believe it. Gandhi's nonviolence didn't aid and abet the British Empire, and Martin Luther King Jr.'s nonviolence didn't bolster the apartheid regimes in the American South. In hindsight, I wonder about the rationality of the decision, in 1969, to go underground. I know that many of us felt then that the United States under Nixon was headed toward fascism, or if not overt fascism, then toward a repressive regime that would silence dissent and jail dissenters. Under those circumstances, an underground that could act without detection by the government looked like a necessity. Then, Watergate, and the end of the war, surprised us, and I began to see the flaws in my own reasoning. I remember a conversation I had with the author Kurt Vonnegut on the front steps of his apartment house in New York, about underground movements. Vonnegut, who has been as savvy about politics as any American politician, argued that as long as one could operate openly, one should continue to operate openly and for as long as possible. I saw and still see his point of view. To quote an old SDS slogan, democracy is in the streets. Now it seems to me that the men and women who created the Weather Underground gave up too quickly, and too soon, on democracy, free speech, and on protest in the streets. Then, too, the underground network became an end in itself. Literally, the feeding, the housing, and the caring for the mental health and physical well-being of the fugitives became a full-time job that drained energy away from political organizing. I remember on one occasion, the organization felt that its security had been breached and that everyone might be arrested. In Brooklyn, we myself and 4 fugitives acted swiftly, cleaning every surface of the apartment we had rented, so as not to leave any fingerprints or incriminating evidence, and removing every personal item. We escaped. But had we acted rationally? Would the FBI have found us? To this day I don't know. What I do know is that the underground moved a lot, moving seemed to be in the nature of the beast, and moving drained energy. For the fugitives, surviving day to day was a big deal. Not getting caught by the FBI was a big deal. But that day-to-day vigilance seems to have militated against any sort of long-term plan or vision. I remember asking the fugitives what they saw ahead of them, and how the revolution might actually take place. In the mid-1970s no one seemed to have a clue, and that was disappointing. The organization that came into existence largely because of the war in Vietnam proved impossible to sustain when the war ended, though on numerous occasions the fugitives tried to reinvent the eggplant, as the Weather Underground was known to insiders. The fugitives supported the women's movement, and the prison movement that worked with inmates. Ironically, the fugitives seemed to come around to embracing the old left they once lambasted, and decided that what America needed most of all was a new communist party. When I collected the Communiques in 1974 I thought of them as historical documents. More than 30 years later, their historical value may have gone up. Still, it feels strange to see them again, and rereading them after all these years I am saddened by the shrill tone, the stridency, and the bombast. There is so much bravado and so much posturing, empty threats and macho taunting of the powers that be. Just listen to these comments: revolutionary violence is the only way, our job is to lead white kids to armed revolution, we will never lie peaceably under the system, arm yourself and shoot to live, and we could shut down every international airport in America within 24 hours. Yes, those comments were made in a particular political context, and while they're understandable, the writing and the thinking are deplorable. Revolutionary violence is not the only way. Perhaps this seems obvious, but let me say the obvious: violence wasn't the only way in the 1970s and it isn't the only way now. It never has been the only way to effect change in human history. In Paris, in October 1970, on my way home from Algiers, and the fiasco with Eldridge Cleaver and Timothy Leary, I spent an evening with the poet and folk singer Phil Oakes. Phil had been reading the Communiques as well as the Black Panther newspaper, and Yippee Agitprop, and was appalled by the writing he found in the movement. "You're a professor of English," he said. "Can't you do something about the way that our side is murdering the English language?" The Communiques did mangle the English language. They also improved a bit, just a bit over time, though I can't take credit for that. They became more informative and less rhetorical. But the fugitives never quite found a way to get beyond browbeating, shaming, and cajoling hippies, freaks, and students into the streets to protest the latest injustice. I don't know whether there will ever be a left-wing, ideological underground in America again, and whether radicals will ever turn to violent means, including bombs, to make political points. But these communiques tell of a time when that did happen, and knowing about that history surely can't hurt anyone now. Go ahead and emulate the passion and the dedication and the commitment of the members of the Weather Underground. But don't disdain day in and day out organizing door to door. And don't study bomb making. To anyone today who wanted to create an underground and to engage in acts of violence in America, I would say, don't do it. Be visible. Talk openly. Go out and meet people. Organize. Educate. Avoid violence. Democracy is in the streets, on the internet, and wherever people meet. After all these years, I have come to understand that we are all in this together. If we are going to change the way the world runs, we'll have to change it together, bit by bit, stone by stone, heart by heart. No one will or can do it for us, no miraculous underground organization, no left-wing political party, and no bomb and no gun, either. The Weather Underground committed what it called, in the New Morning Changing Weather Communique, a military error. I'd like to end my essay by quoting from that document, which I helped to write in 1970, words that can bear repeating: this tendency to consider only bombings or picking up the gun as revolutionary, with the glorification of the heavier the better, we've called the military error. People become revolutionaries in the schools, in the army, in prisons, in communes, and on the streets. Not in an underground cell. May 2006. The Weather I Communiques from the Weather Underground. May 1970 May 1974. We would like to thank many people for their advice and help in the production of this book, especially Stu, Robert, Sally, Maisie, Myrna, Jim, Annie, LNS, and Red Ink. All the communiques collected in this book were published first in underground newspapers, including the Berkeley Tribe, Madison Kaleidoscope, the Liberated Guardian, and the Chicago Seed. This book was on its way to the printer when Prairie Fire, the 156-page book from the Weather Underground, was released. The text of this book was phototype set in 10-point English medium on 12-point leading. The display type was phototype set in Garamond. The photographs were reproduced with a halftone screen of 85 lines per inch. We dedicate this book to Amilcar Cabral. If I should disappear tomorrow, it would not change the inexorable evolution of the struggle of my people and their inevitable victory. Not one instant will be lost in the march of our comrades. There will always be dozens, hundreds, thousands of Cabrals. Amilcar Cabral, 1972. Introduction. The Weather Underground was born in the winter of 1970 in the midst of the Chicago conspiracy trial, shortly after the murder of Fred Hampton, a few months before the invasion of Cambodia and the Kent State murders. It has been in existence now for over 4 years, a fairly long lifespan for a new left organization. Most people, however, including movement radicals, know the Weather People only from their early days. Because they have been invisible for the past 4 years, many assume that their organization has disintegrated. Most of the available evidence, however, suggests that this isn't the case, and while it's important to look at the origins of the Weather Underground, it would be historically inaccurate to focus only, or primarily, on the early days. This survey of the past, then, is undertaken, not in an archaeological sense to dig up dead relics, but to locate the living roots of a contemporary phenomenon. In 1969 the Weather People were members of Students for a Democratic Society and were part of an open, visible organization. They held demonstrations and meetings, published the newspaper Fire, maintained a national office on West Madison Street in Chicago, and lived in collectives in Boston, Cleveland, New York, Denver, Pittsburgh, Chicago, Detroit, Cincinnati, Columbus, and Grand Rapids. Weatherman, as the organization was then called, had a profound, a jarring impact on the white left, both old and new. Weather women played an important part in the organization from the start. The Weather organization stressed internationalism, and the Third World. It spoke for the armed struggle and revolutionary violence. In street demonstrations, Weather People broke windows, destroyed property, and fought the police. They often carried the flag of the National Liberation Front, identified proudly with the Viet Cong, denounced pacifism and the nonviolent wing of the peace movement. Their main slogan was "Bring the war home." The Weather People insisted that the United States had been defeated in Vietnam, that the imperial giant was crippled, that national liberation struggles around the world had forced American imperialism to overextend itself, that the peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America were on the brink of triumph, and that a new communist order was in the offing. Their heroes were Che Guevara and Nguyen Van Troy. They saw themselves as new communists in the making. At home, they celebrated the growing strength of the black movement and predicted that a guerrilla war would erupt inside the United States. The black colony was the internal front, they said, of the international revolution, and they believed that the riots which had shaken Detroit, Watts, Harlem, and Newark would lead to a full-scale revolutionary war. In 1969 the Weather People wanted to create what they called a revolutionary youth movement. They wanted to organize young, working-class kids, as they said, to fight on the side of black people and the Third World. They saw little hope for any revolutionary working class activity in this country because, and this was an adaptation of Lenin's argument in Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, they believed that the white working class was a privileged class, had been bought off by the spoils of empire, and was thoroughly racist and sexist. Weatherman claimed that only a minority of white people would join with the oppressed and fight for liberation. They tended to dismiss the history of militant class struggle in this country, and neglect the trade union movement, from the IWW to the CIO. They became Debraists, argued that the army should direct the party, that military strategies determined political ideas and forms, and that Foco's guerrilla units should be established in urban centers. However, from the beginning, Weatherman also emphasized the importance of culture and the need for cultural revolution. They were not pure militarists. Here they were most American, most a part of the youth scene in the late 60s and early 70s. They used guerrilla theater and shared much, in terms of lifestyle, with youth culture. They attacked individualism, the schools, the family, and especially sexism, and celebrated drugs, rock music, the youth rebellion. It was a primary aim of the Weather people to develop women revolutionaries and women's leadership. They carried out a campaign to smash monogamy, end bourgeois marriages and relationships, and create what they felt were communist values. They exposed a great deal of hypocrisy in the old and new left, as well as in the society at large, but they were often brutal in their criticism, and treated their friends as the enemy. Their arrogant style of work antagonized many people who shared their political views on the Third World, but it also helped generate a revolution in the revolution, especially in the relationships between men and women. From July 1969, when the first weather actions took place, to January 1970, following the Weather War Council at Flint, Michigan, their last open meeting, the Weather people became more and more isolated, and frenetic. The political line shifted from week to week, there was confusion and chaos in the organization. The Weather people attacked the old left for revisionism and reformism, the new left for anti-communism, and a failure of nerve and hippies for their racism and self-indulgence. When Bobby Seale was gagged and shackled in Judge Julius Hoffman's courtroom and other conspiracy defendants sat by and watched, the Weather people denounced them. When Fred Hampton was killed by the Chicago police, they condemned ordinary white citizens, white radicals, and themselves too, and decided that no mass, revolutionary movement could or would be formed here, that an underground guerrilla organization had to be started immediately. They were inspired by the example of Che in Bolivia, by the Tupamaros in Uruguay, but also by Sam Melville, who had blown up the Whitehall Induction Center in New York in November 1969 in protest of the war in Vietnam, and by Cameron Bishop, an SDS member from Colorado who had blasted electrical towers in protest of the utility corporations. They were also catalyzed by the Black Panthers, and other black groups which were advocating armed self-defense and attacking the police. Clandestine weather groups were set up across the country in the early months of 1970. During the Days of Rage demonstrations in Chicago in October 1969, the Weather people had dynamited the statue of a policeman in Haymarket Square. It was primarily a symbolic attack on the police, but it was also an act of historical significance, an act of solidarity with the 19th-century Chicago anarchists who were framed and executed for the death of several policemen in Haymarket. Soon after, a weather collective planned but failed to carry out a random bombing offensive using anti-personnel weapons. They wanted to create what they called armed chaos. The rage of the Weather people was initially, for the most part, directed against the enemy, the state, imperialism. But by the late winter/early spring of 1970 the rage was indiscriminate, it sprayed friends as well as enemies. It was turned inward, too, and was self-destructive. On March 6, 1970, because of their isolation and desperation and also because of a technical failure, a bomb accidentally exploded and killed 3 Weather people: Teddy Gold, Terry Robbins, and Diana Oden on West 11th Street in Greenwich Village. The townhouse explosion was the Weather hell, a devastating event psychologically and politically. In March and April of 1970 the FBI began an intensive search for the weather people. When they did not show up for trial in the Chicago conspiracy indictment, they became federal fugitives. Their wanted posters hung in post offices across the country. They became invisible, legendary radicals. They called themselves outlaws, as did their friends and supporters in the movement. Both the underground fugitives and anti-war radicals boasted that the FBI wasn't invincible, wasn't omnipotent and omniscient. Young whites, in fact, could evade capture by the FBI and still function as a humane, revolutionary organization. In the summer and fall of 1970, the weather people and their above-ground friends affirmed, "We are all outlaws in the eyes of America." In May 1970, Bernardine Dohrn issued the first communique from the underground, a declaration of war, announcing that a major symbol of American injustice would soon be bombed. 2 weeks later, the New York City Police headquarters on Center Street was bombed and a communique was released in which the weather underground took credit for the action. The target was logical given the weather view of the world. They regarded the police as an occupying army in black communities, and the immediate, visible presence of the state. In declaration of war, the weather people celebrated both youth culture and the black movement. They reiterated their belief that they were living in wartime, behind enemy lines, a fifth column, a group of armed revolutionaries in hostile territory. Also, with this first communique, Bernardine Dohrn became the major voice of the underground. In the weather organization, the communiques explain, men and women function together, actions and statements spring from collective work. But it is of historical significance that the leader of the organization is a young woman. Bernardine Dohrn's emergence is a clear sign of the crucial role that women have played in the radical movement. Many women have listened to her not simply as one angry, intelligent voice, but because she has articulated the collective anger of sisters everywhere, the cries of women at home, in offices, factories, and schools, resisting illegitimate authority. In the fall of 1970, there were more bombings and communiques, most of them related to the war in Southeast Asia, and the upheaval in American prisons. Also, the weather people helped Timothy Leary escape from prison in California and leave the United States. They regarded him as one of their heroes, their radical prophet and high priest, but they also sprung him from jail to build support for themselves in the hippie world. In the communique following Leary's jailbreak, they talked about the revolutionary value of LSD. More recently, however, they have chosen not to celebrate grass and acid, but to denounce the international heroin trade. The government intensified its search for fugitives by convening grand juries in New York, Vermont, California, Ohio, and Washington. Radicals were subpoenaed and asked to collaborate. Some went to jail rather than talk. A few fugitives were captured and joined a long list of undergrounders, including Angela Davis and Rap Brown, who were captured in Midtown Manhattan, dangerous grounds for any clandestine organization. But despite the grand juries and arrests, the FBI was still unable to break the organization, or prevent it from bombing. The weather people, however, no longer boasted as loudly that they couldn't be caught. Perhaps the most important weather event of 1970, after the bombing of the New York police headquarters, was the New Morning Communique. Here Ms. Dohrn noted that the organization had come to an understanding that armed violence was not the only way to revolution, that many different tactics could and should be used. Speaking for the organization as a whole, she criticized the military strategy it had pursued up until the townhouse explosion. This communique was widely read and very influential in the movement. In the establishment press, it was mistakenly assumed that the weather people had given up bombing, that they would bomb no more. New Morning, however, was not a rejection of armed revolution, but an affirmation of the need for many different forms and levels of political activity, from leafleting and sit-ins, to marches and petition campaigns. The women of the weather underground clarified the position on revolutionary violence in their response to Jane Alpert in the summer of 1973. They wrote, "Although our purely military conception of women revolutionaries was too narrow, we believe that armed struggle is an essential dimension in a movement which is facing a cruel and murderous government. We believe that armed struggle must be humane. New Morning encouraged movement radicals not to go underground or bomb, but to call for mass demonstrations, to organize in schools, communes, the army, jails, the streets. The weather people didn't yet see the workplace, the factory, as a setting for political activity, for organizing, and they didn't yet evaluate class conflicts. But they no longer felt the same intense hatred for all white working people. Moreover, they stressed the importance and vitality of the growing women's movement. The weather people who initially were determined to bring the war home, themselves came home. They recognized their American roots and, at the same time, maintained their ties to the Third World. After the townhouse, the weather people realized that dynamite wasn't their main weapon, or their main strength, that their rage, their hatred for the oppressor, and their love for the wretched of the earth gave them power and revolutionary integrity. The weather people also realized that the apocalypse wasn't imminent, that a protracted struggle lay ahead. They no longer overestimated the kick of the liberation forces, nor did they underestimate the staying power of imperialism. New Morning talks about the terrible destruction caused by U.S. bombings in Vietnam, and explains that they bomb here not because they enjoy seeing rubble and ruin, but because they identify with the Vietnamese people, with exploited black people in America. Occasionally, there is a tendency in the communiques for the weather people to romanticize peasants and guerrillas, to idealize non-industrial societies, to scorn technology, but they also understand the importance of the Vietnamese heritage of resistance, and the ability of small nations, like Cuba and Vietnam, to overcome the military superiority of the United States because their people are united and their cause is just. The weather bombings from 1970 to 1974 have been acts of retaliation, responses to the Attica massacre, the murder of George Jackson, the mining of Haiphong Harbor, the invasion of Laos, and the coup in Chile. They are largely symbolic, they do not cause extensive material damage. Their purpose is to educate. They are acts of armed propaganda, and they show us the weaknesses of a seemingly all-powerful state. They locate the enemy. The targets are carefully selected: the Capitol, the Pentagon, New York City offices of ITT. By design, there has been only property damage, not attacks on individuals, and there have been only a few minor injuries. Probably the single most important weather bombing was the attack on the U.S. Capitol in February 1971. It was in response to the invasion of Laos and was the first event in a spring offensive which included the April 10 Women's March on the Pentagon, the protests by Vietnam veterans against the war, the mass anti-war rally of April 24, and, finally, the May Day civil disobedience. Critics of the weather underground have argued that bombings inhibited radicals and stifled other forms of political activity. Occasionally, movement people were afraid that after bombings they'd be arrested, the victims of repressive response by the authorities. In Madison, Wisconsin, for example, the bombing of Army Math by the New Year's Gang, though regarded as a victory, did paralyze some radicals because it led to grand jury investigations. On other campuses, students often sat home and daydreamed about bombings and kidnappings and did nothing. But the weather bombing of the Capitol spurred anti-war activity and organizing all around the country. When a grand jury investigating the bombing of the Capitol tried to link the weather underground to May Day organizers, May Day people refused to cooperate with the government. Stu Albert and Judy Gumbo, who were both harassed by the police and asked to cooperate with the state, stood on the steps of the Capitol and announced, "We didn't do it, but we dug it." This view was echoed in many movement quarters. And 2.5 years later, when the weather underground bombed the New York headquarters of ITT, there was similar joy in segments of the movement. Radicals were outraged by the coup and the criminal role this corporation played, and the weather bombing expressed their anger. From the spring of 1971 through 1974, there were fewer and fewer weather bombings, also there were fewer bombings in general. At the same time, the establishment press stopped reporting on the weather explosions. There was a media whitewash. In 1970 there were hundreds of political bombings in the United States, including attacks on ROTC offices, and on branches of the Bank of America, and most of them were reported in the press. Armed struggle was a mass phenomenon. In the last 2 years, weather people have been more isolated in a tactical sense because the level and intensity of armed struggle has diminished. But at the same time, the political analysis of the weather people has been understood and appreciated by a new and broader spectrum of people. Increasingly, weather communiques did not follow military actions. They were more thoroughly researched, and cogently argued. They evidenced a dialectical understanding of history. Following the signing of the Paris Accords in 1973, the Underground published its Common Victories, an analysis of the anti-war movement, and an evaluation of the ceasefire agreement. In the summer of 1973, the Sisters of the Weather Underground presented their first comprehensive statement on women's liberation, on the need for women to participate in the anti-imperialist movement. They criticized their relationship to the women's movement in 1969. We take responsibility for increasing the polarization and the contradictions. We both denied the revolutionary importance of developing feminist politics and made our own political choice into an oppressive standard by which we judged other women, and at the same time called for a new sisterhood, a fusion of feminism and communism. The communiques have become more analytical, less rhetorical, and less personal. Initially, the weather people were skeptical of traditional ideology. Frequently they turned to poets and poetry, to Neruda, for example, rather than to Marxist theoreticians. But recently they have discovered for themselves the classics of the revolutionary library, the works of Marx, Lenin, Mao, Fidel, Cabral. The weather people, it would appear, are becoming Marxists. Like radicals in the movement at large, they are especially concerned with ideology and organization, and they are developing a class analysis. In the winter of 1973, the Justice Department dropped charges against the weather people in the Chicago and Detroit conspiracy cases and dropped Bernardine Dohrn's name from the FBI's 10 most wanted list. The most well-known defendants in these two cases were, and still are, unapprehended. If the government had gone to trial, it probably would have looked inefficient and impotent. In the wake of Watergate, it was probably inopportune for the government to go on the offensive against the left. Moreover, those defendants who were available were preparing for a political trial. The government, which had steadily lost conspiracy trials in New York, Harrisburg, Gainesville, and Chicago because of the jury's rightful skepticism about the state's cases, withdrew and dropped charges. When the cases were dismissed, many movement radicals assumed that fugitives would surface. But no one has taken the escalator from the underground up to FBI headquarters. From other communiques, including New Morning, it seems that weather people have created a firm underground home for themselves. They have been able to live lives without fear and paranoia. And they have grown. Mary Moylan, one of the original Catonsville Nine and a member of the Catholic anti-war movement, has joined them, she tells us in a letter, and has given the organization new depth and added strength. The weather underground provides an alternative to jail, exile, the courtroom battle. In this way it has extended the arena for political activity. As fugitives, the weather people have been cut off from movement centers, but they haven't been isolated from youth culture in particular, or the overall social and political currents of our times. What touches and moves us, touches and moves them. They are part of the radical movement of the 70s, not simply an odd legacy from 1969. Many people have wrongly assumed that the weather underground has collapsed and disintegrated. The mass media, of course, has done a lot to spread this view. They don't want to believe that radicals are still doing political work. Because movement people can't see it, and don't have contact with it, they believe it doesn't exist. But, from the consistency of the bombings, and the communiques, it seems, very definitely, that there is a revolutionary underground organization in America, composed of young white men and women. The weather people are not hibernating. Their underground is not simply or primarily an escape route, a place of refuge or retreat, but one of many roads to the frontier of revolutionary thought and action. Perhaps the underground has relied too heavily on the tactic of bombing. The underground ought to be flexible, it ought to have, we hope it does have, an arsenal of varied tactics, a storehouse of strategies tested and tempered in political action. The subterranean world of radicals has not been inhabited only by weather people. During the war in Vietnam, especially, there were important clandestine networks of GIs, draft resistors, and exiles, involving thousands of men and women. More recently, we have seen the rise of the Black Liberation Army. The weather people are part of a larger scene which includes 2, 3, perhaps many separate undergrounds. Historically, undergrounds have played an important part in American history, from the revolutionary days of the 1770s, through the pre-Civil War era when the Underground Railroad spirited slaves from Southern bondage to Northern freedom, to more recent times, such as the struggles of the 1930s and the civil rights movement of the 1960s. Undergrounds were also essential in the Russian, Chinese, Cuban, and Vietnamese revolutions, and it would seem that an underground is essential here. The weather women are conscious of this underground. We look back to the women who have done clandestine work in past years, to the witches, Harriet Tubman, Emma Goldman, to Tanya, they wrote. It is important for movement people, for radicals everywhere, to examine the dimensions of an underground in America. If we closed our eyes to the reality of an underground here, we would be neglecting an important political front. We ought to remember that traditionally revolutions have important underground streams. The czars, emperors, kings, and dictators can't see them, for they are visible only to the people. The revolution itself is an explosion, a violent upheaval from the subterranean world of exploitation which shatters the walls of the old order. The weather underground is not the revolution full-blown. It is not the liberation front on native soil. But it reminds us it is an image in the present of one critical scene in the coming revolution. The weather people are explorers. Like all explorers, they have followed some dead ends, but they have continued their journey. Their revolutionary rage helps take us over the borderline into rebel territory. And that's a long way. We all of us are marching now and can see the distance we have come. Where we go, where the underground goes now, is a matter for common discussion. It's up to us together to chart the future. Jonah Raskin. May 1974. Chronology and Table of Contents. June 18 to 22, 1969. Weatherman is formed at the SDS National Convention in Chicago. October 8-11, 1969. Days of Rage demonstrations in Chicago. December 30, 1969. Weatherman National War Council in Flint, Michigan. March 6, 1970. Diana Oten, Ted Gold, Terry Robbins killed in townhouse explosion in Greenwich Village. April 2, 1970. Federal indictments against weather people for Days of Rage demonstrations. May 21, 1970. Bernardine Dohrn issues first communique. A declaration of a state of war. June 9, 1970. Bombing of New York City Police Headquarters. In communique number 2, weather people take credit for action. Headquarters. July 23, 1970. Federal indictments against 13 weather people on charges of conspiring to carry out acts of terrorism. July 26, 1970. On the 11th anniversary of the Cuban Revolution, the Weather Underground issues communique number 3 in response to Detroit indictments. Honk America. July 26, 1970. Weather people bomb Presidio Army Base and MP Station in San Francisco. September 15, 1970. Bernardine Dohrn issues communique number 4 after weather people helped Tim Leary escape from prison. Dr. Timothy Leary. October 8, 1970. Weather people send a letter to Dan Berrigan. Message to Daniel Berrigan. October 8, 1970. Communique number 5 announces fall offensive. Statue of policeman bombed in Haymarket Square, Chicago, bombing at the Hall of Justice, Marin County in response to the murders of Jonathan Jackson, William Christmas, and James McLean in August 1970, bombing at the criminal courthouse in Queens in solidarity with prison revolts in New York City that month, bombing of the Harvard Center for International Affairs by the Proud Eagle Tribe. Fall Offensive. Hall of Justice. Criminal Courthouse. December 6, 1970. New Morning Changing Weather. January 1971. New York Panther 21 issue open letter to Weather Underground urging them to continue armed struggle. February 28, 1971. Weather people bomb the U.S. Capitol, following the invasion of Laos, and issue Communique No. 8. The bombing of the Capitol. August 30, 1971. Department of Corrections in San Francisco and Office of California Prisons in Sacramento bombed to retaliate for the murder of George Jackson. George Jackson. September 17, 1971. Weather Underground bombs head offices of New York State Department of Corrections for the murder and assault against the prisoners of Attica. Attica. May 19, 1972. Bombing of the Air Force section of the Pentagon following mining of harbors of North Vietnam and bombing of Hanoi by U.S. The bombing of the Pentagon. February 23, 1973. Common Victories communique issued after signing of ceasefire agreement. Common Victories. May 18, 1973. New York region of underground attacks 103rd Police Precinct to protest killing of 10-year-old black youth by policeman Thomas Shea. Clifford Glover 103rd Precinct. July 1973. Weather Women issue letter to Women's Movement, Mary Moylan announces she has joined the Weather Underground. Collective letter to the Women's Movement. Mary Moylan's letter. September 28, 1973. Bombing of ITT offices in New York, following the coup in Chile and murder of President Allende. The bombing of ITT headquarters for Latin America. October 1973. Justice Department drops Detroit indictments. January 1974. Justice Department drops Chicago indictments. Weather Underground women publish Sing a Battle Song. March 6, 1974. On anniversary of Townhouse explosion, and in celebration of International Women's Day, Weather Underground bombs the federal offices of Health Education and Welfare in San Francisco, communique issued by Women's Brigade of Weather Underground. Health Education and Welfare. March 14, 1974. In New York City, Weather people stink bomb dinner at Hilton Hotel in honor of Governor Nelson Rockefeller, to protest his drug programs. Rockefeller and the Drug Law. April 1974. Weather Underground issues analysis of Vietnam and the U.S. movement, a chapter from Prairie Fire. June 1974. Weather Underground bombs Gulf Oil's international headquarters in Pittsburgh to protest Gulf's involvement and support of Portuguese colonial policies in Angola. June 17, 1974. Weather Underground bombs Gulf Oil's Pittsburgh headquarters in solidarity with the liberation movement in Angola. July 24, 1974. Publication and distribution of Prairie Fire, 156-page political statement of Weather Organization. September 11, 1974. Weather Underground bombing at Anaconda Copper Building on the first anniversary of the Pinochet coup in Chile. January 28, 1975. Weather Underground bombing at the State Department in Washington in response to escalations in Vietnam. June 16, 1975. Weather Underground bombs Banco de Ponce in New York City in solidarity with the Puerto Rican cement workers' strike. Victory to the Ponce cement strike. September 4, 1975. Weather Underground bombs Kennecott Corporation headquarters in Salt Lake City, Utah, on the second anniversary of the Pinochet coup in Chile. Weather Underground organization bombs Kennecott Corporation. September 11, 1975. Weather Underground Bombs ITT, New York City. September 28, 1975. Weather Underground Bombs Anaconda, Oakland, California. A declaration of a state of war. May 21, 1970. The first message from the underground, the declaration was read by Bernardine Dorn in a clearly enunciated and threatening tone. She recorded it on a simple store-bought tape deck, and needed only a single take to get it right. The message was played on progressive radio stations around the country, transcribed in alternative weeklies, and quoted in the New York Times. Other than the revelation that freaks are revolutionaries and revolutionaries are freaks, it contained two pieces of news. It identified Terry Robbins as the third victim of the townhouse explosion, and it gave warning that within the next 14 days the underground would launch its first attack. Hello, this is Bernardine Dorn. I'm going to read a declaration of a state of war. All over the world, people fighting American imperialism look to America's youth to use our strategic position behind enemy lines to join forces in the destruction of the empire. Black people have been fighting almost alone for years. We've known that our job is to lead white kids to armed revolution. We never intended to spend the next 5 or 25 years in jail. Ever since SDS became revolutionary, we've been trying to show how it is possible to overcome the frustration and impotence that comes from trying to reform the system. Kids know that the lines are drawn, revolution is touching all of our lives. Tens of thousands have learned that protest and marches don't do it. Revolutionary violence is the only way. Now we are adapting the classic guerrilla strategy of the Tupamaros to our own situation here in the most technically advanced country in the world. Che taught us that revolutionaries move like fish in the sea. The alienation and contempt that young people have for this country has created the ocean for this revolution. The hundreds and thousands of young people who demonstrated in the 60s against the war and for civil rights grew to hundreds of thousands in the past few weeks, actively fighting Nixon's invasion of Cambodia and the attempted genocide against black people. The insanity of American justice has added to its list of atrocities 6 blacks killed in Augusta, 2 in Jackson, and 4 white Kent State students, making thousands more into revolutionaries. The parents of privileged kids have been saying for years that the revolution was a game for us. But the war and racism of this society show that it is too fucked up. We will never live peaceably under this system. This was totally true of those who died in the New York townhouse explosion. The third person who was killed there was Terry Robbins, who led the first rebellion at Kent State less than 2 years ago. The 12 weathermen who were indicted for leading last October's riots in Chicago have never left the country. Terry is dead, Linda was captured by a pig informer, but the rest of us move freely in and out of every city and youth scene in this country. We're not in hiding, but we're invisible. There are several hundred members of the Weatherman Underground, and some of us face more years in jail than the 50,000 deserters and draft dodgers now in Canada. Already many of them are coming back to join us in the underground or to return to the man's army and tear it up from inside along with those who never left. We fight in many ways. Dope is one of our weapons. The laws against marijuana mean that millions of us are outlaws long before we actually split. Guns and grass are united in the youth underground. Freaks are revolutionaries and revolutionaries are freaks. If you want to find us, this is where we are. In every tribe, commune, dormitory, farmhouse, barracks, and townhouse where kids are making love, smoking dope and loading guns, fugitives from American justice are free to go. For Diana Oten, Ted Gold, and Terry Robbins, and for all the revolutionaries who are still on the move here, there has been no question for a long time now we will never go back. Within the next 14 days we will attack a symbol or institution of American injustice. This is the way we celebrate the example of Eldridge Cleaver and H. Rap Brown and all black revolutionaries who first inspired us by their fight behind enemy lines for the liberation of their people. Never again will they fight alone. Headquarters. New York, June 10, 1970. 14 days elapsed after the declaration of war, and still there was no Weatherman attack. If the FBI was relieved, People in the movement were disappointed. Raising people's hopes that high isn't a good way to build trust in the underground, griped a reader of the alternative Berkeley Tribe. But, on the 20th day, the underground made good on its promise. An anonymous caller told the New York City switchboard operator that there is a bomb set to go off at police headquarters. 15 minutes later, at 6:57 p.m., a bundle of between 10 and 15 sticks of dynamite exploded inside a second-floor men's bathroom. Papers fluttered through the halls and glass from the windows fell to the streets below. Mayor John Lindsay offered $25,000 for any information that could catch the bombers. The next morning, this communique arrived at the New York Times and Associated Press. Tonight, at 7 p.m., we blew up the NYC Police headquarters. We called in a warning before the explosion. The pigs in this country are our enemies. They have murdered Fred Hampton and tortured Joan Bird. They are responsible for 6 Black deaths in Augusta, 4 murders in Kent State, the imprisonment of Los Siete de la Raza in San Francisco and the continual brutality against Latin and white youth on the Lower East Side. Some are named Mitchell and Agnew. Others call themselves Leary and Hogan. The names are different but the crimes are the same. The pigs try to look invulnerable, but we keep finding their weaknesses. Thousands of kids, from Berkeley to the UN Plaza, keep tearing up and ROTC buildings keep going down. Nixon invades Cambodia and hundreds of schools are shut down by strikes. Every time the pigs think they've stopped us, we come back a little stronger and a lot smarter. They guard their buildings and we walk right past their guards. They look for us, we get to them first. They build the Bank of America, kids burn it down. They outlaw grass, we build a culture of life and music. The time is now. Political power grows out of a gun, a Molotov, a riot, a commune. And from the soul of the people. Weatherman. Honk America. Detroit, July 25, 1970. Not associated with any bombing, this note, like several others, was issued on the anniversary of an important revolutionary milestone, in this case, the Cuban Revolution. It was just a friendly reminder to American imperialism, the greatest killer pig ever known to man, that the underground was still out there, plotting its plots. An ongoing war was being waged in California's prisons. 3 black activists had been shot to death in Soledad State in January 1970. A few days later, inmates retaliated by killing 2 prison guards. Thus, the brothers at Soledad avenged 2 down and 1 to go. George Jackson, a radical leader who would soon become famous as the Soledad Brother, was indicted for the killing. Rap is H. Rap Brown, radical leader of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee who had recently gone underground to avoid a trial for arson. Pun is Lawrence Pun Plamondon, a founder of the White Panthers who had just been caught and would spend 32 months in prison for bombing a CIA recruiting office in Michigan. Mitchell, the dog, is Nixon's Attorney General, John Mitchell. This is the third communication from the Weatherman Underground. With other revolutionaries all over the planet, Weatherman is celebrating the 11th anniversary of the Cuban Revolution. Today we attack with rocks, riots, and bombs the greatest killer pig ever known to man, American imperialism. Everywhere we see the growth of revolutionary culture and the ways in which every move of the monster state tightens the noose around its own neck. A year ago people thought it can't happen here. Look at where we've come. Nixon invades Cambodia, the Kong and all of Indochina spread the already rebelling US troops thin. Ahmed is a prisoner, Rap is free and fighting. Fred Hampton is murdered, the brothers at Soledad avenge 2 down and 1 to go. Pun and several weathermen are ripped, we run free. Mitchell indicts 8 or 10 or 13, thousands of freaks plot to build a new world on the ruins of Honk America. And to General Mitchell we say, don't look for us, dog, we'll find you first. For the Central Committee. Weatherman. Bernardine Dorn. Dr. Timothy Leary. San Luis Obispo, California, September 15, 1970. The man who did for acid what Henry Ford did for the motor car had been given a 10-year sentence for the possession of 2 joints and a few flakes of pot. For months he had prepared to escape from the state prison at San Luis Obispo. His plan was to climb hand over hand along a wire that went over the walls. All he needed were people on the outside to pick him up and smuggle him out of the country. The weathermen took the job. A car met Leary on the evening of September 12, 1970. He changed out of his prison denims and was transferred to a camper with a bumper sticker reading, "America, love it or leave it." Leary wanted to leave it. That night, sitting around a fire in the redwoods, Leary and the weathermen composed the text of this communique. A month later, the acid guru resurfaced in Algeria. He told reporters there, "I escaped with the help of the Weatherman Underground. 25 of their crack underground operatives came to California for 6 weeks before my escape, and it was a very complicated operation." A few months later, after a dispute with fugitive Panther leader Eldridge Cleaver, who was running the Algeria operation, he was on the run again. He was captured in Afghanistan, where he informed on his rescuers, telling the FBI some of what he knew about the Weathermen and their underground operation. The Weatherman Underground has the honor and pleasure of helping Dr. Timothy Leary escape from the POW camp at San Luis Obispo, California. Dr. Leary was being held against his will and against the will of millions of kids in this country. He was a political prisoner, captured for the work he did in helping all of us begin the task of creating a new culture on the barren wasteland that has been imposed on this country by Democrats, Republicans, capitalists, and creeps. LSD, and grass, like the herbs and cactus and mushrooms of the American Indians and countless civilizations that have existed on this planet, will help us make a future world where it will be possible to live in peace. Now we are at war. With the NLF and the North Vietnamese, with the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine and Al-Fatah, with Rap Brown and Angela Davis, with all black and brown revolutionaries, the Soledad brothers and all prisoners of war in American concentration camps. We know that peace is only possible with the destruction of U.S. imperialism. Our organization commits itself to the task of freeing these prisoners of war. We are outlaws, we are free. Bernardine Dorn. Message to Daniel Berrigan. Catonsville, Maryland, October 8, 1970. In May 1968, Jesuit priest Daniel Berrigan, feminist midwife Mary Moylan, and 7 other Catholics had entered a draft office in Catonsville, Maryland, and removed almost 400 files. In the parking lot outside, they burned the papers with homemade napalm. The Catonsville 9 were tried and found guilty for destruction of U.S. property. Berrigan, his brother, Father Philip, and Moylan refused to surrender to serve their sentences and went underground. Philip was captured a few weeks later. Daniel stayed on the run until August 12, 1970, when FBI agents posing as bird watchers captured him at a friend's house in Rhode Island. Sentenced to 3.5 years in prison, he was released in 1972. "Our apologies, good friends," he once wrote, "for the fracture of good order, the burning of paper instead of children." Moylan, who joined the Weather Underground, was never captured. Brother Dan sent us this taped message from the underground just before his capture by the FBI pigs. His capture is a blow to all of us. But today even the iron bars, armed guards, and barbed wire of the POW camps can't contain our sisters and brothers. In every New York City jail, prisoners' fists broke through walls, guards were seized as hostages, and entire cell blocks were liberated. In San Rafael, Jonathan Jackson made his heroic attempt to free the 3 San Quentin prisoners and the Soledad brothers. The Palestinian guerrillas have freed Leila Khaled. Timothy Leary has escaped from San Luis Obispo and has joined us in the underground. We are free outlaws. Mary Moylan and many tribes of revolutionaries can't be found. We've got everything we need and the law can't touch us at all. In his message, Dan Berrigan says that outlawry is the normal condition in which decent men and women are called upon to live today. We have seen in the courage of the Palestinians, the humanity of George Jackson, and in the beauty of the Vietnamese people a new revolutionary culture emerging out of the death of America. Born out of East La Vista, Chicago, Powder Ridge, Kent State, kids' culture is one of respect for human life and a deep belief in peace. We have learned though that to be honest we must live outside the law, to be free we must fight. We watched you, Dan, on TV when they took you to jail, smiling and with hands raised, handcuffed, giving the sign of peace. You have refused the corruption of your generation. Join us soon. The Weatherman Underground. Fall Offensive. Chicago, October 8, 1970. Just before the Days of Rage, on October 6, 1969, weathermen had blown up a Chicago statue that commemorated the deaths of 8 policemen during the Haymarket riot of 1886. The stern-looking old-fashioned bronze police officer was found with its legs in the center of the Kennedy Expressway, and its torso splayed face down on the stone pedestal. We now feel, a police spokesman remarked, that it is kill or be killed. Chicago rebuilt the statue. And 364 days after the first explosion, the radicals destroyed it again. A caller, who was reported to identify himself as Mr. Weatherman, gave warning, and when the bomb went off at 1:15 a.m., no one was hurt. The communique entitled Fall Offensive was distributed to Chicago newspapers the next day. Sisters and brothers, a year ago we blew away the Haymarket pig statue at the start of a youth riot in Chicago. The head of the Police Sergeants Association called emotionally for all-out war between the pigs and us. We accepted. Last night we destroyed the pig again. This time it begins a fall offensive of youth resistance that will spread from Santa Barbara to Boston, back to Kent and Kansas, for we are everywhere, and next week families and tribes will attack the enemy around the country. It is our job to blast away the myths of total superiority of the man. We did not choose to live in a time of war. We choose only to become guerrillas and to urge our people to prepare for war rather than become accomplices in the genocide of our sisters and brothers. We learned from American history about policies of exterminating an entire people and their magnificent cultures: the Indians, the blacks, the Vietnamese. We are making plans to resist with all of our creativity. Students and hippies who now hear peace talk from the white man must remember how talk of peace was used against the Indians and preached to the blacks. Today many student leaders have cut their hair and called for peace. They say young people shouldn't provoke the government. And they receive in return promises of peaceful change. Promises of peace from a government that bombs Cambodia while talking about an end to war, that killed students at Jackson and Kent while calling for responsibility on campus, that murdered Fred Hampton and hundreds of blacks while calling for racial harmony. Remember that American pigs have already dropped more bombs on a piece of land about the size of Florida than the entire tonnage dropped during World War II. Don't be tricked by talk. Arm yourselves and shoot to live. We are building a culture and a society that can resist genocide. It is a culture of total resistance to mind-controlling maniacs, a culture of high-energy sisters getting it on, of hippie acid smiles and communes and freedom to be the farthest out people we can be. It's a culture that can take care of its people. Rosemary and Tim are free and high. J. Edgar himself admitted that underground radicals were the hardest group to infiltrate. That's because the culture and ideals we want to live by can only be lived in total resistance to imperialism. If Nixon invades Cuba, bombs North Vietnam, intervenes in the Middle East, we must all move fast. Figure out strategic weak points of the enemy. Look to the Arabs. With the underground and mass movement responding together, we could shut down every international airport in America within 24 hours. Every long hair is a yippie. Every militant woman a Leela Khalid. Surround every armed attack with rallies, phone calls, posters, and celebrations. We are not just attacking targets, we are bringing a pitiful helpless giant to its knees. We invite KY and Nixon and Agnew to travel in this country. Come to the high schools and campuses. But guard your planes, guard your colleges, guard your banks, guard your children. Guard your doors. Bernardine Dorn. Jeff Jones. Bill Ayers. Hall of Injustice. Marin County, California, October 8, 1970. Continuing the George Jackson saga, on August 7, his 17-year-old brother Jonathan stormed a courtroom inside the Marin County Civic Center. Carrying a submachine gun, he freed 3 San Quentin prisoners and took 5 hostages, including the judge, Harold Haley. Outside, police and guards opened fire. Jonathan Jackson, Judge Haley, and 2 others were killed. Angela Davis was accused of having purchased some of the guns used in the kidnapping. She was underground for 2 months before being captured. The next year she was tried and acquitted on all charges. 2 months after the bloody shootout, the Weatherman Underground made its contribution to the mayhem, planting a bomb that wrecked a courtroom and a bathroom in the Civic Center. 2 other groups detonated explosives on the West Coast the same week in the ROTC building at the University of Washington and a National Guard armory in Santa Barbara. This communique was sent to the local newspapers. Last night we blew up the Hall of Injustice, Marin County Civic Center. We dedicate this act to the prisoners of San Quentin, Soledad, and New York, and to all black prisoners of war. Fighting where there is no place to hide, they have turned every prison in America into an advance guerrilla post of the war against Pig America. We dedicate it to the heroic prisoners of O Wing and the other inmates of Soledad Prison who retaliated for the murder of 3 of their leaders by executing 2 pig guards, and to the incredible courage of the brothers who seized and held the prisons of New York, and who faced the most vicious reprisals with their fists in the air. And we dedicate it to the first of a new breed of freedom fighters, Jonathan Jackson and his comrades who were killed and captured, and to Angela, still alive and free, who together began a new offensive in our struggle inside the belly of the monster. Free all political prisoners. The Weatherman Underground. Criminal Courthouse. Long Island City, October 9, 1970. The prison war continued back east as well. On October 1, 1970, inmates, fed up with the appalling condition of the New York City jails, took 7 hostages in the Long Island City branch of the Queens House of Detention. In the next few days, prisoners in 3 other jails took their own hostages, and the standoffs continued until the end of the week when the NYPD stormed the jails and wrested control from the insurgents. A few days after order had been restored, at 1:15 a.m., an anonymous man phoned police and said, "This is the Weatherman calling. There is a bomb planted in the court building that will go off shortly. This is in retaliation for what happened during the week. Inform Pig Murphy." 10 minutes later, the bomb went off in the Long Island City Courthouse. The device had been jammed behind a telephone booth on the 3rd floor. No one was hurt. The only person in the building at the time was a janitor, who told reporters, "I heard a big blast. I thought the boiler blew up." Ho Chi Minh once said, "When the prison door is open, the real dragon will fly out." This week, in the concentration camps of New York City, the courage and humanity of the people broke through the fortress of the pigs. In the slave ships of the 20th century, Nat Turner rises again. The Viet Cong say that prison is a school of revolutionaries, but the jails, like the streets of every city, have become free fire zones. What's and Detroit taking place behind armed guard and iron bars. Soledad, the Tombs, Long Binh, and Con Thien, the final solution of the American state machines for breaking men and women and filth, rats, isolation, brutality and torture. They are instruments of genocide against the entire Black and Latin community. When the inmates cut loose, they showed the vulnerability of the empire. With thousands of pigs mobilized to guard the jails, those of us on the outside should move to aid the prisoners. Put out wanted posters for Murtaugh and McGrath. Wherever they go, treat them with the respect due enemies of the people. Keep them scared. The people will free the Soledad brothers and the Panther 21. The jails can no longer contain the revolution. Timothy Leary breaks out of San Luis Obispo, Leila Khaled is home free, Rap Brown and Angela Davis can't be found. We are outlaws, free and high, a youth guerrilla underground in the heart of Babylon. None of us are fooled by Lindsay's silver-forked tongue while he speaks of justice and prison reform. his goons beat unarmed brothers in the prison courtyards. Last night, as part of an international conspiracy, we blew up the Long Island City criminal courthouse adjacent to the branch Queens where it all began. With rallies and riots, with marches and Molotovs, kids in New York City and around the country will continue the battle. We welcome Commissioner Murphy to our city. Weatherman. New Morning Changing Weather. December 6, 1970. During the autumn of 1970, the FBI had nearly captured key members of the underground. Jeff Jones's street acumen and Bernardine Dorn's skills as a wheelman staved off disaster. She successfully eluded the feds in a high-speed chase through San Francisco, but when the excitement was over, the truth sank in: the agents had come too close. The whole West Coast network was abandoned. The weathermen, sobered and shaken, congregated in a rented house on Long Island and began to write their most important communique. New Morning, distributed through the Liberation News Service, was a statement from people who had learned some hard lessons. It completed the withdrawal from the days of rage mentality, a process which had begun in the days immediately after the deaths of Diana, Terry, and Ted. The tendency to consider only bombings or picking up the gun as revolutionary, they wrote, with the glorification of the heavier the better, we've called the military error. Now they envisioned a gentler underground. The townhouse, they said, forever destroyed our belief that armed struggle is the only real revolutionary struggle. Armed struggle would become secondary to a return to the mass movement. Confirming the abandonment of macho male posturing that had typified the immature organization, New Morning was the first time a statement was signed by the Weather Underground, a more gender-neutral sobriquet. This is a communication for our friends, we've sent it to those in the underground media we feel closest to. So we need your help in circulating it by sending it to all the underground and college newspapers in your area. If you want to, hold a press conference about this. There have been several statements that have appeared recently, claiming to be from the Weather Underground. The article that appeared in Chicago claiming to have been from someone involved in the second bombing of the Haymarket Pig statue is not accurate or from anyone we can identify. Likewise, the statement that appeared in Berkeley last Thursday, signed Bernardine, did not come from us. At one time we thought that it didn't matter if people sent out false communiques, as that would confuse the enemy. But now it seems that this is not a good tactic. It undercuts our ability to be clear about who we are and what we are doing, it makes it more difficult to struggle with people with whom we may have differences. We may be able to help others avoid mistakes we have made. So we will probably indicate if a statement is false and we'll try to be clear about authenticating ours. This communication does not accompany a bombing or a specific action. We want to express ourselves to the mass movement not as military leaders, but as tribes at council. It has been 9 months since the townhouse explosion. In that time, the future of our revolution has been changed decisively. A growing illegal organization of young women and men can live and fight and love inside Babylon. The FBI can't catch us, we pierced their bulletproof shield. But the townhouse forever destroyed our belief that armed struggle is the only real revolutionary struggle. It is time for the movement to go out into the air, to organize, to risk calling rallies and demonstrations, to convince that mass actions against the war and in support of rebellions do make a difference. Only acting openly, denouncing Nixon, Agnew and Mitchell, and sharing our numbers and wisdom together with young sisters and brothers will blow away the fear of the students at Kent State, the smack of the Lower East Side and the national silence after the bombings of North Vietnam. The deaths of 3 friends ended our military conception of what we are doing. It took us weeks of careful talking to rediscover our roots, to remember that we had been turned on to the possibilities of revolution by denying the schools, jobs, the death relationships we were educated for. We went back to how we had begun living with groups of friends and found that this revolution could leave intact the enslavement of women if women did not fight to end and change it, together. And marijuana and LSD and little money and awakening to the Black Revolution, the people of the world. Unprogramming ourselves, relearning American history. The first demonstration we joined, the first time we tried to convince our friends. In the wake of the townhouse we found that we didn't know much about each other's pasts, our talents, our interests, our differences. We had all come together around the militancy of young white people determined to reject racism and U.S. exploitation of the Third World. Because we agreed that an underground must be built, we were able to disappear an entire organization within hours of the explosion. But it was clear that more had been wrong with our direction than technical inexperience. Diana, Teddy, and Terry had been in SDS for years. Diana and Teddy had been teachers and both spent weeks with the Vietnamese in Cuba. Terry had been a community organizer in Cleveland and at Kent. Diana had worked in Guatemala. They fought in the days of rage in Chicago. Everyone was angered by the murder of Fred Hampton. Because their collective began to define armed struggle as the only legitimate form of revolutionary action, they did not believe that there was any revolutionary motion among white youth. It seemed like black and third world people were going up against American imperialism alone. 2 weeks before the townhouse explosion, 4 members of this group had firebombed Judge Murtaugh's house in New York as an action of support for the Panther 21, whose trial was just beginning. To many people this was a very good action. Within the group, however, the feeling developed that because this action had not done anything to hurt the pigs materially, it wasn't very important. So within 2 weeks' time, this group had moved from firebombing to anti-personnel bombs. Many people in the collective did not want to be involved in the large-scale, almost random bombing offensive that was planned. But they struggled day and night, and eventually, everyone agreed to do their part. At the end, they believed and acted as if only those who die are proven revolutionaries. Many people had been argued into doing something they did not believe in. Many had not slept for days. Personal relationships were full of guilt and fear. The group had spent so much time willing themselves to act that they had not dealt with the basic technological considerations of safety. They had not considered the future, either what to do with the bombs if it had not been possible to reach their targets, or what to do in the following days. This tendency to consider only bombings or picking up the gun as revolutionary, with the glorification of the heavier the better, we've called the military error. After the explosion, we called off all armed actions until such time as we felt the causes had been understood and acted upon. We found that the alternative direction already existed among us and had been developed within other collectives. We became aware that a group of outlaws who are isolated from the youth communities do not have a sense of what is going on, cannot develop strategies that grow to include large numbers of people, have become us and them. It was a question of revolutionary culture. Either you saw the youth culture that has been developing as bourgeois or decadent and therefore to be treated as the enemy of the revolution, or you saw it as the forces which produced us, a culture that we are a part of, a young and unformed society. In the past months we have had our minds blown by the possibilities that exist for all of us to develop the movement so that as revolutionaries we change and shape the cultural revolution. We are in a position to change it for the better. Men who are chauvinists can change and become revolutionaries who no longer embrace any part of the culture that stands in the way of the freedom of women. Hippies and students who fear black power should check out Rap Brown's Die Nigger Die and George Jackson's writings. We can continue to liberate and subvert attempts to rip off the culture. People become revolutionaries in the schools, in the army, in prisons, in communes, and on the streets. Not in an underground cell. Because we are fugitives, we could not go near the movement. That proved to be a blessing because we've been everywhere else. We meet as many people as we can with our new identities. We've watched the TV news of our bombings with neighbors and friends who don't know that we're weather people. We're often afraid, but we take our fear for granted now, not trying to act tough. What we once thought would have to be some zombie-type discipline has turned out to be a yoga of alertness, a heightened awareness of activities and vibrations around us, almost a new set of eyes and ears. Even though we have not communicated about ourselves specifically before this, our actions have said much about where our heads are at. We have obviously not gone in for large-scale material damage. Most of our actions have hurt the enemy on about the same military scale as a bee sting. but the political effect against the enemy has been devastating. The world knows that even the white youth of Babylon will resort to force to bring down imperialism. The attacks on the Marin County Courthouse and the Long Island City Jail were made because we believe that the resistance and political leadership that is growing within the prisons demands immediate and mass support from young people. For all the George Jacksons, Afeni Shakurs, and potential revolutionaries in these jails, the movement is the lifeline. They rebelled expecting massive support from outside. Demonstrations in support of prison revolts are a major responsibility of the movement, but someone must call for them, put out the leaflets, convince people that it is a priority. We are so used to feeling powerless that we believe pig propaganda about the death of the movement, or some bad politics about rallies being obsolete and bullshit. A year ago, when Bobby Seale was ripped off in Chicago and the movement didn't respond, it made it easier for the pigs to murder Fred Hampton. Now 2 Puerto Ricans have been killed by the pigs in the New York jails, in retaliation for the prisoner rebellion. What we do or don't do makes a difference. It will require courage and close families of people to do this organizing. 2s and 3s is not a good form for anything. It won't put out a newspaper, organize a conference on the war, or do an armed action without getting caught. Our power is that together we are mobile, decentralized, flexible, and we come into every home where there are children who catch the music of freedom and life. The women and men in jails are POWs held by the United States. When an American pilot is shot down while bombing North Vietnamese villages, he is often surrounded by thousands of people who have just seen their family and homes destroyed by the bombs he was delivering. Yet the man is not attacked and killed by the Vietnamese but is cared for as a prisoner. Nixon is now waging a last-ditch moral crusade around the treatment of these American war criminals to justify all his impending atrocities. The demonstrations and strikes following the rape of Indochina and the murders at Jackson and Kent last May showed real power and made a strong difference. New people were reached and involved and the government was put on the defensive. This month the bombings could have touched off actions expressing our fury at double-talking Laird and his crew. War research and school administrators and traveling politicians are within reach of our leaflets, our rallies, our rocks. Women's lib groups can find in Nwenti Bin a sister for whom there is love and support here. Her proposals for peace must be explained and Bloody Dick's plans to use more bombers to replace the GIs who are refusing to fight exposed as the escalation and genocide it is. Vietnamization, Indianization, limited duration, protective reaction, suppressive fire, horseshit. It seems that we sometimes forget that in Vietnam strong liberated women and men live and fight. Not as abstract guerrilla fighters slugging it out with US imperialism in Southeast Asia, but as people with values and loves and parents and children and hopes for the future. People like Ty, a fighter in the People's Liberation Armed Forces who was in Hue during Tet and at Hamburger Hill a year later, or than Tra, an organizer in the mass women's organization and the students' movement in the cities, who had not seen her lover in 9 years. They traveled for a month to come to Cuba to meet with us, to sing and dance and explain how it is in Vietnam. There is nothing brutal or macho about guns and bombs in their hands. We can't help thinking that if more people knew about them, the anti-war movement would never have allowed Nixon and Agnew to travel to so many cities during the past election with only the freaks at Kansas State and the people of San Jose to make our anger at his racism known to the world. The hearts of our people are in a good place. Over the past months, freaks and hippies and a lot of people in the movement have begun to dig for a long winter. Kent and Augusta and Jackson brought to all of us a coming of age, a seriousness about how hard it will be to fight in America and how long it will take us to win. We are all beginning to figure out what the Cubans meant when they told us about the need for new men and new women. People have been experimenting with everything about their lives, fierce against the ways of the white man. They have learned how to survive together in the poisoned cities and how to live on the road and the land. They've moved to the country and found new ways to bring up free wild children. People have purified themselves with organic food, fought for sexual liberation, grown long hair. People have reached out to each other and learned that grass and organic consciousness expanding drugs are weapons of the revolution. Not mandatory for everyone, not a gut check, but a tool, a yaqui way of knowledge. But while we sing of drugs, the enemy knows how great a threat our youth culture is to their rule, and they employ their allies the killer drugs to pacify and destroy young people. No revolution can succeed without the youth, and we face that possibility if we don't meet this threat. People are forming new families. Collectives have sprung up from Seattle to Atlanta, Buffalo to Vermont, and they are units of people who trust each other both to live together and to organize and fight together. The revolution involves our whole lives. We aren't part-time soldiers or secret revolutionaries. It is our closeness and the integration of our personal lives with our revolutionary work that will make it hard for undercover pigs to infiltrate our collectives. It's one thing for pigs to go to a few meetings, even meetings of a secret cell. It's much harder for them to live in a family for long without being detected. One of the most important things that has changed since people began working in collectives is the idea of what leadership is. People, and especially groups of sisters, don't want to follow academic ideologues or authoritarians. From Fidel's speeches and Ho's poems we've understood how leaders grow out of being deeply in touch with movements. From Crazy Horse and other great Indian chiefs we've learned that the people who respect their tribe and its needs are followed freely and with love. The Lakotas laughed at the whites appointing one man to be chief of all the Lakota tribes, as if people wouldn't still go with whichever leader they thought was doing the right thing. Many of these changes have been pushed forward by women both in collectives with men and in all women's collectives. The enormous energy of sisters working together has not only transformed the movement internally, but when it moves out it is a movement that confuses and terrifies America. When asked about the sincerity of Madame Ben's proposals, KY says, "Never trust a woman in politics." The pigs refuse to believe that women can write a statement or build a sophisticated explosive device or fight in the streets. But while we have seen the potential strength of thousands of women marching, it is now up to revolutionary women to take the lead, to call militant demonstrations, to organize young women, to carry the Viet Cong flag, to make it hard for Nixon and KY to travel around the country ranting about POWs the same day that hundreds of women are being tortured in the prisons of South Vietnam. It's up to us to tell women in America about Madame Ben in Paris, about Pham Thi Quyen, fighter in the Saigon Underground and wife of Nguyen Van Troy, about Madame Nguyen Thi Dinh, leader of the first South Vietnamese People's Liberation Armed Forces Unit uprising in Ban Tre in 1961, about Celia Sanchez and Heidi Santamaria who fought at Moncada and in the Havana Underground, about Bernadette Devlin and Leela Khalid and Lolita Lebron, and about Joan Bird and Afeni Shakur, and Mary Moylan here. We can't wait to organize people until we get ourselves together any more than we can act without being together. They must go on at the same time. None of these changes that people are going through are rules and principles. We are in many different regions of the country and are building different kinds of leaders and organizations. It's not coming together into one organization, or paper structure of factions or coalitions. It's a new nation that will grow out of the struggles of the next year. Bernardine Dorn. Weather Underground. The bombing of the Capitol. Washington, D.C. February 28, 1971. But make no mistake, the Weather Underground had not gone soft. It followed up its denunciation of armed struggle with the most spectacular bombing of the whole campaign. On February 28, 1971, 2.5 months after issuing the new morning statement, newspapers received a new communique. "We have attacked the Capitol," it read, "the worldwide symbol of the government which is now attacking Indochina." The only problem was no bomb had exploded in the Capitol. The dynamite had been set, and the communique had been sent before it was due to detonate. But 0 hour came and went with no explosion. It was decided that a second starter bomb would be smuggled into the building, now on high alert, and placed on top of the original charge. When this went off, it would take the defective device with it. Though the underground had already displayed its propensity for hiding bombs behind toilets, police had somehow failed to search a little-used men's bathroom in a restricted area of the Capitol's basement. The starter bomb was smuggled in, and at 1 a.m., on March 1, the switchboard operator in Washington, D.C., was terrified by a caller speaking in a low, hard voice. "This building will blow up in 30 minutes, he told her. "You will get many calls like this, but this one is real. Evacuate the building." This is in protest of the Nixon involvement in Laos. Half an hour later, the toilets went sky high. The explosion ruined the congressional barber shop, overturned tables in a senator's dining room, and damaged an expensive painting of George Washington. The Nixon regime is now attempting the brutal conquest of yet another nation in Indochina. Lies about the war winding down cannot hide the criminal invasion of Laos. Nixon's speech last week cannot cover up the most vicious inhuman air war in history. Deadly US B-52s are dropping the equivalent of Hiroshima every 2 days on Laotian villages, forests, and fields. Air attacks on South Vietnam, North Vietnam, and Cambodia are heavy and increasing. Nixon can't explain away 1,500 U.S. Marines ready on the North Vietnamese border while KY, Theo, and Kissinger prepare the American public for the next invasion. Nixon cannot disguise his plan: the genocide of all Indochinese people who dare to fight against American imperialism. "We have attacked the Capitol because it is, along with the White House and the Pentagon, the worldwide symbol of the government which is now attacking Indochina. To millions of people here and in Latin America, Africa, and Asia, it is a monument to U.S. domination over the planet. The invaders of Laos will not have peace in this country. Young people here will do everything we can to harass, disrupt, and destroy this murderous government. The thousands of people who have begun to protest and fight this new escalation are saying to the world that we will retaliate against America's crimes. Our actions, our protests, and the spirit of our resistance will be welcomed and supported by people all over the world. It is urgent that all of us expose Nixon's lies." Pham Van Dong said. "Nixon talks peace to make war, that is as clear as daylight. The U.S. claims to be responding to the presence of North Vietnamese in Laos, to be attacking the so-called Ho Chi Minh Trail. But it is really launching a direct attack on the people of Laos. Their fight for national liberation has a long history. The Pathet Lao and nationalist forces have been fighting invaders since 1950, winning military victories, transforming lives. Since May 1964, American B-52s flown from Thailand have been devastating the Laotian countryside. 60% of the Laotian people have been made homeless, driven into population clusters or restoration zones with little possibility of survival. This, of course, is what the U.S. has done in Cambodia and South Vietnam. But in the past few weeks, the Pathet Lao has won great victories over the US-controlled, CIA-trained mercenaries. After cutting off 2 bases, they are now threatening the main body of the attacking army. Nixon needs to send in American troops to repair the debacle. Already, the media and military spokesmen are calling it the greatest defeat since Tet, raising before Nixon and his collaborators the specter of Dien Bien Phu. Faced with defeats on the ground, America has turned to an air war without limits. Vietnamization only means the replacement of American ground troops with even greater air power. With Black G.I.S. leading open rebellions in the army, Nixon can't rely on draftees. As G.I.S. leave Vietnamese soil, they are replaced by more American B-52s, flown by more American death pilots, dropping bombs made in American factories. U.S. bombers are now raining death on all of Indochina. Chemical defoliants have changed beautiful, lush countryside into a barren wasteland, uninhabitable for generations. Whole rice crops have been wiped out. And the Vietnamese revealed to scientists that defoliants cause severe genetic damage to human beings. A pregnant woman who drinks water which contains defoliant is more likely to have a malformed child than a woman exposed to atomic radiation in Hiroshima. The whole population of 5 northeastern provinces of South Vietnam is being forcibly relocated to create a 60-mile-wide free-fire zone for American bombers. There is open speculation in Washington about using tactical nuclear weapons in this area. This is not just a war against the people who are fighting now, it is a war against the future. But Nixon speaks of peace. Air war isn't really war at all. Bombers pounding the Laotian villages doesn't mean an invasion. GIs in South Vietnamese uniforms aren't really Americans. Words like protective reaction, protective encirclement and phased withdrawal clean it up for the TV and voting audience. The men who are running this war are a new vicious breed of murderers. Kissinger smilingly referred to Nixon's address as his end of the world speech, while America moves closer to war with China. Laird cries for the POWs while Vietnamese are tortured in Saigon's tiger cages and by U.S. Special Forces. Rogers pledges a war without limits in Indochina. Arrogant imperialists at ease with the pastime of murder. Selling their atrocities with press releases, new images, Madison Avenue doublethink. But as Custer discovered at the Little Bighorn, as the French found at Dien Bien Phu, and as Nixon is learning in the Laotian hills west of Khe Sanh, the arrogance of the white man can lead to his own destruction. The war that began 10 years ago was to be a quick mop-up job to search and destroy the Viet Cong. Instead it has become the longest war this country has fought since the wars to conquer the Indians. Faced with the whole people of Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam as its enemy, America has turned to a new kind of warfare: kill all, burn all, destroy all. The crimes committed at the village of My Lai are not extraordinary. The defendants in that case call it standard operating procedure. After all, Calley testified, it's not as if he were killing human beings. But the people of Indochina have persevered. In Vietnam the American invaders have been driven out of the countryside by the full power of People's War. By local self-defense units in each village, by women in the rice fields shooting down bomber planes, by children running supplies to the front, by the bamboo traps set by thousands of villagers. Today the Provisional Revolutionary Government governs 4/5 of the countryside and 11 million people. It is recognized by over 20 nations, leading the war effort, maintaining factories and schools, making films. It is the government which, represented by Madame Ben, seeks peace and independence in Paris. The Saigon regime is now on the brink of collapse. Even the CIA estimates that over 30,000 people inside the regime are secret members of the NLF. In Saigon itself the underground carries out daily sabotage attacks, and mass student demonstrations threaten the U.S. Embassy. In the cities, once the heart of American corruption and power in South Vietnam, everyone is part of the resistance movement. Thousands of young people had the honor of meeting the Vietnamese while helping with the sugar harvest in Cuba. What we learn from our Cuban and Vietnamese friends is that our power grows in a long, protracted war, while the enemy, attacked on many fronts, weakens. We have already fought many battles here. We were at the Pentagon and stopped troop trains in Oakland in 1967. In 1968, the combined effect of the Tet Offensive, black rebellions in every city and the student movement forced LBJ into early retirement. Last May, the massive response to the invasion of Cambodia slowed down Nixon's timetable, heightened the crisis within the army, and gave great encouragement to the Indochinese people. Now ruling class spokesmen are telling us that the movement has cooled off, but we saw a new spirit march through the streets of America last month. People are not fooled about the difficulty of resistance. We were never that naive. We are all learning new ways to fight against the advanced repressive technology of the pigs. It's growing. In many cities, women's groups led militant street demonstrations for the first time. They have taken the name and ideal of Madame Ben to young people. The life of Ho Chi Minh, the history of the DRV and NLF has been an inspiration to all of us. Now we must begin mobilizing for the next stage. All over the country, revolutionaries are getting ready for the spring. Our plans can be as creative and indigenous as the bamboo booby traps of the Vietnamese. Sometimes our weapons don't seem to be enough. The feeling of frustration comes from our passionate desire to help force the withdrawal of U.S. troops and stop the murderous bombing raids right away. But our sting is deadly. Our revolution is young. Beautiful Pathet Lao banners, sisters marching strong, mobile forces, new people. People learning how to live and how to sustain the fight. Together there comes great power. The combined strength of armed underground attacks, propaganda, demonstrations in the cities and campuses, actions by local collectives, All forms of organizing and political warfare can wreck the American war machine. Everything we do makes a difference. After the B-52 attacks, the Vietnamese fill in the bomb craters. Hundreds of men and women mobilized to hand small baskets of earth up to the people at the top of the crater. Soon the crater is filled. People all over the world are encouraged by what we do here in the heart of the empire. Nixon will see that what he took for acquiescence was really the calm before the storm. The Weather Underground. George Jackson. San Francisco, August 30, 1971. The tragic denouement to the George Jackson story was probably inevitable. It certainly seemed that way to Jackson himself. "They pushed me over the line from which there can be no retreat," he had once written. "I know that they will not be satisfied until they pushed me out of existence altogether." On August 21, 1971, guards at San Quentin shot him to death, claiming that he was armed and attempting to escape. The gun, variously described as a revolver and a pistol, couldn't be found. In the context of his year-long war with the California prison authorities, his death was suspicious, to say the least. "We may never know exactly how he died," wrote the local alternative newspaper, "but we damn well know why he died." At 2:02 a.m., on August 28, a week after Jackson's death, a woman called the telephone operator in Sacramento. "This is Weatherman," she said, "there's a large explosive device at 714 P. St. Don't move it." Police cars rushed to the address, which housed the Office of California Prisons. But before they got there, the bomb 3 to 5 sticks of dynamite had already destroyed a women's bathroom on the 6th floor. The explosion, the LA Times reported, turned the restroom into a mass of twisted pipe and splintered wood, blew gaping holes in the roof, knocked out an elevator door, cracked walls, ripped up the floor and severed electrical lines and water mains. No one was hurt. A minute or so later, a second bomb exploded in a Department of Corrections building on the San Francisco waterfront. Both devices had been placed the previous day, and their timers had been set to go off simultaneously. The communique arrived at the San Francisco Examiner later in the day. "They pushed me over the line from which there can be no retreat. I know that they will not be satisfied until they pushed me out of existence altogether." On Saturday, August 21, 1971, George Jackson, black warrior, revolutionary leader, political prisoner, was shot dead by racist forces at San Quentin. Murdered for what he had become, Soledad brother, soldier of his people, rising up through torment and torture, tyranny and injustice, unwilling to bow or bend to his oppressors. George Jackson died with his eyes fixed clearly on freedom. Tonight the offices of the California prison system in San Francisco and Sacramento were attacked. Here is one outraged response to the assassination of George Jackson. "There are still some blacks here who consider themselves criminals, but not many. Believe me, my friend, with the time and incentive that these brothers have to read, study and think, you will find no class or category more aware, more embittered, desperate, or dedicated to the ultimate remedy revolution. The most dedicated, the best of our kind, you'll find them in the Folsoms, San Quentins, and Soledads. The prisons are part of a strategy of colonial warfare being waged against the black population. For over 100 years the U.S. government has tried to civilize the continents of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. For the same reasons the government has stolen the land and labor and attempted to rip apart the culture of black people. Originally kidnapped from Africa to work the plantations of the South, black people today are being torn from their families and communities to be incarcerated in slave labor camps. Under the Slavery and Emancipation Act of 1865, slavery and involuntary servitude were abolished for everyone except criminals. Accordingly, the prison system in this country is run at a profit, with prisoners paid pennies an hour to produce everything from shoes to missile parts. Like in Vietnam, where rebellious populations have been relocated to strategic hamlets and tiger cages, the rebels of Watts, Harlem, Detroit, have been shipped to places called San Quentin, the Tombs, Parish Prison, and Cook County Jail concentration camps whose sole purpose is to crush the spirit of resistance in the black population. Inside are those who have fought back against the white armies which occupy their communities, those who have experienced the slow death of heroin, those who have not accepted hunger, unemployment, and racism as a normal way of life. 50% of the prison population of California is black and brown. There are more black men in prison than in college. Once in jail, the point is to keep them there. Thousands of prisoners are serving indeterminate sentences. 1 year to life is the required California sentence for robbery. There is a high price for parole, that of utter subservience to daily racism and indignities. Prisoners must accept arbitrary transfers, denial of visitation rights without explanation, inhumane medical treatment, atrocious food, overcrowding and rampant brutality. They must accept continual denial of parole by white adult authority members. George Jackson was denied parole many times between 1961 and 1969, although his only crime was a $70 gas station robbery. If a prisoner becomes identified as a militant, as an agitator, the adjustment center awaits. In San Quentin's maximum security adjustment center, almost all the prisoners are black and brown. The guards and trustees are almost all white. It is in this wing that Fleta Drumgo, John Clutch et Ruchel McGee are now being burned and beaten. The colonial administrators of the system, correction officials, parole boards, youth boards, guards, adult authorities are there to make sure that no freedom fighters get out, that those who are still unbroken remain inside, to be subjected to constant psychological and physical torture, and if necessary, to be assassinated. The execution of George Jackson is the North American prison system's final solution to the problem of black resistance. We reckon all time in the future from the day of the man-child's death. I want people to wonder at what forces created him, terrible, vindictive, cold, calm man-child. The masters would have us believe that violence is a choice in the world, that the best of us choose nonviolence as a means of change, and that deviants choose violence. The loudest cries for restraints and nonviolence come from the very throats of those bent on violence as a means of control. The Vietnamese are told to be nonviolent from the cockpits of B-52s, blacks are told to believe in progress while their children are systematically forced through schools where they are taught how not to read and write. So long as the master-slave relationship continues, violence will be a fact of life. Thousands of black and brown babies die of malnutrition and lead poisoning each year. 1/3 of all Puerto Rican women are sterilized in birth control experiments. Those who place the blame for violence upon those who resist this oppression are prolonging slavery. George Jackson was a humane man who had to use every means to fight for survival in a racist country. Violence, bloodshed, madness, this has always been the cry of the slave master after a rebellion. But those are words which describe those who crack the whips and maintain power by standing on the throats of others. It is not violent to reach for life, not mad to risk all for freedom. Medgar Evers, Malcolm X, Bobby Hutton, Brother Booker, W.L. Noland, M.L. King, Featherstone, Mark Clark, and Fred Hampton, just a few who have already gone the way of the buffalo. There is a pattern to this country's attempts to control colonial peoples. One of its chief weapons has been the periodic assassinations of major leaders. From the murder of Patrice Lumumba in 1961 to the shooting down of Malcolm X in 1965, the targets are those who have assumed center stage in the struggle for black liberation at any given time. With rebellions throughout the prison system this past year, George Jackson had emerged as a key figure in the black community, a spokesman for enraged men and women who are honing themselves for a fight to the death within this country's detention camps. Every prisoner throughout California has heard of Jackson. His execution represents a major attempt at mass propaganda to convince the youth who are now entering the Folsoms and the Quintons that rebellion is hopeless, that those who inspire and lead will pay the price of death. There must be a price for racist attacks, a higher price for murder. Mass actions outside the tombs last year might have prevented the murder of 2 Puerto Rican prisoners a week after the rebellions. If Edward Hanrahan had been dealt with for the murder of Fred Hampton, James Parks might have thought twice before participating in the murder of George Jackson. Every prison official must learn to balance actions with his desire for personal safety. The history of black people in this country has been one of passionate resistance to the slave masters. All too often, they have had to wage that fight alone. Black and brown people inside the jails are doing all they can. Must they fight alone even now? White people on the outside have a deep responsibility to enter the battle at every level. Each of us can turn our grief into the righteous anger and our anger into action. 2 small bombs do not cool our rage. We nurture that rage inside us. We view our actions as simply a first expression of our love and respect for George Jackson and the warriors of San Quentin. I'll never forgive, I'll never forget, and if I'm guilty of anything at all, it's of not leaning on them hard enough. War Without Terms. Weather Underground. Attica, New York, September 17, 1971. Less than a month after Jackson's death, on the morning of September 9, 1971, a squabble between inmates and guards turned bloody inside Western New York's Attica prison. In minutes, the inmates had control of the yard, and by nightfall they were surrounded by heavily armed state troopers. "We are men," the prisoners wrote to the outside world. "We are not beasts and do not intend to be beaten or driven as such." Negotiations lasted for 4 days. Then Governor Nelson Rockefeller demanded action. Electricity to the prison was cut on the morning of September 13. Helicopters dropped tear gas into the yard and New York State troopers opened fire. 12 minutes later, 11 guards and 32 inmates were dead. Subsequent reports that the guards had been killed by inmates turned out to be false. Among the inmates shot and killed by the troopers that day was Sam Melville, who was doing time for a 1969 bombing of a Manhattan draft induction center in protest of the Vietnam War. 4 days after the massacre, newspapers were informed that a bomb would explode in the office of the New York State Commissioner of Corrections. Police cleared the building just as the detonation smashed the cinder block walls in a 9th-floor bathroom. By now everyone is aware that the Monday slaughter did not have to take place. If this was a civilized society, the men in power would not need to kill those who demand their freedom and to be treated with the respect due to every human being. Attica Prison is a place where 85% of those held there are black or Puerto Rican. All the guards and administrators of the prison are white. This is not an oversight by some dumb bureaucrat. This is how a society run by white racists maintains its control. Everyone knows about high bails, the box, beatings by white racist guards carrying nigger sticks. Everyone saw Governor Rockefeller, Commissioner Oswald, and the rest of those racists lie, and then attempt to justify their lies as to the alleged killings of the hostages. It is not a question of being ignorant of the facts. In their manifesto the prisoners said, "The entire incident that has erupted here at Attica is a result of the unmitigated oppression wrought by the racist administration network of this prison. We are men, we are not beasts. And we do not intend to be beaten or driven as such. What has happened here is but the sound before the fury of those who are oppressed. Either you are a racist and support the murder and torture of black and Puerto Ricans by mad dog whites, or you commit yourself to doing everything and anything necessary to support the fight being waged by black and Puerto Rican people in this country for their survival." Mass murder is not unusual in this country, it is the foundation of American imperialism. In our lifetime we have seen 4 black girls killed by a bomb explosion in Birmingham, Alabama. We have seen black students gunned down at Orangeburg, South Carolina, and Jackson, Mississippi. We have seen Watts, Newark, and Detroit. America has murdered Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Fred Hampton, and 2 weeks ago, the authorities in California assassinated George L. Jackson. We have seen white students shot and killed at Berkeley and Kent State. And in Southeast Asia this country now bears the responsibility for the deaths of over 1 million Vietnamese people. America's genocidal war will be more devastating than that waged by the Nazis, poisoning a people and a land for many generations to come. Children grow up in this country knowing that Lt. William Calley can be convicted of the murder of 22 unarmed Vietnamese civilians and be congratulated for it by a president more interested in his re-election than the lives of any human beings on earth. The main question white people have to face today is not the state of the economy but whether they are going to continue to allow genocidal murder, in their name, of oppressed people in this country and around the world. Tonight we attacked the head offices of the New York State Department of Corrections. Tomorrow thousands of people will demonstrate in New York and around the country against this racist slaughter. We must continue to make the Rockefellers, Oswalds, Reagans, and Nixons pay for their crimes. We only wish we could do more to show the courageous prisoners at Attica, San Quentin, and the other 20th-century slave ships that they are not alone in their fight for the right to live. Weather underground. The bombing of the Pentagon. Washington, D.C. May 19, 1972. In May 1972, facing a steady deterioration of the military position in South Vietnam, Nixon ordered an increased bombing campaign against Hanoi. American planes also began dropping mines in North Vietnamese harbors, cutting off supplies to the population. The underground's response came on May 19, Ho Chi Minh's birthday. Shortly after midnight, dynamite exploded in a women's bathroom in the Pentagon's Air Force section. Pipes burst, destroying top-secret files and temporarily disabling a global communications computer. Around the time of the blast, the New York Post reported, it had received a call from Weatherman Underground No. 12, who directed reporters to a telephone booth, where this communique was found. Nothing is more precious than independence and freedom, and we would rather sacrifice all than lose our country and live as slaves. Ho Chi Minh. After years and years of fighting foreign invaders Japan, France, and the United States, the Vietnamese are now moving toward the total liberation of their country. It is a crucial period in the long history of Vietnamese resistance. For in the past 7 weeks the massive offensive organized by the Vietnamese people has shattered the Nixon strategy of Vietnamization and freed thousands of people from the South Vietnamese detention centers, disrupting what the arrogant whites call the rural pacification program. Large sections of countryside have again been liberated by the National Liberation Front. It has become clear to everyone that the Thieu regime and the Army of the Republic of Vietnam would collapse within a matter of days without U.S. air and naval power. The risk taken by the Vietnamese at this time is to face that U.S. military might in a fight to regain their homeland. Today we attack the Pentagon, the center of the American military command. We are acting at a time when growing U.S. air and naval shellings are being carried out against the Vietnamese while U.S. mines and warships are used to blockade the harbors of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, while plans for even more escalations are being made in Washington. The clouds embrace the peaks embrace the clouds. The river below shines like a mirror, spotless and clean. On the crest of the western mountain, my heart stirs as I wander, looking towards the southern sky and dreaming of old friends. Ho Chi Minh. Vietnam is one country and one people. As one people, they trace the roots of their resistance back to the first independence struggle led by the Chung sisters. As one people, they defeated the Japanese occupying force and their Vichy French allies in 1945. As one people they defeated the French occupation troops in 1954 at Dien Bien Phu. And as one people, they have stood up to the attempts of the United States to subjugate them. Vietnam, after the defeat of the French, was separated into 2 zones at the Geneva Conference of 1954. The imperialist powers participating at Geneva, led by the United States, maneuvered to set up a zone that would be agreeable to their penetration, with the full intention of using it as a base to launch attacks and subversion against other Southeast Asian countries. The Geneva Accords clearly state that the military demarcation line is provisional and should not be interpreted as constituting a political or territorial boundary. The accords called for international supervised elections throughout Vietnam within 2 years in order that the Vietnamese could determine their own future. The elections never happened, thwarted by the American-backed dictator Ngo Dinh Diem and his corrupt government. President Eisenhower said, Had elections been held, possibly 80% of the population would have voted for the communist Ho Chi Minh. The era of direct U.S. intervention had begun. The Pentagon Papers pointed out later that South Vietnam was essentially the creation of the United States. And yet the lie of aggression from the North has been justified for continual escalation. Neither bombs nor shells can cow our people, and no honeyed words can deceive them. We, Vietnamese, are resolved to fight till not a single U.S. aggressor remains on our beloved land. Ho Chi Minh. A people united with a vision of independence and liberty is a powerful human force. They can be bombed and killed, and their progress can be slowed, but they can never be fully enslaved. This is why in Vietnam, the people are still able to resist with such strength, even after a series of aggressive military strategies. Special war, limited war, large-scale air attacks have been unleashed against them. The vision of a free Vietnam is more compelling than the fear of more U.S. reprisals. The people of Vietnam are conscious of the risks and the stakes of their struggle. They persevere. They resist bit by bit, they rebuild piece by piece. From a bomb shelter in Hanoi a few days ago, a Vietnamese told an American reporter, "Nixon cannot understand us. We have anticipated the worst and have all the means to face it." Ho Chi Minh said that Hanoi, Haiphong and other cities would be destroyed, but that we could not be defeated. He predicted it. What further price will the Vietnamese have to pay to win their freedom? Already 3 million Vietnamese have died in the fighting. The Indo-Chinese people have had to withstand 26 million tons of explosives used against them by U.S. forces from 1965 to 71. They have been subjected to sustained U.S. air raids, directed against agricultural cooperatives, communes, hospitals, schools, dikes, and workshops throughout the country. And now the United States government, instead of leaving Vietnam, has responded to the deepening political crisis at home and the defeat of American ground troops, with a policy of Vietnamization. Vietnamization is the Nixon doctrine applied to Vietnam. It calls for the withdrawal of U.S. combat troops in an attempt to cool the political crisis within the United States. Aid to the Army of the Republic of Vietnam is increased to try to build up the pro-U.S. forces. At the same time, Vietnamization is a strategy based on an increasing U.S. presence in terms of air, naval and technological power. So the U.S. troop levels recede while destruction and death increase. Once again the white man calculates that it is worth the cost because the bodies aren't white. An Asian is turned against Asian by the manipulation of a foreign power. Eyes must look far ahead, and thoughts be deeply pondered. Be bold and unremitting in attack. Give the wrong command, and two chariots are rendered useless. Come the right moment, a pawn can bring you victory. Ho Chi Minh. The Provisional Revolutionary Government, through its representative in Paris, Madame Ben, has proposed a program for peace in Vietnam. The American people should read this proposal. It calls on the United States government to set a date for total withdrawal from Vietnam, so that the Vietnamese can solve their own problems. It further demands that the United States stop interfering in the internal affairs of South Vietnam and stop backing the corrupt Thieu regime. If the U.S. government would agree to these points, the fighting could stop, U.S. airmen shot down over North Vietnam could be released, the last pilot returning home as the last American soldier leaves Indochina, and most importantly, the Vietnamese people could continue the job of building up their nation, working out internal problems like the question of reunification among themselves. The Nixon government should accept these proposals. Instead, Nixon's every move shows him to be a greater warmonger than any of his predecessors. It is Nixon who ordered the mining of the harbors and waterways of the DRV. And it is Nixon who has contingency plans for the use of nuclear weapons in Vietnam. He is the major perpetrator of violence in the world today, he is the war criminal. My ultimate wish is that our whole party and people, closely united in the struggle, build a peaceful, unified, independent, democratic and prosperous Vietnam and make a worthy contribution to the world revolution. Ho Chi Minh. The world has been changed forever by the struggle in Vietnam. Despite all the U.S. bombs, all the vicious escalation, all the criminal acts of this government, the people of Vietnam continue to fight, continue to build their society. These are the people we are taught to hate. Look into their eyes, see how they raise their children, how they greet one another. Read their songs and poetry. Reflect on how they face this terrible war machine, how they transform bomb craters into fish hatcheries, how youth brigades mobilize to rebuild bridges and roads as quickly as they are bombed. Try to understand how they persevere. There is a difference between Richard Nixon and Ho Chi Minh, William Porter and Madame Binh, Henry Kissinger and Lee Duc though. Nixon may be murdering for his pride and his power, but the Vietnamese are fighting to be free and to live as human beings in a different kind of world. And because of this, the eyes of the people from every land are focused on Vietnam. Neither high nor very far. Neither emperor, nor king. You are only a little milestone, which stands at the edge of the highway. To people passing by, you point the right direction, and stop them from getting lost. You tell them of the distance, for which they still must journey. Your service is not a small one, and people will always remember you. Ho Chi Minh. Weather Underground. Common Victories. February 23, 1973. On the evening of January 23, 1973, Richard Nixon made a short speech on national television. Henry Kissinger and the North Vietnamese had reached an agreement. The war was over. It was, the president said, peace with honor. The draft was discontinued. Within 2 months, all prisoners of war would be released and the remaining 23,700 American military personnel in Vietnam would leave the country. At 7 p.m., on January 27, the ceasefire went into effect. In Times Square the word peace flashed in lights 10 stories high. The first American casualties had been recorded in 1961. At that time, the weather people were in high school. Now, they were in their 20s and 30s. The war, still with 2 years left to fight, had dominated their consciousness during all that time. In Common Victories they took a moment to consider the impact of the ceasefire. The enclosed statement expresses our thoughts on the ceasefire in Vietnam. The signing of the ceasefire agreement marks a great victory, not only for the Vietnamese people, but for everyone who has protested the war and fought for an end to U.S. aggression. It is a time to share in the celebrations of the Vietnamese, to reflect on our movement in history, and renew our resistance. Nixon and his supporters will spread the lie that U.S. terror bombing won the war and force the Vietnamese to sign the agreement. This lie cannot affect the continuing progress of the Vietnamese Revolution. It is aimed at deceiving the American people and silencing millions in this country who have opposed the war. Many clear voices need to be heard right now to tell the real history of the war, to draw the lessons from U.S. defeat. We hope that you will read this statement, print it if possible and circulate it among your friends. Weather Underground. Yesterday, a ceasefire agreement was signed in Laos. Great joy, common victories. The women joined the circle. Gliding across perfumed Parisian carpets. Walked to the calm measure of rice-pointing rhythms. T. Binh came victorious. Her flesh torn and blistered. Singed hair, skin coarsened. From prison lie, bare-legged work in the deltas. She covered her mud-caked body with crimson AO dye, dipped in the blood of women. Warriors. Sacred red. They saw red. Her enemies described their own fear. A fishwife. Shrill cries of her countrywomen rise from the ancient soil. I shall not resign myself to the usual lot of women. The Cochin women sat in high circles, crouched in caves, hidden in mangrove forests, taking careful aim. Her graceful hands, with nails ripped out, held the pen. She made a sign. The moon turned scarlet. Now the children can be born. Written by a sister in the underground, January 27, 1973. 5 years after the Tet Offensive, a New Year's victory is being celebrated in Vietnam. This is the year of the water buffalo, the animal of power in the rice field, slow and ponderous, strong. The Vietnamese say it will be a fruitful year, a time of building close to the earth. The signing of the agreement on the ceasefire and restoring peace in Vietnam marks a time of joy for the Vietnamese people. It ends direct United States military involvement, ends the blockade and mining of the ports of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, the threats to the dikes and other life support systems, the terror bombing by U.S. warplanes. The intention of the U.S. government has been total war and genocide against Vietnam. This intention has been countered and defeated. The Vietnamese people have driven an invading army from their country. For the first time in over 100 years, Vietnamese soil will be free of foreign soldiers. Article number 4 of the agreement says, the U.S. will not continue its military involvement or intervention in the internal affairs of Vietnam. The full force of U.S. wealth, the cream of computerized technology, the racial arrogance of empire has been defeated by an ancient Asian nation, a people who began this stage of their revolution 30 years ago armed with a 2,000-year tradition of resistance and bamboo poles sharpened at the ends. The significance of the ceasefire agreement is that the strength of people in Vietnam, around the world and inside the U.S. itself was pitted against a handful of men who control technological power and the means of violence. A small poor country can defeat the largest richest power in the world, provided its people are united and its cause is just. What an ominous message for the American empire! What inspiration and comfort for all people! The Vietnamese have experience with the forked tongue of the American government. We are reminded of the trail of broken treaties and the greed which has accompanied peace and honor words before. U.S. imperial presence continues in force in South Vietnam. Already 10,000 civilian advisors are in place, propping up the Thieu regime for a decent interval, looking for ways to subvert the ceasefire agreement. U.S.-built prison camps remain in the South as centers of repression and torture for over 200,000 opponents of the regime. U.S. warplanes based in Thailand continue to bomb the peoples of Laos and Cambodia. The U.S. fleet strikes a threatening pose in the Gulf of Tonkin. The Pentagon Papers are an invaluable guide to the history of U.S. designs. They remind us to hear through Nixon words. We must guard the hard-fought peace that we helped to win. We must remain vigilant and demand that the Nixon government strictly abide by the terms of the agreement. The U.S. ends all its economic and military aid to the puppet Thieu. The Thieu regime must free all political prisoners held in the prisons and tiger cages, and stop the campaign of repression and terror against the Vietnamese people. The U.S. government must give reparations for the destruction caused by its aggression. All American forces withdraw from Indochina. However, the central significance of the victory should not be lost. The agreement is a proud moment in a long history of Vietnamese resistance to foreign aggression. In world revolution, where the enemy is as strong as U.S. imperialism, victories do not happen every day. When they do, they are hard-won and nothing remains quite the same. Now American military strength cannot range unchecked over the planet. The uncompromising struggle of the Vietnamese has created space for revolutions around the world to consolidate their gains without the immediate threat of U.S. military intervention. We cannot allow the victory to be hidden from us or claimed by those with bloody hands. We urge all opponents of the government's war policies to allow themselves to seize and celebrate this triumph. We welcome the renewal which comes from sharing the aspirations of a heroic people. Distrust of the Nixon rulers must not blind us to the light of Vietnam. Without savoring our common victories, we become cynical and paralyzed. Expecting everything, we discard anything less. Now the Vietnamese can order their reunification, plant and harvest, heal and teach, in their own time. On the road. Only when out on the road can we take stock of our dangers. After we climb one mountain, another looms into view. But, once we have struggled up to the top of the mountain range, more than 10,000 li can be surveyed at a glance. Ho Chi Minh. Remember the slogans. Hell no, we won't go. Stop the draft. Dump Johnson. Bring the troops home. Stop the bombing. The NLF will win. Each defines a campaign successfully waged from the first acts of conscience to the flowering of mass action. The millions of Americans who opposed the war have contributed to this moment. Never before has U.S. imperial policy been so challenged by its own people. It is a culmination of a 10-year history and an occasion for us to look back at the course of the war, study its lessons for the growth of movements here. Even the unsureness of the road and the differences among us cannot blur the main thread, that the social movements of the 60s and beginning 70s have transformed American consciousness and forced the war makers into secrecy. Confidence in them has been replaced by skepticism and doubt. The foundations of racism and the rule of wealth, the culture of male supremacy, have been challenged. Many people have come to identify with the enemies of the U.S. government. Hell no, we won't go. Resistance to the war has taken many forms, but it began modestly, using what was at hand. It has grown from the deeds of a courageous few who broke the silence of the McCarthy Ice Age. The early vigils, night after cold night on hostile streets, the lonely decisions of the first men who deserted from the army, the first draft card burners, embattled. Then a few people began to learn about Vietnam, to distrust accounts of American victories which appeared in the uncritical mass media, to search out accurate sources and spread the news of Vietnamese revolution. Teach-ins were organized at campuses and the stranglehold of the Cold War ideology on the minds of young people was broken. The civil rights movement was the teacher, of the necessity to overcome apathy and fear of jail, to break the law, to take personal risk, to build mass action. The unresponsiveness of the government and the growing human cost of the war moved many to more and more direct action. Opponents of the war marched, fought, chained themselves to public buildings. The black movement laid bare the racist foundations of society at home. An outcry was raised against the draft of black and third world GIs as cannon fodder. Greatly disproportionate numbers were wounded or killed at the front, but the logical outgrowth of 300 years of American history which began with slavery and the near extermination of Native Americans for the purposes of exploiting their lands. In January 1966 the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee issues a formal position opposing the war and urging black people to resist. We believe the United States government has been deceptive in its claim of concern for freedom of the Vietnamese people, just as the government has been deceptive in claiming concern for the freedom of colored people in such other countries as the Dominican Republic, the Congo, South Africa, Rhodesia, and in the United States itself. We are in sympathy with, and support, the men in this country who are unwilling to respond to a military draft which would compel them to contribute their lives to United States aggression in Vietnam in the name of the freedom we find so false in this country. We ask, where is the draft for the freedom fight in the United States? The draft brought the war home to many families. To support the massive ground invasion, draft calls swelled and draft resistance grew into a popular movement. Recruiters for war faced angry opposition. People learned about the cruelty of the weapons. Napalm, a jelly that sticks to human skin while burning at high intensity, was designed to terrorize civilians, not tanks and armies. Cluster bombs were constructed to tear the flesh but leave the buildings standing. The destruction of crops and forests, biological and chemical warfare against future generations, created thousands of militants and taught that the war was being waged against an entire population. During these years people pressed the offensive against the Great Society. Black rebellions of Watts, Newark, Detroit, and thousands of spirited anti-war demonstrations wrested power and morality away from the masters of war. By the end of 1967, Stop the Draft Week culminated in the storming of the Pentagon. 3 months later the Tet Offensive raised before the eyes of the world the inevitability of American defeat. Dump Johnson. Faced with the specter of Dien Bien Phu and unable to lead at home, President Lyndon B. Johnson announced his abdication on March 31, 1968. That spring was a high tide of resistance. Flames in the city's rebellion swept the country in retaliation for the assassination of Martin Luther King. Hundreds of universities were seized and held a taste of battle, liberated space. In Chicago, the movement exploded onto the world, militantly denying the government its false claims to unity and patriotism. Bring the troops home. From the first days of the war, the U.S. government prophesied imminent victory. One by one, every strategy, every final solution was defeated by the Vietnamese people. And at every point the U.S. military establishment assured the American public of success, calling for more troops, more money, more technology, freer hands. At the beginning, they claimed that the special war of U.S. advisors was going well, but that ground troops were necessary to finish the job. President Kennedy had estimated that in order to win, it would take 10 American soldiers for every one guerrilla. Ground troops began arriving in 1965 and attempted to search and destroy the NLF bases in the countryside, forcing many people into reservations, calling it pacification. Thousands of U.S. casualties later, a new strategy was announced: clear and hold. It meant the defensive occupation of base areas, save for troops. The Americans, coming from a competitive materialistic culture, came up against an ancient communal nation, with a great majority of the people rooted in rural village life. A beautiful dragon-shaped land of plains and rivers cut through with mountains where families tilled the rice lands of their ancestors. The fabric of life in the countryside built the resistance. Village women organized themselves into a long-haired army. The whole people was mobilized in a great effort. And the Americans were driven out of the countryside into concentrations in the cities and the large U.S. bases. Tet Thunder to the heart of Saigon. The Tet Offensive of January 1968 penetrated the urban fortresses. The National Liberation Front of South Vietnam stunned the world with their deep and broad support among urban workers, students, nationalist groups, government employees. The attacks in the cities were supported by simultaneous uprisings throughout the country, overextending Saigon and U.S. forces, pinning them down and exhausting them in long sieges at Hue and Khe San. Johnson, stepping down, stopped the bombing of the North, then removed General William Westmoreland from his command and later opened negotiations with the DRV and the NLF in Paris. Stop the bombing. Nixon was elected president with a secret plan to end the war. He announced the Nixon Doctrine, his form of neocolonialism. He applied it to Indochina and called it Vietnamization. His secret was a wider war. A major factor which changed U.S. military policy was the inability of the administration to rely on its own armed forces. At the core of Vietnamization was racism, placing the human cost of the U.S. war entirely on the Vietnamese, changing the color of the corpses. Nixon hoped to diminish dissent domestically and throughout the world by giving the appearance of a U.S. withdrawal. He replaced the ground troops by escalating the air war into the most ferocious bombing campaign in history. So under Nixon, combat troops were replaced with pilots and computer-guided bombs. One of the aims of Vietnamization was the destruction of the rural base of Vietnamese life. Villages were destroyed, families murdered as at My Lai. Hundreds of thousands were driven into the cities under a policy called forced urbanization. Saigon was corrupted into a marketplace for Western consumer goods and cowboy culture. The refugees in the city suffered. Many died of malnutrition and disease. Vietnam had been 90% rural before the Americans came. By 1971, 60% of her people lived in cities. Under cover of preventing another Vietnamese offensive, Nixon expanded the war across Indochina with his disastrous invasions of Cambodia in 1970 and Laos in 1971. They were the last American ground adventures. The decisive spring offensive began on March 31, 1972. Several divisions of Saigon troops were wiped out and many more were pinned down at the sites of the big battles Quang Tri, Can Tam, and Loc. Over a period of months, the pacification program was disassembled by the NLF. Regional forces set up people's governments throughout the countryside, liberating millions of people, enabling them to return to village life. On April 6, Nixon resumed the bombing of North Vietnam in an attempt to stop the offensive. In 9 months, American warplanes dropped 1 ton of bombs a minute, that is, the equivalent of 20 Hiroshima-sized atomic bombs. When Nixon threatened to destroy the 1,000-year-old dike system and flood the rice country during the rainy season, the Vietnamese launched an international diplomatic offensive calling on nations and people of good conscience to protest. The NLF will win. In October, word of a ceasefire agreement was released. Postponing his acceptance of the agreement after his re-election, Nixon launched a 12-day assault on the cities of the DRV, the heaviest bombings in human history. His generals used this delay to rush last-minute supplies to Saigon. This bombing assault was an attack on the centers of an independent socialist country, a last attempt to punish the North for the defeat the US would soon accept. It was also an attempt to make it appear to the American people that the US had forced the DRV to make concessions in Paris. However, mounting world pressure and the unexpected loss of 1/10 of the B-52 force ended the bombings. Nixon was trying to create a reality out of a myth in the minds of the American people. But the Vietnamese have a saying, "You cannot cover a buffalo with a basket." Nixon expected that the anti-war movement would lose its immediacy with the dirty aspect of the war one step removed by Vietnamization. But hatred for the war became an accepted fact of American life. By the spring of 1970, with the US invasion into Cambodia, hundreds of thousands of people took part in actions and strikes. People fought, attacking the centers where the armed forces were trained, the laboratories where chemical warfare was taught. Armed attacks against the war apparatus began to occur within the US. Women were joining together, using their political force, creating and demanding institutions in which women had power. The women's movement had taken firm root, growing in every part of the country. Sisterhood grew to embrace the women of Vietnam. From within the armed forces came opposition to Nixon. Groups of Vietnam veterans told the world of the inhumanity of the US conduct of the war. By throwing their medals over the White House walls, the vets undercut Nixon's cynical attempt to be the friend of the troops, and to create American war heroes. Black rebellion grew inside the armed forces, GI morale plummeted. The war machines were sabotaged from inside. For 10 years, we have all shared a common aim through Vietnam. What began as opposition to a single military policy grew to confront an executive which more and more took power into its own hands. Coming to see this unconscionable state power as antagonistic to the survival of other peoples and to the best aspirations of the American people, the anti-war movement has grown into a force for revolutionary change. Not easily brought about. Hard, courageous work and sacrifice helped to create this movement, this peace. Love and gratitude are due those who accepted prison or exile rather than become war criminals or be complicit in silence. People gave their lives in the battles here. We have lost comrades, and this victory belongs also to them. The Vietnam victory is one milestone in the long struggle against imperialism. The US government is still reaching into 3 continents. It arms and supports Portugal's desperate war against the people of Guinea and the Cape Verde Islands, Mozambique and Angola, where the liberation forces govern vast portions of each country. On January 20, one of their leaders, Amilcar Cabral, was assassinated by Portuguese mercenaries. Cabral said, "In the modern world, it is not necessary to be courageous to support people fighting for independence and freedom, it is enough to be honest." The US is still trying to undermine and topple the socialist government of Chile, and to protect its extensive interest in Puerto Rico, threatened always by the Puerto Rican people's movements. The US still maintains its arsenal in Asia, propping up the Marcos dictatorship in the Philippines and ringing the Pacific Rim with military bases and a force of 226,000 men. Vietnam has been the battlefield. What are the well springs of their power to endure, their purposeful unity and courage? The life force of the people is characterized by mutual politeness, appreciation of old people and treasuring of children. Songs and laughter defied the defoliation. When mechanical fury pounded the homes, the trees and the fields, life went underground. Schools and factories moved into tunnels. A culture of tradition, bending, transforming into people's war. Even during the highest pitch of the fighting, a new society was being built in the liberated zones. People were not fighting for abstractions, but for what they painstakingly constructed: food for everyone, medical care, schools for the children and teaching for the adults, their poetry and art. Times of popular insurrection are built on the years of teaching and organization. The liberation forces organized and reorganized the same villages many times, knowing that their words and actions won more listeners, more fighters, each time. Every form of resistance, every front, must be used and will be decisive at a certain time. The acts of the Nquang Buddhists overthrew Diem, the courage of Nguyen Van Troy, executed in Saigon in 1965 for an attempt on the life of Robert McNamara, inspired a new generation of liberation fighters. Madame Nguyen T. Ben led a world campaign that forced the Americans to stop the bombings of the dikes. Like the ebony trees in the highlands, their revolution has grown with patience over years, into an indestructible human fiber. They have shown the world the gentle strength that flowers in a people fighting for their liberation. The will of the law turns without pause. After the rain, good weather. In the wink of an eye, the universe throws off its muddy clothes. For 10,000 miles, the landscape spreads out like a beautiful brocade. Light breezes, smiling flowers, high in the trees, amongst the sparkling leaves. All the birds sing at once. Men and animals rise up reborn. What could be more natural? After sorrow, comes joy. Ho Chi Minh. Clifford Glover, 103rd Precinct. New York City, May 18, 1973. Around 5 a.m. on the morning of April 28, a New York City police officer investigating a taxicab hold-up shot and fatally wounded Clifford Glover in South Jamaica, Queens. Glover was a black male. He stood 4 feet 11 inches tall, and weighed 90 pounds. At 10 years old, he was thought to be the youngest person ever killed by a member of the NYPD. The officer, Thomas Shea, was later tried for murder and acquitted by an all-white jury. On May 18, around 3:30 a.m., a bomb detonated from beneath a patrol car parked outside Shea's 103rd Precinct. A transit patrolman, walking to his own car at the time, was hospitalized with chest pains. Half an hour after the blast, the switchboard operator at the New York Times was told, "This is the Weathermen's Group and we are moving in on the 103rd Precinct in Queens for the death of the little boy killed last week by the policeman." On April 28, Clifford Glover, a 10-year-old black youth from South Jamaica, was shot in the back and killed by plainclothes policeman Thomas Shea of the 103rd Precinct's Anti-Crime Unit. He was the youngest person killed by police in New York City. This is not the first incident in which Shea was involved. He previously shot one 16-year-old, and pistol-whipped a 14-year-old black youth. It is a matter of survival that the people of that community have responded, demonstrating against the 103rd Precinct and demanding that Shea be arrested and go to trial for murder. White people living in the city should support this demand and increase pressure on the police to stop their violence against third world communities. The New York City police have already killed 10 third world people this year. Not all the murders have been reported. Some die each year from prison beatings. We remember Anthony Kimu White and Woody Changa Green, young revolutionaries killed in a Brooklyn bar on January 22. Rita Lloyd, 16-year-old black woman, shot and killed by plainclothesmen while she stood on a Brooklyn street corner talking to friends. 2 16-year-old black youths killed by police in the Bronx on March 10. Zaid Malik Shakur, black warrior, former Minister of Information of the New York Black Panther Party, killed by New Jersey state troopers on May 1. These police crimes are the street level of Nixon's policies. They flourish in a political climate in which racism is encouraged and rewarded by the highest powers in the land. Nixon's campaign against busing led to the attacks on black children on their way to school by Canarsie parents. Rockefeller's new legislation on drugs places the blame on the user and the small-time pusher, dealing mandatory high sentences and lifelong probation, while the big suppliers will continue to pour their poison into the streets. When the New York City Police Department and the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association set up special shifts, undercover reinforcements, and house-to-house harassment in the black community, and police are issued shotguns, is it surprising that a trigger-happy cop like Shea felt free to kill? The men who have been the symbols of law and order at the center of the federal government are now being exposed as corrupt cynics. Behind the masks they are divided and unsure. People's faith in the rulers has been replaced with skepticism and doubt. This is a time to name the real criminals. The purveyors of violence are always the first to condemn those who rebel. We must seek out the truth about the Black Revolution, as our movement claimed the real history of the war in Vietnam. Rap Brown, who has just been sentenced to 5 to 15 years in prison, is a powerful and humane leader of the people. Read his writings to find out who he is and why he has fought so uncompromisingly. Support those on trial for the Attica Rebellion by going to court. Search out the statements of the Black Liberation Army to understand the conditions of their lives which made them revolutionaries. Speak to other people, to women, about Joanne Chesimard, revolutionary black woman wounded and imprisoned. At the recent demonstration at the 103rd Precinct, someone held up a sign which read, "We call you pigs when you murder our children." Our action against the precinct is in sympathy with the families and communities of the dead and in solidarity with the living, those in prison, those who continue the struggle. Weather Underground. New York Region. A collective letter to the Women's Movement, July 24, 1973. Dear sisters, we women of the Weather Underground, having lived in the United States as fugitives for more than 3 years, are writing to open up our thinking and practice to the rest of the women's movement. Over the past several months we have been working on a collective letter to you, to begin to bridge the space between us. Underground communication is a drawn-out process. The writing of this letter has been a collective effort by women in many parts of the country, an attempt to synthesize our views and to reflect the different experiences that shape them. Among us there are great variations of personal her-story, class, regional, movement and non-movement pasts, and a range of opinion. The purpose of this letter is to mark a change, to commit ourselves as women to the cause of women. We believe that the struggle against sexism demands the destruction of the American state, and that the immediate personal nature of sexism requires struggle against men who enforce that oppression as well as its institutions. Since going underground we have never publicly committed ourselves to the right and duty of women to rebel, to the revolutionary content of women's demands, and to the profound feminist critique of Western culture. As communists, we know we can criticize our practice without repudiating or denying our own past. We intend also in this letter to share some of our purpose and our experience as women underground. Since going underground there have been few times that we have communicated about our internal process. The risk of revealing too much about ourselves to the state is ever present, but we also felt an urgent need to overcome these difficulties and to share our lives with our sisters. The nature of the unity among us is the secret thread of clandestine organization. This is what the state is searching out. We expect to be living underground for many years and know we must build with care, understanding that we are responsible for each other's lives. We recognize the need for a critical look at our her story and our present practice and to acknowledge our debt to the women's movement. We've tried to set forth what we have been trying to accomplish, without overusing the benefits of hindsight. We keep re-examining and reinterpreting the period 1969 to 1970 both because it was so decisive in each of our lives and because it is our image at that time which is stamped on people's memories. We have reread all our old leaflets and articles about women recently, some of it stands, some doesn't. 3 years ago, we denied the legitimacy of white women's demands. Although we had been assaulted, underpaid, brainwashed, aborted, raped like women everywhere, we and the left as a whole did not recognize that women's demands for power over their own lives is fundamental to any revolution we would care to make. At that time we were primarily involved in supporting Third World liberation struggles. The Provisional Revolutionary Government of South Vietnam had been declared in spring 1969, and full military and political victory for the Vietnamese people began to take shape. In the face of the Provisional Revolutionary Government's gains, the U.S. began the 1968-69 escalation of B-52 bombing and chemical warfare throughout Indochina. In the United States, Black resistance against racism challenged the foundations of U.S. society. Black parents and children battled for community control over their schools in New York City. Freedom for Third World political prisoners was raised as a demand. The fear of armed Black revolution unleashed a systematic campaign by the government to destroy the most visible militant Third World organizations and to imprison, immobilize, or murder their leaders. White women who had been active in the struggles against the war and in support of Blacks turned their attention to the story of their own oppression, separated from men to create space for this exploration. It was out of this that the feminist movement grew. Without an independent feminist force, the significant accomplishments of consciousness raising, analysis of sexism and the roots of male power, abortion reform, control of our bodies, affirmative action around equal rights, the shattering of women's chains and shackles would not have occurred. At the same time, Third World women were opening up similar questions in their own terms, attempting to resolve their struggle for leadership and a culture of equality within a whole national movement for the survival and unity of their peoples. During this period we were time and again in gatherings of the left or planning for actions, demonstrations, where women were polarized. It seemed we were either primarily anti-sexist, believing that sexism was the crucial issue to tackle before any revolutionary development could go on, or primarily anti-racist, and argued that we could not divide and weaken the movement at a time when the fight for life in the Black community was so urgent, and when Black resistance was not consistently supported in action by white people. Longtime sisters fell on different sides of the split, and it continues to divide us now. The women who pushed the primacy of sexism came out of the anti-war movement, or called themselves anti-imperialists. Many of us SDS women identified deeply with women's struggles, having been in SDS women's rap groups and caucuses, and felt part of the women's movement. This was not the first time in history that women divided around priorities. After the Civil War, a movement grew to guarantee Blacks the right to vote. Many women wanted to include in the 14th or 15th Amendment a guarantee to vote regardless of sex, as well as race, while others argued that raising the issue of sex would defeat the amendment, when Blacks faced the imminent danger of being brought back under some system of de facto slavery. Contradictions always arise among people who are oppressed in the process of building a revolution. These can serve the enemy and must be recognized and resolved when they arise in our movement. American society rests on racism and the enslavement of women, and on dividing people through fear, hatred, and a glorification of narrow self-interest. If women come to deny the Attica brothers their full place as warriors, their beautiful humaneness in the liberation of the prison yard, then we are turned against our comrades while our enemies laugh. We take responsibility for increasing the polarization and the contradictions. We both denied the revolutionary importance of developing feminist politics and made our own political choice into an oppressive standard by which we judged other women. There will always be arguments about priorities, and those will continue to move us forward, but for us the basis for struggling has changed. We cannot make a value judgment about people's oppression which is more important, or far-reaching, or pervasive or painful. It is the wrong question. We cannot liberate ourselves in some vacuum of our own self-conception. The great majority of women in the world are bowed down by the questions of survival for themselves and their children, self-determination in their daily lives. The liberation of women cannot be realized while the United States empire remains the main consumer of the world's food, resources, and energy. That is why our movement will have to take on the question of state power. And that is why our future is tied to the liberation of the Third World, for it is their struggles, which in our lifetime, have shaken the grip of the empire. The fight by Black people for their freedom led all of us to an understanding of the enemy and how to fight them, and to become conscious of other cultures, learn from the way they see the world, support in action their fight for the survival of their people against repression and cultural penetration and genocide. Our commonality as women can offer a base to build trust. In the past, I don't care how poor this white woman was, in the South, she still felt like she was more than us. In the North, I don't care how poor or how rich this white woman has been, she still felt like she was more than us. But coming to the realization of the thing, her freedom is shackled in chains to mine, and she realized for the first time that she is not free until I am free. Fannie Lou Hamer. Looking back from here on the split between the feminist movement and the New Left, it has been a long road to try to integrate the feminism we have come to with the anti-imperialist politics on which our underground was founded. Our understanding of the world and our own lives is in a continuous process of change. We have to invite and nurture one another's changing. As one woman wrote to another, "Since I have been underground, I have been learning about our her story, about Prudence Crandall, the Grimke sisters, Sojourner Truth, along with so many other women. Sometimes it strikes me how so many women know more about our sisters who made her story in generations before ours than about those many women who fought in the struggles of the 1960s, the civil rights movement, the anti-war movement. I guess it's not so strange. The 60s is so close. The discovery of the influence of men in our lives made many women question whether anything they believed was really their own belief. And coming to see how pervasive sexism is in the world made many see everything in terms of sexism. So the struggles that happened in the 60s were questioned. What did they mean for women, for the women who had been in them? I feel so tied to that history, though, which took me underground and got me to where I am, like a tree with roots. Sometimes I have heard people talk as if all that came before was bad. Yet for me, those years are a touchstone for what I have become. The truths in them are a basis for my understanding much of what happens in the world. The wrongs are the platform from where my feminism has grown. I feel like it's so important to understand that just because we were influenced in many ways by men, it would be wrong to say that we didn't understand anything for ourselves. We have to trust ourselves more than that. Our struggle for freedom stretches way ahead of us, and oppression continually has to be fought. Oppression and liberation will coexist in our lives. And also, that what we and so many other women did to try and end the suffering of the Vietnamese people is very much part of the her story of the women's movement. Sometimes it's painful to hear that not included as part of her story, because, after all, it was made by women. And more. It seems to me that the women's movement has to be about many things that women do. There is no issue that is not a woman's issue, for we are about ordering a new society. There is no injustice that should not be taken on by women, for we are about humanity. The women in weather collectives were deeply affected by the arguments of the separatists. Women continued to work and fight within sight and sound of each other. We were working to develop a conception out of our own needs, of a revolutionary woman. In 1968 to 69 each of us was changed in her conception of herself as a woman, as wife, intellectual, coward, or empty vessel. I remember Diana especially on the SDS trip to Cuba to meet with the Vietnamese in the summer of 1969. Since her death in the townhouse explosion in March 1970, I have grown to hate the superficial condescending psychoanalyses of her life, those by radicals as much as the Daily News variety. How do you write the making of a revolutionary woman? Not as a mere victim of a man, product of father, or lover. Maybe begin with fragments. She wept plenty, same as all of us. Also she demanded honest love. Our women's group met every day on the boat back from Cuba, and I learned it from her. She translated for us, up early every morning after a late-night party to prepare for the day's Spanish lessons. Special care to make friends with the Cuban women, meet their children, reminiscing about the children she had taught in a Guatemalan school. Beautiful, strong arms, an indefatigable worker in the hold of the ship, and never without a certain amount of ironic humor. Ideas that seem quite natural now were each a battle to be fought, that women could meet together, conceive and carry out a demonstration, that we could be free of the couple form, be our own person, that we could make love with our sisters, that we could form a women's militia out of our women's energy, anger, and joy. If we had not been so focused on our internal process, we could have allied with other women who were transforming their lives. We had radical ideas about monogamy. which we saw as an isolating and weakening form for women. But this became a lack of realism about what such a line meant for most women as a demand, and became a way of judging other women's lives and choices. At the time, the urgency to become new people right away gave our criticisms a hammering relentlessness. We developed a vision of women as fighters, pushed by the existence of a separate women's movement to define a revolutionary woman, not just a revolutionary, and we looked for women to emulate out of our past, and from other countries. The women of Vietnam were our model. We had met with them, Pham Thi Quyen, Tu, Tan Tra, heard their battle stories, and saw them gaining freedom in the process of their people's war for independence. What was most important to us was that they were able to take part in prolonged military battle, and endure great hardships. We had a single-minded conception of a woman guerrilla as fighter only. Through the last 3 years of building a community of opposition to the U.S. government, we have come to appreciate the many sides of women revolutionaries. The details of our survival have taken much of our time, all of our women's weapons. The holding together and nurturance of our community has meant calling on every woman's potential. From our diversity comes collective strength. Determination and skill come out of a depth of political and cultural experiences. Women resist and are brave in the most ordinary seeming situations, on a welfare line, after being told that medical benefits are going to be cut, on a street late at night helping another sister who is being harassed, as a mother demanding that the hospital stop experimenting with sterilization on her daughters, one sister to another trying to convince her to stop shooting up because it is giving the man a victory, swallowing up her life. Sisters who didn't know who we were, giving fugitives cover and support when we needed it most. Struggles for survival, ours was one of them. I think it has to be difficult for people to be violent, to go to war. How can we say we aren't afraid? What do our lives mean to us, and the lives of others? We love life. But you've got to be violent and go to war if it's necessary. But what you can't lose in that kind of situation is your sensitivity. Haiti Santamaria, Cuban revolutionary woman. Although our purely military conception of women revolutionaries was too narrow, we believe that armed struggle is an essential dimension in a movement which is facing a cruel and murderous government. When the New Morning Statement appeared in December 1970, it was misunderstood as a repudiation, especially on the part of the women in the weather underground of armed struggle. We meant it to be an analysis of the error of militarism, which includes the idealization of violence, an exaggerated emphasis on the use of arms to the exclusion of mass struggle, coming out of a sense of powerlessness. We believe that armed struggle must be humane. After the townhouse explosion, we stepped back to look at our approach to armed action. Now we feel a tremendous responsibility even in the smallest action to take great care in the methods we use. A belief in our own instincts has become one guideline getting closer to the ground. One sister writes of an early experience. The first time I was involved in an armed action, I literally felt no fear at all. There I was, risking jail or death. Yet no bad dreams, no doubts, no slightest tremor of the hand. When I was arrested, all I felt was a little sad. It's strange, if you put your hand in the fire and don't feel any pain at all, you can get really hurt. You want to relieve pain if you've got it, but it also warns you that something is the matter, so you value it. I think fear is the same way. It's like a body's early warning system. If I had felt fear and valued it, that experience might have been different. That's why when much later I participated in a small but successful action, the fear that went through my body and mind filled me with the most amazing sense of liberation. The basis of trust over time is laid by our practice. The choice of what to do is never made lightly, each detail is examined many times over. Our actions have been against the widening of the Indochina War into Cambodia and Laos and the bombing of Hanoi, in support of Black and Latin people in prison, on trial, in struggle. At this stage they have had mainly symbolic value, in retaliation for the crimes committed by the state, a way of cutting through the myth of impenetrability of government. We believe that the continued existence of an underground shows that America is deeply divided within itself. Since we've been underground, each of us has come to feel the need for women living and working together, the lesson of the women's movement. This was not always true. In the first year, precarious and unsure of our survival, internal contradictions between the women and the men were less important than the battle with the state. At this time, many other women were taking the space to work with one another apart from men. We saw one movement group after another fly apart because of sexism, and partly out of this process the women's movement grew, in anger. Yet we wanted to cohere our organization both to stay free in the face of government pursuit and out of our political unity, women and men, around the building of the underground. We realize that many women distrust us because we work with men. To some, this puts into question not only our loyalties to other women but our very womanness. But the last few years we have both learned and suffered from the brothers in our family, struggled with and been passive to them, loved and been alienated and fought with them. We claim the integrity of our choice to work with them, and do not intend to either defend or reject them. So it is within the context of a mixed organization that we have fought for space for ourselves. It started slowly, working together on a woman's action, sustaining friendships between women who saw each other rarely, supporting each other in our daily lives, dealing with sexist practices as a group of sisters, developing women's houses. Taking time to study her story. Over time we have built women's collectives pushed by our growing commitment to women to define our feminist politics apart from the brothers. When we work together, a few of us women, there seems to be so many forms that we can use to express ourselves, enabling the essence of what we are saying and feeling to come across. Culturally, just the things we create together are important. There are many gives and takes between us that are subtle and important. We often understand what each other is saying, even when it's only partly in words. We are aware of each other's presence and whether it is troubled or full. We won't let too many hours go by before a locked door gets opened to examine what's inside a growing collectivity, I guess is what it is, with importance placed on each of the individuals within it. Recently we met to discuss proposals circulated among our women's groups to compare our development throughout the country. The very process of writing this paper has pulled us closer together. We are formalizing the beginning of an ongoing women's community in the underground. We live in many ways, mothers, lesbians, with men, with older women or alone, and are as varied as women anywhere. We look at each other in amazement, realizing how much it is possible for each one of us to grow, and that together we are part of giving birth to a new women's culture. We feel it in the poetry, art, and music we are creating. Women have done illegal work as long as our her story, for it is part of our survival. We look back to the women who have done clandestine work in past years, to the witches, Harriet Tubman, Emma Goldman, to Tanya, and many more. It is their tradition we want to carry on as we build the underground. We hope this letter can open up with sisters a discussion about the role of women underground. How to talk to one another is something we will have to figure out together. We read women's newspapers in many parts of the country and will look for letters from you. We hope to reach across this space. For centuries women have spoken to one another in strange tongues to protect themselves from their enemies. In sisterhood. Women of the Weather Underground. Mary Moylan's letter. Let me fill in some information for the sisters. I have been living and working with weather people for some time, for the most part with sisters. But I also belong to and struggle with a mixed collective. It has been a time of being stretched by and with sisters, a time of struggle over what it means to be women underground, a time of discovering that there are brothers. It was a bit upsetting to find that what wanted to talk about was men and that second in order was woman as victim. The emphasis on woman as victim seems dangerous to me. To emphasize woman as victim locks us in the past, negates the long and arduous struggle to demand the right to define ourselves, belittles newfound strengths and skills. Sisterhood, to me, literally demands that I take control of my life. It weren't easy. Every once in a while I flash back on the late 60s, remembering all the times I ended up a screaming banshee. The sheer insensitivity and arrogant sexism of movement men almost drove me up a wall. My decision that my sanity was more important than their delicate egos was my first step toward feminism. Then I remember a confrontation with men where I was one of a group of women. What a difference. It's a pretty fantastic thing to know that you have sisters with whom you can act, struggle, and survive, in fact, sisters with whom you can win. When I went under, it was a time of deep uncertainty. The river of her story swept me up. Sometimes the river sparkled and babbled joyously, often it turned turbulent and tortuous, occasionally it flowed quiet and serene. The only given was that the sisters were there, with both criticism and loving support. Slowly I came back together, found my core again, remembered my her story. There is just no way I will ever give up that hard-fought for space. I realize now that my fury at some men drained a lot of energy and ruled my life. Gradually I learned to temper my anger and use it, instead of it using me. Slowly I understood that if the only reason I turned to sisters was out of anger at men, I was doing my sisters a disservice, because even if every man became non-exist overnight, my commitment to women would remain. Out of respect for my sisters I have engaged in loving struggle with many women, trying to be very clear about what our agreements and differences are, being confident enough in personal and political beliefs to question those beliefs. Which basically means that you believe enough in yourself to be able to believe in others. At this point in her story I define myself as a radical feminist, which means to me fighting for the reassertion of the feminine principle. I am committed to women's revolution and to building women's culture. I remain an internationalist. When I speak of sisters I do not mean only white American women. My respect for the black people I have known and those I have only read about helped move me from dissent to resistance to revolution. The Vietnamese women elate and inspire me. Understanding of and support for third world sisters is crucial to sisterhood. Sisterhood involves a lot of work, respecting our sisters enough to struggle lovingly about our differences, leaving room for change and growth, dealing with racism, class, age, and cultural imperialism, recognizing that lesbian politics are vital. To me, that means women are the first priority always. Sisterhood will only be as powerful as we make it. In the hope of sisterhood. Mary Moylan. The bombing of ITT headquarters for Latin America. New York City, September 28, 1973. In 1970, a democratic election in Chile had voted in a leftist government led by Dr. Salvador Allende. But Henry Kissinger and the CIA could not allow a country to go Marxist simply because, as the good doctor said, its people are irresponsible. American companies, including International Telephone and Telegraph, had spent their money in the South American nation, and the CIA was determined to protect these investments. Years of meddling followed until, on September 11, 1973, President Allende was murdered. ITT was the focus of outrage worldwide. Its offices were bombed in Italy and Switzerland. At 2 a.m., September 28, the night telephone supervisor at the New York Times received a call. "Take this down because I'm only going to say this once," a man told her. "I am the weatherman underground. At the ITT American building, a bomb is going to go off in 15 minutes. This is in retaliation of the ITT crimes they committed against Chile." 19 minutes later, a dynamite bomb detonated on the 9th floor of ITT's 50th Street office. Window panels crashed down to the sidewalk below, which was deserted. Dear friends, we are sending this communique to newspapers and radio stations around the country. Our purpose is to help explain the role of ITT and the U.S. in the overthrow of President Salvador Allende and the popular government of Chile, which took place September 10. This communique accompanies the bombing of the headquarters for Latin America of ITT, in New York City, which was carried out today. Most press coverage of the police state measures in Chile has accepted the version of the military junta now in power. We can try and break through this wall of misinformation by explaining what happened there and why, and by letting the Chilean people themselves speak through our media. In hope for victory for the Chilean people. Weather underground. Tonight we attacked the ITT headquarters for America in New York City, in support of the people of Chile, and to add our voice to the international expression of outrage and anger at the involvement of ITT and the US government in the overthrow of socialist Chile. Every day brings news secretly carried out of Chile: Comrade Allende killed in battle, indiscriminate imprisonments, execution of thousands of sisters and brothers, aerial bombings of factories held by workers and the napalming of their homes. The junta has declared a state of internal war against all who oppose them. Allende described these men in his last broadcast, those whose force knows no humanity. But we have to see behind all them, there is something behind the traitors and the gnawing rats, an empire which sets the table and serves up the nourishment and the bullets. Pablo Neruda. Without the machinations of ITT and US government, these events would not have happened. In spite of their insolent denials, they stand indicted by their own words and deeds. The blood of thousands of people is on their hands. Indictment. 1. ITT attempted to subvert Chile's elections and government. The secret ITT memos exposed in March 1972 explicitly state that in 1970 ITT financed Allende's opponent and cooperated with the CIA to try to create economic chaos in Chile and instigate a military coup. ITT offered the White House $1 million to finance anti-Allende activities. In 1971 ITT sent to General Alexander Haig, Kissinger's deputy, an 18-point program which urged that everything should be done quietly but effectively to see that Allende does not get through the crucial next 6 months. 2. ITT and the two other major investors in Chile, Anaconda and Kennecott Copper Companies, robbed the people of their subsistence. Chile is a country with a great wealth of natural resources, but her people are very poor. Her wealth has been extracted by these giant multinational corporations in the form of exorbitant profits. ITT has assets there amounting to more than $200 million. Over the last 40 years, Anaconda and Kennecott have taken more than $4 billion in profits from Chilean copper. 3. The US government and corporations threw up an invisible economic blockade around Chile. In his historic speech before the UN General Assembly on December 4, 1972, Allende warned, "We are aware that when we denounce the financial and economic blockade applied against us, it is somewhat difficult for world public opinion, and even for some of our fellow citizens, to understand what we mean. This aggression is not overt and has not been openly declared to the world. On the contrary, it is an oblique, underhanded form of aggression, although this does not make it any less damaging to Chile. We are having to face forces that operate in the half-light, that fight with powerful weapons, but that fly no identifying flag and are entrenched in the most varied centers of influence. The US government cut off non-military aid to Chile and pressured private banks to withdraw 85% of Chile's credit. This made it extremely difficult for Chile to acquire equipment, food, and desperately needed medicine. Kennecott and Anaconda intentionally forced down the world price of copper by 20%, and tried to stop France, Germany, the Netherlands, and Sweden from paying Chile for its copper. The US vetoed Chile's requests for long-term economic assistance from the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank. These economic pressures affected the daily lives of Chileans, created rapid inflation, rationing, and hardship. These were blamed on socialism and on Allende's government, but their origins were the policies of Nixon and his corporate allies. 4. Throughout this economic blockade, the US continued to give massive financial and technological support to strengthen the Chilean police and military. The US brings the most reactionary members of Latin American military forces here for training, supports and finances their governments immediately, and restores their international credit. This happened in Brazil, Bolivia, and Uruguay, and now in Chile. These military forces are bolstered by CIA operatives, under the guise of State Department and aid advisors. This is the Nixon doctrine applied in Latin America, the same way Vietnamization was the Nixon doctrine in Southeast Asia. In this way they decide from above, from the roll of dollars. In this way the dwarf trader receives his instructions, and the generals act as the police force, and the trunk of the tree of the country rots. Pablo Neruda. The generals have made their intentions clear. The purpose of the coup was not simply to overthrow Allende, but to wipe out the entire people's movement. This is why the generals chose the code word Jakarta for their operation. Jakarta, the capital of Indonesia, was the scene of the most violent counter-revolution of the past 20 years. In 1965, with CIA support, General Suharto used his military overthrow of the Sukarno government as the occasion to murder over 1 million leftists in Indonesia. Shortly before the September 10 coup, 1 million people demonstrated in support of Allende. In the face of that strength, the only strategy the imperialists have is wholesale murder. But the junta cannot obliterate the history of the last 3 years by washing the slogans off the walls of Santiago or pulling down the statue of Che. Chile was a country in revolutionary process and the people have tasted power. Chile has been a stage for the mobilization of industries and redistribution of land. Workers seized and ran factories, and the homeless built poblaciones, new towns, homes, and bases for organizing. Chile took on the problems of building a new human life on a continent where a child dies every minute of disease or hunger. Chile faced the pressure of time and the shadow of the US, which has consistently overthrown every democratically elected government in Latin America which has tried to make these changes. Arbenz in Guatemala, 1954, Bosch in the Dominican Republic in 1963 and 1965, and Goulart in Brazil in 1964. Chile became a center for the Latin American revolutionary movement. Suffering under Nixon's blockade, she was willing to help break down the blockade the US has maintained against Cuba for over a decade. Chile opened her borders to the thousands of political refugees from the repressive governments of Brazil, Bolivia, and Uruguay, giving many a new life. La Via Chilena, the Chilean road, is an expression of the continuation of the history and particular characteristics of the Chilean people. While it is right to keep a critical eye on any revolutionary process, it is essential to acknowledge and learn from the courage and commitment of Chile. To continue the struggle, they will draw on their experience in building socialism. They are paying a heavy price for their contribution to the world revolutionary movement. They are fighting for all of us and it is our responsibility to help them succeed. ITT is a symbol to the whole world of US greed and ruthlessness, the way Dow Chemical Corporation, the manufacturers of napalm, came to symbolize the Vietnam War makers. ITT can be understood by millions of people as an international enemy. They have offices in every major US city and in 70 countries. They recruit on college campuses. They own the telephone company in Puerto Rico. They created the electronic battlefield in Vietnam. They made the avionics system that guided Nixon's bombs to the hospitals of Hanoi. They should be attacked throughout this country. This is one way to show support for Chile. Another is by becoming truly informed and to seek out and study the words of those who participate in the Chilean Revolution, the poetry of Gabriela Mistral, Neruda, Allende's speeches and interviews, and Fidel's speeches on his trip to Chile. The people of Chile recognized Cuba as the key to the growth of continent-wide revolution, exemplified by Che Guevara's battle and death in Bolivia. A close friendship grew between the two countries. Now Cuba is the only socialist country in Latin America facing the US. We must do everything we can to defend Cuba. The Chilean revolution has not been defeated. Some are fighting, barricaded in, some are organizing for a long resistance, some have gone underground. The enemies of Chile's freedom stand exposed. One Santiago worker vowed a few days after the coup. We don't tell the soldiers anything at all and they know that some of us are helping to hide people who are leftists. So we shall all go back to work like good boys, keep very quiet and get ready for the next time. And then we shall have our revenge. No aid to the junta. CIA/aid/ITT out of Chile. Free all political prisoners. Victory to Chile and Latin America. Health, education and welfare. An enemy of women. San Francisco, March 6, 1974. The Department of Health, Education and Welfare is an enemy of women. This action is for all women who wait in lines for too few food stamps and brave food distribution lines because our families have to eat. worry through degrading forms and humiliating rule and regulations, are kept out of paying jobs because there are no child care programs, struggle to raise our children while we're called pigs at the trough and lazy parasites by reactionary male politicians, send our children to schools where illiteracy is taught, fight to get health care in emergency rooms and county hospitals where our bodies are used for experiments and as practice for doctors, go mad, go crazy, locked up in prisons and mental institutions, live in projects, are patronized, cast away and ignored because we are old, resist. And especially for Minnie and Mary Alice Rolfe, black women children, from Montgomery, Alabama, sterilized by Hugh at the ages of 14 and 12. Hugh is the Nixon program of counterinsurgency against us. It shares many things in common with aid-type programs in Vietnam and Latin America. Hugh keeps us below subsistence, not enough food, not health care but health care delivery systems, not decent jobs but endless cycles of dependency and anguish. Hugh directly affects the lives of millions of women and their families. Hugh decides who eats how much. Hugh is the modern faceless tyrant, it is the overseer, the boss, the landlord, the judge, the official rapist. Hugh blames women for poverty and then penalizes them. It is a degrading, violent and aggressive system of control over women. We attack the Department of Health, Education and Welfare for International Women's Day, March 8, in solidarity with the rising resistance of women. Women's Brigade. Weather Underground. Hunger is violence. The American Empire creates poverty. Then the Department of Health, Education and Welfare claims to relate to hunger. Its slogan is people serving people. In fact, its programs amount to government-enforced malnutrition. Federal food programs offer a half-full, half-empty plate. Hugh runs these programs in a patronizing way that tries to create the myth that women are failures, lazy, immoral, and stupid. It is a double standard and a double bind. It is their justification for keeping women as domestic slaves, under the control of men and marriage, poor and without power. In the Bay Area, over 30,000 people have defied all attempts at intimidation to stand in food distribution lines each week because they are hungry. Overwhelmingly, they are women who are responsible for feeding their families. Their determination and their empty shopping bags signify how real the crisis is. The revolutionary demands of the Symbionese Liberation Army have illuminated the enormous dimensions of poverty and need. Women are not to blame for the fact that 45% of all city families headed by women live in poverty. By government definition, that means they are improperly nourished. In the last year, food costs alone have risen 20%. One-third of the world's people go to bed hungry at night. The fat cats are getting fatter. Food is not a privilege. Food is money to them. Food is life to us. Sterilization is violence. Last year, Hugh financed between 100,000 and 200,000 sterilizations through Medicaid and special family planning clinics. At the same time, U.S. agencies in the Third World have made sterilization and forced birth control programs a requirement for receiving foreign aid money. This is all part of a ruling class plan to prevent the births of more black, brown, yellow, red and poor babies. The same men who are responsible for U.S. policy in Vietnam and Africa say that overpopulation creates social unrest and revolution. People are not the problem. Injustice creates revolution. So does the vast inequity of social wealth, the existence of a tiny class of rich men and the great mass of poor people. So does the lack of power over our lives and the future of our children. Women want decent birth control. Women want the choice to control our own reproduction. Instead, Third World women are used as guinea pigs for testing and experimenting. Instead, we all get coils and pills and sterilizations under threat of losing our few crumbs of welfare. Instead, our bodies are made barren because of official medical neglect. This kind of coercion, for economic and racist reasons, constitutes forced sterilization. It is a direct form of genocide against the future, through the bodies of women. Women and Hugh. The size and power of Hugh is a measure of the amount of poverty and exploitation in America, not of government generosity. Hugh has 250 separate programs and a budget of $80 billion a year. It is the largest domestic arm of the federal government, comparable in size and function only to the Defense Department. It is a classic institution of male supremacy, built on the oppression of women, children, and old people. It is typical of the male monopoly of power. The men who run Hugh say these kinds of things about women and life. Richard Nixon, the average American, is like the child in the family. You give him some responsibility and he is going to amount to something. He is going to do something. If, on the other hand, you make him completely dependent and pamper and cater to him too much, you are going to make him soft, spoiled, and eventually a very weak individual. Ronald Reagan, it's just too bad we can't have an epidemic of botulism. There is a characteristic on the part of people that they want something for nothing. Caspar Weinberger, we must remove any incentives for people to stay on the welfare rolls and find some disincentives for their staying on. There's no need for a food program, we already have programs for all that. Caspar Weinberger makes $60,000 a year as the head of Hugh. Known as Cap the Knife for his budget cuts, this man is the special counselor to Nixon on human resources. He is a leech, whose official residence is Hillsborough, California. He comes to California regularly to build his political future by speaking at $100 a plate dinners. The brunt of Hugh policies falls mainly on women. Of the 15 million people on welfare, 2/3 are the women and children of AFDC. Being on welfare is like having a sexist tyrant for an old man. You can't divorce him, but he can cut you off. You give up control of your bodies and most of your dignity as a condition of aid. He controls your money and your privacy. If you are black or poor or old or a woman-headed household, you are directly affected by Hugh programs. In certain ways, Hugh is to poor women like the BIA is to all Native American people. It claims to be the giver of life's necessities. But under the guise of providing social services, it functions to control and contain us, after they've ripped us off. It serves as a safety valve against crisis and revolt. Under imperialism, reforms are turned into weapons against us, especially against black and third world women. Demands which were fought for every inch of the way, such as public schools, birth control, social security, trade unions, become their opposite when they remain in the control of the ruling class. Hugh is really the department of illness, ignorance, and wretchedness. In the United States, women bear the major responsibility for the health, education, and care of families and friends. This is women's work, unpaid at that. Survival questions are treated as personal problems. We're supposed to have it together, but we're deprived of power in any fundamental social institutions. The state sets women against women, forces us into desperate competition, isolates us from sisters in the third world. In spite of this situation, women persevere and triumph, struggle and unite, revolt and learn to fight. Our hidden her story includes great struggles for bread, for schools, for healing, for power against exploitation, repression, and domination, against racism. We need to remove our struggles from the private sphere where they are fought as individual battles, and make them collective as the tasks of our sex, our class, our people. International sisterhood. The roots of our oppression are connected. We have common enemies. They include specific institutions like Hugh, which are fundamentally antagonistic to the emancipation of the masses of women. Women's liberation is a matter of survival. We need food, decent medical care, good schools, and community-run daycare. For this, we need revolution. 4 years ago today, our comrades Diana Oten, Ted Gold, and Terry Robbins died fighting for these same struggles. They are a constant inspiration. Rockefeller and the Drug Law. New York City, March 14, 1974. As much as the Weather Underground hated Nelson Rockefeller for ordering the 1971 assault that resulted in the murders of 43 inmates and guards at Attica Prison, The organization nevertheless continued its military stand-down by choosing to stink bomb an event recognizing the New York governor and would-be presidential candidate as a humanitarian. More than 3 decades later, New York State is finally starting to reform the Rockefeller drug laws, one of the biggest busts of the nation's war on drugs. Tonight Nelson Rockefeller is scheduled to receive a humanitarian award from Odyssey House at the New York Hilton. Rockefeller does not deserve a humanitarian award from anyone, especially from an organization that claims to be helping victims of the drug plague. We have stink-bombed the Hilton to prevent this cruel hoax from taking place. Rockefeller, while governor of New York, issued the order to kill 43 people at Attica Prison on September 13, 1971. He is a mass murderer. He is a member of the most hated ruling class family in the world. He lives off a fortune built on the stolen labor, blood, and resources of people in this country, in Latin America, in the Middle East. And he is the man responsible for New York's new drug law, the harshest and most anti-human in the country. The heroin epidemic has hit New York City very hard. Over half the addicts in the United States live here. They are young people, mostly black and Latin, whose lives are being stolen from them by drugs and by prison. Rockefeller wants people around the country to think he has solved the drug problem in New York. But the new law does not do a single thing to free people from drugs. It does nothing to help us improve the living conditions in the city. Poverty and lack of jobs, racist education, and poor health care have not been changed by the new law. What the new law does is force many people to become legally addicted, giving them the choice between long prison sentences and lifetime parole, or mandatory methadone maintenance. It is just another weapon against the people in the hands of the police and courts. Rockefeller spent millions of dollars to enforce the new law. He hired new judges and opened new courts. But no money has gone to support the study of new solutions or to help community-controlled drug programs. 2.5 years after the Attica Rebellion, nothing has been done to improve prison conditions. And 6 months after the new drug law took effect, it is still business as usual for the big-time pushers. Drug addiction is the result of the international drug trade. It is the most profitable business in the world, run as efficiently and ruthlessly as Exxon and Chase Manhattan Bank. Solving the drug problem will mean eliminating, not glorifying, men like Rockefeller. Rockefeller is beginning his campaign for the U.S. presidency. He is polishing up his image. The people of New York should expose his crimes. Use every weapon which comes to hand. We must harass him wherever he goes. Repeal the drug law. Jail the real criminals. Free the Attica brothers. Weather Underground. Victory to the Ponce Cement Strike 17. New York City, June 16, 1975. On June 16, the Weather Underground organization bombed the Banco de Ponce in New York City, a bank controlled by the multimillion-dollar Fair Enterprises of Puerto Rico. We acted in solidarity with the 500 striking cement workers and their families at the Fair-owned Puerto Rican cement in Ponce, who have withstood all forms of company and police terror in the course of their courageous 5-month strike. The strike has become a rallying point for the militant independent trade union movement in Puerto Rico, a movement which the U.S., the Puerto Rican colonial government, the big corporations and the top leadership of the AFL-CIO are trying to crush. We say to the cement workers of Ponce, we are with you, compañeros y compañeras. The cement strike is a direct challenge to Luis A. Fair, president of Fair Enterprises, who is a former colonial governor of Puerto Rico, a close friend of Nixon and Rockefeller and the head of the right-wing pro-statehood New Progressive Party. The Operators and Cement Workers Union went on strike after Fair tried to cut pension payments and wipe out a medical plan from the workers' contract. The union demands a restoration of the cuts, higher wages, an end to forced overtime, a cost of living clause and better working conditions. The strike has received the full backing of the United Workers Movement, a federation of 40 progressive unions in Puerto Rico. The Puerto Rican Socialist Party has launched a major drive for funds and strike support. Acts of sabotage have also taken place on the island against operations of Puerto Rican cement and other FAIR-owned companies. FAIR has hired professional strike breakers and thugs from a U.S. firm. Puerto Rico's secret police have arrested and tortured union members. The FBI has openly intervened in a Puerto Rico strike for the first time, harassing striking workers and threatening their families. Strike leader Efren Fernandez was arrested on a phony charge, later dropped, of violating the Federal Explosives Act. The Seafarers International Union and AFL-CIO International has started signing up the strike breakers into a scab union. The company has waged an unsuccessful campaign to redbait the union leaders and divide the workers from their supporters in the pro-independence movement. The recent wave of strikes by telephone workers, waterworks employees, and the cement workers is shaking the very foundations of U.S. colonialism in Puerto Rico, a system built on the super-exploitation of the Puerto Rican workers, who work long hours under dangerous conditions and receive one-third the wages of U.S. workers at comparable jobs. A fighting workers' movement in Puerto Rico terrifies the U.S. rulers not only because of its impact on Puerto Rico but also because of its effect here. With 2 million Puerto Ricans now living in the U.S. and a broad movement of solidarity with the Puerto Rican struggle emerging, the lessons of the cement strike can be brought home to further challenge the imperialists' rule in the U.S. Solidarity with the cement workers is part of the class struggle here. With the U.S. testing out its anti-worker, strike-breaking tactics on our Puerto Rican brothers and sisters, this is the time to show militant support for the Ponce strike. Viva Puerto Rico Libre! Weather Underground Organization bombs Kennecott Corporation. 18. Salt Lake City, Utah, September 4, 1975. Tonight, on the second anniversary of the fascist coup in Chile, we attacked the national headquarters of Kennecott Corporation in Salt Lake City, Utah, in solidarity with the heroic revolutionary struggle of the Chilean people. We attack Kennecott for all the years it has robbed the Chilean people of their copper and wealth, for its role in the overthrow of the Unidad Popular government and the murder of Salvador Allende, and for its oppression and exploitation of working people in the U.S. Kennecott, with Anaconda and ITT, shares responsibility with Kissinger and the CIA for the overthrow of the democratically elected Popular Unity government. Kennecott and Anaconda organized for an international boycott of Chile's copper and simultaneously forced the price of copper down 20%, bringing crisis and suffering to the people of Chile and undermining the economy. Kennecott continues to drain wealth from the people of Chile. Kennecott is receiving $68 million from the military dictatorship in compensation for the nationalization of its mines. This on top of more than $4 billion in copper profits which Kennecott and Anaconda together mined out over a 40-year period. In Salt Lake, Joe, by God, says I. Him standing by my bed. They framed you on a murder charge. Says Joe, but I ain't dead. The copper bosses killed you, Joe, they shot you, Joe, says I. Takes more than guns to kill a man, says Joe, I didn't die. Joe Hill by Hayes and Robinson. 2 years after the coup, the junta rules by force and terror. Over 40,000 people have been murdered by the counter-revolution, including Miguel Enriquez, the leader of the underground Revolutionary Party MIR. A former Nazi SS colonel, Walter Rauff, advises the junta secret police. The working class has been the most strongly repressed. The junta abolished the Workers' Central Labor Federation, wages are strictly controlled, and the right to strike has been outlawed. Many labor leaders have been killed or imprisoned, including the militant miners from the El Teniente copper mine. U.S. imperialism moved to crush Allende because his Popular Unity government fought for national independence and socialism for Chile. The UP government nationalized, without compensation, the big international corporations like ITT and Kennecott which for years exploited Chile's workers and robbed its national wealth. The same government raised all workers' wages, reduced rents, and distributed free milk to children. It stood in firm solidarity with the struggle of Vietnam and built a close alliance with socialist Cuba. Most of the working class of Chile actively supported the government. The people of Chile form a critical part of the struggle against the same imperialists who oppress mine workers and other workers here in the U.S. In 1967 a strike at all 4 divisions of Communiques was maintained for 8 months. Communiques fought the strike by increasing the production and import of copper from Chile. The striking workers understood how Communiques' international holdings weakened their own struggle. When Communiques mines were nationalized by the Allende government, it was clear that Chile's recovery of its own natural resources actually strengthened the workers in their struggle here. This is an important step in the building of international class solidarity. Miners everywhere have always had to strike for what they need. The history of mine workers' struggle in the Rocky Mountains. The first organizing drives at Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, where twice in the 1890s the owners threw thousands of workers into concentration camps for months at a time. The 1903 to 1904 Colorado miners' strike, which after 15 months of violent confrontation finally won the 8-hour day, and the great leaders like Joe Hill and Big Bill Haywood, is a tradition of militancy and struggle that the workers today know and continue to build. There have been 7 strikes against Communiques in the last 24 years. Currently Communiques has laid off 2,100 of its 12,500 workers and has closed many of its mines for the summer. In the fall it plans to reopen at only 60% capacity. This is Communiques' strategy both to keep prices and profits high by limiting supply and to intimidate labor militancy by threatening workers' jobs. Just as Communiques robbed Chile of its natural wealth, today at Black Mesa and at the Four Corners area of the Southwest, Peabody Coal, a wholly owned subsidiary of Communiques and the largest coal producer in the U.S., strips the coal from the land of Native American people and rewards them with low wages and the destruction of their traditional homes. In the Four Corners the poisonous emissions from the electric power plants are greater than in NYC and LA combined. From San Diego up to Maine. In every mine and mill where workers strike and organize, says he, you'll find Joe Hill. I dreamed I saw Joe Hill last night. Alive as you and me. Says I, but Joe, you're 10 years dead. I never died, says he. Fascism in Chile could not survive without aid from the United States. This year the Ford administration is giving Chile $165 million in aid. Just last month Ford refused to release Nixon's files on Chile, files which would expose and document the CIA's deep involvement in the coup. Beset by an economic depression at home and defeats internationally, imperialism attacks the revolutionary process wherever it grows. Today Kissinger and the CIA are trying to apply the same strategy they used in Chile to Portugal, in an attempt to crush the growing strength of the working class there and restore the country to fascism. Throughout the world people support the struggle in Chile, and identify it with their own struggle for freedom. Workers in a Glasgow, Scotland mining equipment factory are refusing to fill orders from Chile. And last spring in Mexico City delegates from 35 countries met in a world tribunal called by the Mexican government to condemn the crimes of the dictatorship. International solidarity supports the Chilean people. In Chile the resistance continues. Resistance committees operate throughout the country wherever people come together, in factories, schools, and sports clubs. They organize sabotage, lead strikes, distribute posters, share news and information. These committees exist clandestinely, slowly growing within the belly of the fascist regime. The struggle of the Chilean people and the international solidarity movement will determine the outcome of the struggle in Chile. Stop US aid to the junta. The resistance in Chile will win. La Resistencia Chilena Triunfará. Weather Underground Organization. Chile Stadium. By Victor Jara 19. Here alone are 10,000 hands which plant seeds and make the factories run. How much humanity exposed to hunger, cold, panic, pain, moral pressures, terror, and insanity. What horror the face of fascism creates. They carry out their plans with knife-like precision. Nothing matters to them. For them blood equals medals. Slaughter is an act of heroism. Let Mexico, Cuba, and the world cry out against this atrocity. We are 10,000 hands, which can produce nothing. How many of us in the whole country? The blood of our compañero presidente will strike with more strength than bombs or machine guns. So will our fists strike again. How hard it is to sing, when I must sing of horror, in which silence and screams are the end of my song. What I see I have never seen. What I have felt and what I feel will give birth to the moment. Photo credits. Guerrilla reading Mike Schuster /LNS. Gerald Ford, LNS. NLF flag, Mike Schuster /LNS. Police /woman, Howie Epstein /LNS. B. SEAL /Black Panthers, LNS. Vence Ramos Brigade, Barbara Roth Krug /LNS. Hippie Farmers, LNS. Dewey Kenyon 3/April 1971, and Dockery /LNS. Miss. State Prison at Parchman, LNS. High School, Ken Light. Hanoi School Children, and Dockery /LNS. Guerrilla Theater at 1972 Republican Convention, Howie Epstein /LNS. North Vietnamese Woman, and Dockery /LNS. Farm Workers /Salinas Valley, Ken Light /LNS. African Woman in Field, Mike Schuster /LNS. Gay Demonstration /NYC 1974 Sydney Hart /LNS. Puerto Rican Women, Barbara Roth Krug /LNS. White Woman Worker, Mike Schuster /LNS. Tunisian Women Weaving, Minton Brooks. Mapuche Peasants in Chile, LNS. Chilean Mother and Children, LNS. Stella Wright and Children, Howie Epstein /LNS. SLA. Daycare Demonstration /NYC, Howie Epstein /LNS. Indian Woman /Wounded Knee, Michael Abramson Children /Hanoi, and Dockery /LNS. Gulf Coast Pulpwood Worker, Howie Epstein /LNS. Hanoi Woodcutter, and Dockery /LNS. Saigon Prisoner, LNS. African Children, Mike Schuster /LNS. Part 3. Prairie Fire. The Politics of Revolutionary Anti-Imperialism. Political Statement. Of the Weather Underground. To Harriet Tubman and John Brown. To all who continue to fight. To all political prisoners in the U.S. May 9, 1974. Sisters and Brothers. Here is Prairie Fire, our political ideology as strategy for anti-imperialism and revolution inside the imperial U.S. It comes out of our own practice of the last 5 years and reflects a diversity of experiences. This paper is not the product of one or two people, nor even a small handful of us. Rather, Prairie Fire represents the politics and collective efforts of an organization. It has been the focus of our study groups and our political education. It has been chewed on and shaped in countless conversations, struggles and written pages. It has traveled around the country, growing, developing through the attempt to understand the shape of world forces and the revolutionary possibilities before us. The paper was rewritten 4 times and collectively adopted as the political statement of the Weather Underground. The 12-month process of writing Prairie Fire, squeezed between ongoing work and practice and action, has now reached a kind of end point. A cycle is done. We undertook this analysis to explain the changes in U.S. and world conditions since the Vietnam ceasefire and to evaluate the consequences of the Vietnamese victory. We have come some distance in evaluating the political situation, the priorities for revolutionary work since we began this writing. Now many more revolutionaries will need to shape and change the paper. The politics cannot be realized unless and until the content of the program is activated in thousands of situations, among thousands of people in the coming period. Prairie Fire will be a growing thing. We hope the paper opens a dialectic among those in the mass and clandestine movements. We hope people will take Prairie Fire as seriously as we do, study the content and write and publish their views of the paper as well as their analysis of their own practice. We will respond as best we can. Our movement urgently needs a concrete analysis of the particular conditions of our time and place. We need strategy. We need to battle for a correct ideology and win people over. In this way we create the conditions for the development of a successful revolutionary movement and party. We need a revolutionary communist party in order to lead the struggle, give coherence and direction to the fight, seize power and build the new society. Getting from here to there is a process of coming together in a disciplined way around ideology and strategy, developing an analysis of our real conditions, mobilizing a base among the U.S. people, building principled relationships to third world struggle, and accumulating practice in struggle against U.S. imperialism. Prairie Fire is written to communist-minded people, independent organizers, and anti-imperialists, those who carry the traditions and lessons of the struggles of the last decade, those who join in the struggles of today. Prairie Fire is written to all sisters and brothers who are engaged in armed struggle against the enemy. It is written to prisoners, women's groups, collectives, study groups, workers' organizing committees, communes, GI organizers, consciousness-raising groups, veterans, community groups, and revolutionaries of all kinds, to all who will read, criticize, and bring its content to life in practice. It is written as an argument against those who oppose action and hold back the struggle. Prairie Fire is based on a belief that the duty of a revolutionary is to make the revolution. This is not an abstraction. It means that revolutionaries must make a profound commitment to the future of humanity, apply our limited knowledge and experience to understand an ever-changing situation, organize the masses of people and build the fight. It means that struggle and risk and hard work and adversity will become a way of life, that the only certainty will be constant change, that the only possibilities are victory or death. We have only begun. At this time, the unity and consolidation of anti-imperialist forces around a revolutionary program is an urgent and pressing strategic necessity. Prairie Fire is offered as a contribution to this unity of action and purpose. Now it is in your hands. For the Weather Underground. Bernardine Dorn. Billy Ayres. Jeff Jones. Celia Sojourn. A single spark can start a prairie fire. I arm the spirit. That is good, because revolutionary spirit must always be present, revolutionary spirit must reveal itself. We must arm our spirit. When the spirit is armed, the people are strong. Fidel Castro. Santiago, Chile. November 29, 1971. The unique and fundamental condition of this time is the decline of U.S. imperialism. Our society is in social and economic crisis and assumptions about the U.S. are turned on their heads. These are hard conditions to live through. But they are favorable for the people and for revolution. These conditions of constant change demand the weapon of theory. Like people everywhere, we are analyzing how to bring to life the potential forces which can destroy U.S. imperialism. We are a guerrilla organization. We are communist women and men, underground in the United States for more than 4 years. We are deeply affected by the historic events of our time in the struggle against U.S. imperialism. Our intention is to disrupt the empire. To incapacitate it, to put pressure on the cracks, to make it hard to carry out its bloody functioning against the people of the world, to join the world struggle, to attack from the inside. Our intention is to engage the enemy. To wear away at him, to harass him, to isolate him, to expose every weakness, to pounce, to reveal his vulnerability. Our intention is to encourage the people. To provoke leaps in confidence and consciousness, to stir the imagination, to popularize power, to agitate, to organize, to join in every way possible the people's day-to-day struggles. Our intention is to forge an underground. A clandestine political organization engaged in every form of struggle, protected from the eyes and weapons of the state, a base against repression, to accumulate lessons, experience, and constant practice, a base from which to attack. The banner of Che The only path to the final defeat of imperialism and the building of socialism is revolutionary war. Revolution is the most powerful resource of the people. To wait, to not prepare people for the fight, is to seriously mislead about what kind of fierce struggle lies ahead. Revolutionary war will be complicated and protracted. It includes mass struggle and clandestine struggle, peaceful and violent, political and economic, cultural and military, where all forms are developed in harmony with the armed struggle. Without mass struggle there can be no revolution. Without armed struggle there can be no victory. It will not be immediate, for the enemy is entrenched and intractable. It will require lengthy, deliberate political and armed struggle to build the organized power of the people and to wear away at the power of the enemy. Many people have given their lives in this struggle and many more will have to. Paradoxically, this protracted struggle is the shortest and least costly road to revolution. We are at an early stage, going from small to large. The mass armed capability which will destroy the enemy has its beginnings in armed action. It matures unevenly, with setbacks and at great cost. It will not spring full-blown on the scene at the magical moment of insurrection. We cannot leave the organizing and preparation for armed struggle to some more perfect future time. It would be suicidal. There is no predetermined model for revolution, we are always figuring it out. But for some, armed struggle is always too soon, although it is underway here and around the world. We made the choice to become a guerrilla organization at a time when the Vietnamese were fighting a heroic people's war, defeating 500,000 US troops and the most technologically advanced military power. In our own hemisphere, Che Guevara urged that we create 2-3 many Vietnams, to destroy US imperialism by cutting it off in the Third World tentacle by tentacle, and opening another front within the US itself. At home, the struggle and insurrection of the Black Liberation Movement heightened our commitment to fight alongside the determined enemies of the empire. This defined our international responsibility and our duty as white revolutionaries inside the oppressor nation. We are part of a wave of revolution sparked by the Black liberation struggle, by the death of Che in Bolivia in 1967, and by People's War in Vietnam. This period forged our belief in the revolutionary necessity of clandestine organization and armed struggle. Why is revolution necessary? Revolution is a fight by the people for power. It is a changing of power in which existing social and economic relations are turned upside down. It is a fight for who run things, in particular, for control by the people of what we communists call the means of production, the means by which people eat, work, protect themselves from the cold and the rain, get around, raise children and build. The imperialists now control the means by which these necessities of survival get produced and distributed. They determine what gets produced, at what cost in human effort, under what conditions, and who gets what's produced. This is complete control over people's lives. It is economic power and far more. It involves and implicates people in a system over which they have little control, a system which includes unprecedented slaughter through continuous wars, genocide, the violent suppression of Black, Puerto Rican, Chicano, and Indian people, the subjugation of women, daily control and extraction of maximum profit from the people's work, the development of a fantastic arsenal of weapons in the control of the imperialists. It intimately affects day-to-day behavior, thoughts, values, potential, and hopes. Only the pressure of the struggle of the mass of people humanizes the system at all. It is an illusion that imperialism will decay peacefully. Imperialism has meant constant war. Imperialists defend their control of the means of life with terrible force. There is no reason to believe they will become humane or relinquish power. As matters deteriorate for imperialism, there is every reason to believe they will tighten control, pass their contradictions onto the people, and struggle for every last bit of power. To not prepare the people for this struggle is to disarm them ideologically and physically and to perpetrate a cruel hoax. In the early stages, armed struggle has come into being in the United States. It is an indication of growth that our movement has developed clandestine organizations and that we are learning how to fight. The development of guerrilla organization and armed activity against the state is most advanced in the black community, where the tradition and necessity for resistance is highest. The crises of the society provide the training grounds. For third world people, the conditions of prison, the army, the streets, and most oppressive jobs produce warriors, political theorists, and active strategists. The Black Liberation Army fighting for 3 years under ruthless attack by the state, the fighters in prisons, and recently the Symbionese Liberation Army are leading forces in the development of the armed struggle and political consciousness, respected by ourselves and other revolutionaries. At this early stage in the armed and clandestine struggle, our forms of combat and confrontation are few and precise. Our organized forces are small, the enemy's forces are huge. We live inside the oppressor nation, particularly suited to urban guerrilla warfare. We are strategically situated in the nerve centers of the international empire, where the institutions and symbols of imperial power are concentrated. The cities will be a major battleground, for the overwhelming majority of people live in the cities are our terrain. We believe that carrying out armed struggle will affect the people's consciousness of the nature of the struggle against the state. By beginning the armed struggle, the awareness of its necessity will be furthered. This is no less true in the US than in other countries throughout the world. Revolutionary action generates revolutionary consciousness, growing consciousness develops revolutionary action. Action teaches the lessons of fighting, and demonstrates that armed struggle is possible. We are building a foundation. In 4 years of armed work, we have come to appreciate the complexity of doing it right and the difficulty of sustaining it. These are contradictions we are working with. We live in a whirlwind, nonetheless, time is on the side of the guerrillas. Fighting the enemy is urgent, and we have a duty to do all we can. Yet it takes time to win the people's trust, it takes time to build an organization capable of surviving the hunt, it takes time to recover and learn from mistakes, to prepare, train, study and investigate. This is an observation. It is not offered as an argument for delay. There is constant resolution between carrying forward the struggle and the necessity of preserving valuable cadre and supporters. Sometimes this is not a matter of choice. The guerrillas are forced, because of the torture and murder committed by the repressive apparatus, to escalate and move beyond what can be immediately sustained. Armed struggle brings the resistance to a sharper and deeper level of development. The greater the resistance, the greater will be the force and scope of the state repression brought to bear upon the people. When resistance is at a high level, the enemy takes measures against the people. But treading lightly will not assuage the rulers. Violent repression is built into the status quo. Guerrilla strategy has to resolve the contradiction between the necessary progress of the struggle and what the people can sustain at any given time. Armed actions push forward people's consciousness and commitment, they are a great teacher and example. Yet they must be clearly understandable to the people, identify our enemy precisely, and overcome his massive lies and propaganda. Attacks by the Weather Underground have been focused and specific. These actions were a catalyst for thousands of politically directed armed actions between 1970 and 1972, almost all of which complemented mass struggles. These bombings were carried out by the Weather Underground to retaliate for the most savage criminal attacks against Black and Third World people, especially by the police apparatus. Haymarket Police Statue, Chicago, October 1969 and October 1970. Chicago Police Cars, following the murder of Fred Hampton and Mark Clark, December 1969. New York City Police Headquarters, June 1970. Marin County Courthouse, following the murder of Jonathan Jackson, William Christmas, and James McLean, August 1970. Long Island City Courthouse, in Queens, in solidarity with prison revolts taking place in New York City, October 1970. Department of Corrections in San Francisco and Office of California Prisons in Sacramento, for the murder of George Jackson in San Quentin, August 1971. Department of Corrections in Albany, NY, for the murder and assault against the prisoners of Attica, September 1971. 103rd Precinct of the New York City Police, for the murder of 10-year-old Clifford Clover, May 1973. To disrupt and agitate against U.S. aggression and terror against Vietnam and the Third World. Harvard War Research Center for International Affairs, Proud Eagle Tribe, October 1970. U.S. Capitol, after the invasion of Laos, March 1971. MIT Research Center, William Bundy's Office, Proud Eagle Tribe, October 1971. The Pentagon, after the bombing of Hanoi and mining of the harbors of North Vietnam, May 1972. Draft and Recruiting Centers. ROTC Buildings. ITT Latin America Headquarters, following the fascist counter-revolution in Chile, September 1973. To expose and focus attention against the power and institutions which most cruelly oppress, exploit, and delude the people. National Guard Headquarters, Washington, D.C., after the murders at Jackson State and Kent State, May 1970. Presidio Army Base and MP Station, San Francisco, July 26, 1970. Federal Offices of HU, San Francisco, March 1974. Liberation of Timothy Leary from California Men's Colony, San Luis Obispo, September 1970. Mass struggle and movements are not mere spectators in revolutionary war. Armed struggle cannot become a spectacle. It is the responsibility of mass leaders and organizations to encourage and support revolutionary armed struggle, in open as well as quiet ways. Actions are more powerful when they are explained and defended. The political thrust of each armed intervention can be publicly championed and built on. Parallel mass support will further both the mass and military struggle. There are many faces to militant resistance and fighting, a continuum between guerrilla and mass work. An examination of recent history points to acts of resistance. Draft card burnings, sabotage in the military, on the job, in government, and attacks on the police, mass demonstrations. Marches on the Pentagon, Stop the Draft Week, African Liberation Day rallies, International Women's Day marches, Chicano moratorium marches, demands for control and power through seizures of institutions. Community control of hospitals and schools, occupations of land such as Wounded Knee, or symbols such as the Statue of Liberty, People's Park, prison rebellions and takeovers, clandestine propaganda. Spray painting, pouring blood on draft files, the media, PA. FBI ripoff, Popular Rebellion. Watts, Detroit, Chicago, Cleveland, Newark, outrage expressed violently and collectively. Jackson/Kent/Cambodia, bank burning at Isla Vista, TDAs, Days of Rage. There are connecting lines between these different forms of fighting. All are forms of resistance by the people, and forms of attack against the state. Militancy and armed struggle are consistent threads in revolutionary movements. They cannot be wished or forced away. They will continue to be practiced as long as imperialism exists. Together they constitute the fullness of revolutionary war. The greater part of the revolution remains before us. We need to evaluate our strengths and weaknesses to go on from here. Our present strategy is rooted in our interpretation of the struggles of the last 14 years. The 60s. Denunciations of the struggles of the 60s as a failure do the enemy's work. These surrenders are a live burial of our people's great moments, and weaken the future by poisoning the lessons of the past. The movement produced some of the highest expressions of international solidarity and commitment in an oppressor nation. Weaknesses there were plenty. We cannot evade them, ignore them, nor be reluctant to learn from them. But the lessons won't be drawn apart from the context where we were coming from and how far we still have to go to revolutionize ourselves and society. Achievements. The struggles of the 60s changed everything, and we strongly affirm the general thrust and direction of the politics and movements of the last decade. The achievements only represent beginnings, but they are not small. Desanctification of the empire. The lesson that the U.S. imperial system is not permanently superior, not invincible even at the height of its power, not loved by the people of the world, and not satisfying the needs of the great majority of the US people. This is of incalculable importance to the awakening of consciousness. In this year of cynicism about the US rulers, it is hard to remember the power of the myths of US invincibility and democracy which governed our people at the beginning of the 60s. Although US global aims had already been rocked by the success of the Chinese Revolution in 1949, the struggles for African independence through the 1950s and the failure to win in Korea, the implications of all this were not known by the US people. The forces unleashed at Little Rock and Montgomery and the triumph of the Cuban Revolution were already burrowing away at the edifice of US superiority, yet we were still asleep. People now see that imperialism is warlike, with an economy based on the arms race, defense spending, and a need to support expansion with the bloodiest interventions in history. People understand corporate greed, the criminal policies of ITT, United Fruit, Standard Oil, Gulf Oil, Dow Chemical, Chase Manhattan, Safeway, and Honeywell. People can now see the hypocrisy of US freedom, justice, and democracy, high-sounding words masking the fact of US exploitation, aggression and counter-revolution. Material contribution to Vietnamese victory. The anti-war movement made a significant contribution toward forcing the US government to withdraw troops from Vietnam. As part of the worldwide united front against imperialism, our movement helped prevent the use of nuclear weapons against Vietnam, a major assault on the Dike system, or an invasion of the North. The ruling class is not restrained by scruples, only by their estimation of the political consequences of their actions. The Imperial Army became an unreliable tool of domination. There were serious interruptions in the functioning of the draft. In addition, part of the anti-war movement saw through the blinders of national chauvinism and brought a glimpse to the US people of the righteousness and humanity of the so-called enemy. Opposition to racism. The spirit of resistance inside the US was rekindled by black people. The power and strategy of the Civil Rights Movement, SNCC, Malcolm X, and the Black Panther Party affected all other rebellion. They created a form of struggle called direct action, awoke a common identity, history, and dignity for black people as a colonized and oppressed people within the U.S., drew out and revealed the enemy through a series of just and undeniable demands such as the vote, equal education, the right to self-defense, and an end to Jim Crow. The police, the troops, the sheriffs, the mass arrests and assassinations were the official response. The black movement was pushed forward into a revolutionary movement for political power, open rebellion, and confrontation with the racism of white people and the racism of institutions. Growth of insurgent cultures. Young women and men fighting to be human beings in the midst of disgusting and crushing social forms found ourselves in opposition to empire. Since World War II, imperialism sought to tame its youth through tract education, the draft, the oppression of women. These conditions produced a profound alienation in work, school, family, and an openness to revolutionary alternative. The youth revolt and the women's movement moved practically an entire generation on one level or another. This means a substantial sector was torn away from sexist and competitive culture and gave birth to new cultures, fragile but real cultures in opposition to the system. The overthrowing of rotten values of male supremacy, consumerism, passivity, respectability, and the rat race, was a wonderful advance. For women working, for women forced into the marriage marketplace, trapped in oppressive relationships, raising children alone, the women's movement brought a new sense of self-worth and dignity. It explained the conditions of women's oppression. We began to create solidarity among women. Challenge to inaction. We inherited a deadening ideology of conformity and gradualism. Our first protests were law-abiding and peaceful. But the treacherous nature of U.S. power was revealed as we began to comprehend Hiroshima, napalm, slavery, lynching, capital punishment, rape, Indian reservations. We came to see that change is violently opposed every step of the way. We stood up and defied propriety, the state, and the law, in street demonstrations and outrageous actions. Militant confrontation politics transformed us. We broke with a powerless past. We saw popular uprisings, armed revolution, people's war, and guerrilla combat around the world. We realized the power of armed self-defense, mass rebellion and revolutionary violence in the Black movement. As our own protest elicited tear gas, prison, and bullets, we recognized the need to fight and the terrible cost of not doing all we possibly can. Turning point. The year 1968 was a high point and a turning point. It is not surprising that the maturing of the movement took place at a time when the world was in flames. 500,000 U.S. troops were dealt a staggering blow by the Vietnamese Popular Forces during Tet. Armed struggle raged throughout Latin America and the Palestinian Liberation Forces emerged in the Mideast. Student movements in France and throughout the industrialized world were in full revolt, challenging their own governments and demonstrating open solidarity with the people of the world. The Chinese Cultural Revolution was unleashing a new dimension to class struggle. The movement emerged with a growing revolutionary consciousness that it was involved in a battle for power. This grew out of experience. Black power had become the slogan for the Black liberation movement, and its political thrust transformed the civil rights movement. Black power was applied in persistent struggles for community control of schools, in rebellions in 60 cities following the assassination of Martin Luther King, by black students occupying universities, sometimes with arms, and in the emergence of the Black Panther Party. We also came to recognize that issues which once seemed separate had a relationship to one another. Imperialism was discovered as a whole, one system. This was a tremendous political breakthrough. It made sense of the world and our own experience. The same school which tracked students by sex, race, and class into the appropriate niche, turned out to own slums in the black community and to develop anti-personnel weapons and strategies against revolution to be in fact a tool of the corporations and the military. We were up against a ruling class, and it made no sense to ask them to reform themselves. Our rebellion had led us to revolution, a long and many-sided struggle for power. SDS was a leading anti-imperialist organization in this movement. Historically, students play an advanced and militant role in anti-imperialist struggle, opposing war and racial injustice. The revolt at Columbia University was a catalyst which exploded the previous era of resistance into a popular revolutionary movement of students and young people. The street battles at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago several months later led to further occupations and demonstrations involving hundreds of thousands of militants. The demonstrations built on each other, each struggle was unique and beautiful. The vitality of SDS was rooted in its local experiences and the application of national programs to different regions and conditions, applying the lessons of Columbia, films on Cuba, building alliances with the Black Student Union. The taste of liberation, the intense struggles, transformed our identifications, our lives. At this point, some new contradictions appeared. The state set into motion a plan to discredit, divide, and set back the movement. The May 1968 J. Edgar Hoover counterinsurgency memo reveals a national plan to expose, disrupt, and otherwise neutralize the activities of the various New Left organizations, their leadership and adherents. Infiltration and sabotage were carried out by a variety of police agents, including the FBI, the Nixon-Mitchell team, military intelligence, and local Red Squads. As always, the attack was focused on the Black liberation movement and included violent assaults against Black communities and leaders, particularly the Black Panther Party. With enormous growth of membership, militancy, and consciousness after the 1968 demonstrations in Chicago, SDS was faced with several urgent necessities: to draw broader masses of people into the struggle, and also to organize our cadre and transform ourselves into a force which could eventually contend for power. These necessities coexisted uneasily. What were the roads taken at this juncture? Our strategy was the revolutionary youth movement. It was aimed at extending the movement among young people to expand its base and class character, to mobilize those affected by the draft, the army, unemployment, schools, prisons, into anti-imperialist struggle. RYM was a transitional strategy to maintain the militant mass base on the campuses, while we deepened our base among the working class. Young people's openness and consciousness/identification with militant anti-imperialism was a strategic strength. This movement continued to grow spontaneously, even after the decline of SDS. This politics was opposed by an opportunist politics that took the form of economism. Economism appears in every revolutionary movement as the reduction of revolution to a struggle for purely economic gains. Economism has many masks. It was then expressed in a leftish form of going to the workers, not by creating revolutionary consciousness and action but by sacrificing principle in the hope of gaining a place in the labor movement. This is a corrupt politics, proven bankrupt again and again. In the US, where many of the people who are exploited by imperialism also receive benefits from the super-exploitation of the colonies, economism feeds the idea that people here can be free while other oppressed people are still under the yoke of US imperialism. Our deep political concern was the historic tendency of the white left to abandon militant anti-imperialism and anti-racism principled support for third world struggle in search of easy integration with the masses. It is difficult to synthesize militant anti-imperialism with a mass base among oppressor nation people because of the whole fabric of relative social/material white skin privilege. Much of the movement resolved this contradiction in the direction of opportunism around race. This was the main error of the period, deeply rooted in US radical history. A comparable example was the student power movement. Some argued that the demand for students' rights and power would become revolutionary in and of itself. This is not true. The chauvinism of student power demands by white students ignored the claims of university workers, the community, and the third world people who would be the victims of university-researched weapons and programs. This demand encouraged narrow concern for a relatively privileged sector at the expense of the more oppressed. But when the student revolts actively allied with other movements in the interests of the most oppressed peoples against the common enemy, they became a serious threat to the empire. When each movement only sees its own claims and interests in isolation from other movements, they play themselves out, one after the other. Another major factor at this point was the rebellion of women against sexism in the society and in the left. The left is not immune from the sexism which pervades US society. The oppressor culture persists and must be opposed and fought again and again. This requires an active commitment to anti-sexism. In the late 60s and early 70s many women left the anti-imperialist movement and built a separate women's movement. Sisters inside and now outside the anti-imperialist movement began to force men to deal with their sexist practice. These were absolutely necessary advances. The struggles against sexism did not only mean criticism and change of individual practice, they also transformed the overall analysis of the left. The contradiction was that the women's movement, rejecting sexist and authoritarian leadership, raised blanket challenges to all forms of leadership and organization in the movement, good and bad, and failed at that point to build lasting organizations to carry on the task of strong determined anti-imperialist struggle. SDS was torn by these internal and external dynamics. It was becoming an organization of revolutionaries, anti-imperialist activists. This was recognized by the state which moved to disrupt it. Major ideological struggles about the correct path to transforming SDS into a broader mass organization polarized rapidly, while simultaneously the urgent necessity to join the struggle against imperialism in a serious and armed way was heightened by the Vietnam War and the liberation movement of black people. Things were in great turmoil and a continuous process of change. Self-criticism. We have to learn from our mistakes. Uncertain errors and correct understandings, reassessing strengths and weaknesses, are a revolutionary responsibility. This is because our errors have consequences for the ability to find the right road, for trust and confidence in relationship with the people, and also for the state which learns from our errors and will use them against us. All movements make mistakes. Those which recover from their mistakes have been able to act with audacity and move forward with the people. But errors must first be recognized and corrected. This is a test of our movement's strength. We were correct in our decision to prepare and build the armed struggle. There is a strategic necessity to build underground movement, to learn to fight through fighting, to pull forward into the conflict. there is a need to develop militant action, and from militant action to develop guerrilla activity. This beginning involved a confrontation with privilege and inhibition and was impolite, rough, disruptive, and disorderly. It was an essential step forward, and could not be held back for some perfect moment. 3 of our comrades gave their lives to begin the armed struggle: Diana Oaten, Teddy Gold, and Terry Robbins. By March 1970, a base from which to carry out guerrilla and underground actions had been established. We were wrong in failing to realize the possibility and strategic necessity of involving masses of people in anti-imperialist action and organization. We fixed our vision only on white people's complicity with empire, with the silence in the face of escalating terror and blatant murder of black revolutionaries. We let go of our identification with the people, the promise, the yearnings, the defeats. This error had 2 consequences. In the course of preparing for armed struggle in late 1969, we began mistaking friends for enemies. We applied the strictest standards of willingness to risk everything to comrades and allies, as well as to the real opportunists who represented the politics of retreat. We attacked those who could not come along the whole way, sometimes just because they were not ready to support everything we said and did. We did not learn from meaningful criticism from comrades. We made the mistake of de-emphasizing the importance of mass work and lost sight of our long-standing commitment to mass struggle. The militancy and commitment of the days of rage and the initiation of armed actions contributed to and pushed forward mass struggle, the continuous revolt in the armed forces, the Justice Department demonstration in November 1969, TDAs, Isla Vista, culminating in Jackson/Kent/Cambodia in the spring of 1970. Conditions were ripe. The mass movement continued to grow, broaden, and escalate at the same time that mass organizations began to fall apart, waver and dissolve. Reaffirming the importance of mass movement and political as well as military struggle, we wrote New Morning in December 1970. But New Morning gave uncritical support to youth culture and came to represent a repudiation of revolutionary violence. The Panther 21 wrote a generous and fighting criticism of New Morning from prison, which warned us against putting down our weapons. They correctly pointed to the necessity to continue to fight and our need to teach our people to fight. By failing to answer, we lost an opportunity to engage in dialogue with these brave and dedicated comrades. Turning weakness into strength. Now the movement is disorganized, divided, and defensive, unable to fulfill the whole potential to learn and to lead. There has been relatively little organized mass action and relatively great disunity within our movement in the last 3 years. In the movement, times are hard. On the other hand, the opportunity for change and organizing among millions of poor, unemployed, and working people, among women, among youth, is great. The continuing social crises are accelerating the process of social dislocation, and people are opening to the possibility of revolutionary consciousness. Objective conditions do not produce revolution themselves. In times of crisis and change, people's fears and discontents and hopes can be mobilized in different directions toward opiates of all sorts, reform, right-wing movements, and war. That is why revolutionary organization, leadership, and example are required to call the discontent into life and action, to seize the time. There are serious problems and barriers to revolutionary growth now facing us, which we have to uncover and look in the face. Some are setbacks inflicted by the state, some are obstacles, weaknesses, and contradictions among us, some are anti-revolutionary currents and errors within the movement. Obstacles. Anti-organization tendencies. The lack of a national organization, embracing and based in popular movements, unified around anti-imperialism, is a most severe weakness. A generation of cadre was built in the struggles of the 60s and early 70s. People need organization. Organization unites, gives direction and breadth to particular political work. The lack of organization affects all other problems. It leaves people with no place to go to join the struggle, no way to connect to something larger than ourselves, no form for struggling and resolving our other problems. Good local work or work focused around one single issue suffers from the lack of national, Overall organization. The failures and the dissolution of previous organizations have served as an excuse for anti-organizational tendencies, attacking and undermining all forms of organization. The idea prevails that organization means giving up individual integrity, or is irretrievably sexist/male-dominated, or is by definition oppressive. Like every other revolutionary movement on Earth, we desperately need good organizations, strong and healthy, to embody the struggle and direct our energies like a spear. Cynicism. The subjective mood of surrender and powerlessness is expressed in various repudiations of the 60s or turning to idealistic utopian solutions. Cynicism coincides with extreme individualism, expects the revolution to somehow be pure, and victories easy. We also face adversity. Some activists feel extremely demoralized, some feel burned out from the difficulties of revolutionary work. We must help each other through pain and breakdown, through separation, loss, and death. We must care for the physical and mental health of the revolutionary community, for those in prison, for the raising of the children and the sustenance of the older people. At the same time as we recognize the real difficulties, we nourish our revolutionary spirit, commit every fiber of our lives to the struggle. Sexism. The full participation and leadership of women is necessary for successful and healthy revolution. Revolutionary organizations must recognize the struggle for women's liberation as a fundamental political revolution and must repudiate the intolerable backwardness of all forms of sexism. The development of the independent women's movement as well as active struggle against the institutions and ideas of sexism are the basis for ensuring that the revolution genuinely empowers women. Racism. The left must make clear at every point its unswerving and militant support for the liberation of Black, Puerto Rican, Chicano, Native American and all Third World peoples. It must refuse to compromise this active support for short-term gains, or to win the approval of whites we are trying to organize at the workshop, in the schools or the communities. This is true for the whole movement and for every individual in the movement. The creation of an anti-racist white movement is the necessary foundation for the functional unity of Third World and white enemies of the empire. Anti-racist organizing and action can create this unity. Where this kind of work has begun, it should be broadened and extended. Anti-revolutionary errors in the movement. There are two currents of thought and activity that conspire to hold back the power of the movement. They are American exceptionalism and reformism. These tendencies often unite and reinforce each other. They are subtly embedded in various tendencies and accepted truisms in the left, and they are strategically put forward by the enemy to deflect us. They are both racist in effect. American exceptionalism is the assumption that for one reason or another U.S. technological superiority, the post-scarcity economy, the system of democracy, our advanced consciousness, our revolutionary struggle is not subject to the same general conditions and the same general necessities as others. It assumes different faces. One is American superiority, a kind of cultural chauvinism. This is characterized by the acceptance of some of these positions, that imperialism is something different from and unnecessary to capitalism, something that happens outside the U.S., incidental to the struggle here. U.S. society is stable and even, not subject to the great dislocations and wrenching changes sweeping the world. Our feminist consciousness is more advanced than that of women in Third World liberation movements or in Cuba or Vietnam. Our revolution will be a consciousness revolution. On the plane of personal relations and sexuality we have passed beyond anything as old-fashioned as socialism. Of course there are new conditions and unique aspects to U.S. society. Our revolution makes its own contributions. But we have to elicit the class consciousness and struggle out from beneath layers of false consciousness, resignation, and fearfulness. Our women's movement is a great new vital movement, but we can also learn much from women of the Third World about who our enemy is and how to mobilize to fight him. The repudiation of cultural oppression isn't everything, but it does constitute a serious break with the brainwashing control of empire. As a people we are saturated with the myth of American superiority. As a revolutionary people, we must take our place in the human community resolutely opposed to all expressions of arrogance. Another form of American exceptionalism is rejecting forms of struggle for the US which are obviously necessary in other parts of the world. Some people actually defend the taking up of arms by the Vietnamese people, the Chilean workers or the Chinese Revolution, but preserve the territory within US borders from the same laws and forces which produce revolution everywhere else. This is half-hearted internationalism. Colossal arrogance is concealed in the self-deception that third world people and socialist countries can and must do the fighting while we have some kind of free ride, tidy and constitutional. Reformism deceives and derails the movement by putting forward the strategy of peaceful transition to socialism. It pretends to reassure the people by spreading pacifist and conciliatory ideas. It sells short the sacrifices and strivings of the people, disarms them of their correct understanding of the intractable nature of the enemy, and disarms them of their own power and will to fight and win. Reformism assumes the essential goodness of US society, in conflict with the revolutionary view that the system is rotten to the core and must be overthrown. Reformism rejects revolutionary violence by treating each new armed act as if it were a Reichstag fire, an act of provocation, or premature. Along with denouncing armed struggle comes the exaggerated emphasis on legality and electoral struggle, or an attempt to influence power by collaboration with the best aspects of the imperialists. Thus many good struggles which are parallel to and complementary to militant and armed struggle are instead turned against it, and posed as an alternative. Another characteristic of reformism is mainstreamism, the attempt within the left to take on the coloration of the worst aspects of the mainstream of US society and history so as to be acceptable, and thereby change things without disturbing people too much. This is an attempt to slide in under the flag. In the name of becoming integrated with the US people, this movement abdicates its responsibility to confront racism and class rule and change it. It becomes corrupt. Setbacks inflicted by the state. We are fighting a treacherous and ruthless enemy. The state has implemented a plan to contain and crush the power of revolution. In the last period they have inflicted some serious blows which have set back the struggle. Counterinsurgency. A major organized attack has been mounted against black people and the black community by Nixon forces. Like US military interventions against third world peoples, this campaign of genocide is a measure of the powerful threat to empire posed by black people. It has included waves of assassinations of black leaders, imprisoning large sectors of the young militant population, often for life, infiltration, and generalized terror. Heroin and methadone traffic have been massively directed against black urban communities. Part of a generation of black youth has been lost to drugs. It was irresponsible of us in 1970 to emphasize only the social role of consciousness expanding drugs without making a frontal assault on the genocidal use of heroin the main thrust of our position on drugs. The government has come down hard on the entire black community, massive unemployment, schools which cultivate illiteracy among black children, cutbacks in funds for the cities which hasten the collapse of communities through terrible housing and welfare starvation. It is impossible to estimate the human cost of the government's strategy, the lives of people like Jonathan and George Jackson. Repression. The nature of Nixon's extra-legal attack on the movement was spelled out in the J. Edgar Hoover memo of May 1968 and elaborated by Mitchell and the Justice Department and White House CIA types. It is a strategy of infiltration, disruption, and selected blows against anti-war and revolutionary movements and leaders. It did temporarily succeed in creating a climate of distrust and suspicion on the left. Its tactics included threats and intimidation, espionage, grand juries, and long trials and selected murders. The strategy against the black movement and the strategy against the anti-war left are different faces of the same apparatus. Their basic repressive strategy is to divide, separate out, and make vulnerable to divide third world and white, those in prison from those outside, those in solitary from those in population, leaders from the grassroots and the guerrillas from the mass movement. Organizing a base for fascism. In the US this means racism, building explicitly or thinly disguised anti-black and third world campaigns. To the extent that they have gone unchallenged by organized revolutionary forces, they have been serious defeats. The anti-busing movement is a Nixon special, a tragedy for children and anti-racist people. The entire elaborate campaign against busing is promoted to disguise the fact that segregation of schools today is more intense and extensive than in 1954 when the Supreme Court ordered it ended. Anti-busing will roll back integration where it has happened and entrench a segregated school system firmly in the control of racist white boards of education. The campaign is violently anti-black, under cover of anti-busing. In Boston, 20,000 whites marched against the busing of children. In Pontiac, Michigan, Ozone Park, and Canarsie, New York, white parents attacked school buses and poured oil on black children. Nixon's anti-busing campaign goes hand in hand with drastic cuts of funds for education. Education for third world children in segregated schools is colonial-style. Black, Chicano, and Puerto Rican youth north and south are abused, overcrowded, ignored if quiet and drugged if not, lost in detention centers and beaten. Anti-busing has a political meaning which is not at all about whether busing is the best way to achieve decent education for most children. The real question is, who will control the schools? The design of the state is control of the child's education, whether in the integrated or segregated school. Segregate where you can, track the kids where you must integrate. White racist control of the schools attempts to prevent the black child from succeeding in that dangerous and subversive endeavor, learning to read. A similar assault has been mounted against the people on welfare, women, children, and old people. Rockefeller and Reagan have led special drives to institute photo identity cards, compulsory work programs, and impossible requirements to drive people off welfare by every means. Nixon has twice based his election propaganda on the rallying cry of law and order. This has led to a national reorganization of police forces, greater police use of advanced counterinsurgency technology developed for Vietnam, and greater centralization of police forces through computers, training, and coordinating groups like LEAA. Anti-crime legislation mobilizes racist fears in the white population. It has been successful enough to undo many gains of the previous 2 decades, to initiate preventive detention, undermine the jury system and put into effect new mandatory death penalties. 2 models are the Special Police Crackdown Unit used in Detroit, called Stress, which was responsible for the murder of many black people, and the new Rockefeller drug law, which forces legal addiction by giving people a choice between long prison sentences and lifetime parole, or mandatory methadone maintenance. If we do not create an anti-racist left, the masses of white people being bombarded with these measures have little alternative but to resolve these fears and these conflicts the traditional way in complicity with racism. Continuing crisis at home. Conditions will not wait for us. With the decline of imperialism, the ability to expand and export basic contradictions becomes less available to the U.S. rulers, and this means continual crisis and hardship for people here. We are looking at 2 of these crises to analyze their origins and their consequences for the imperialists and for the people. Governmental crisis. In the wake of the U.S. defeat in Vietnam comes an unprecedented governmental crisis. Watergate is a magnificent victory of the struggles of the 60s, a reflection of the war coming home. Crisis chases crisis as state leaders search for a consolidating strategy. The turmoil is indicative of serious and fatal weaknesses in the system. It offers an unparalleled opportunity for revolutionary and popular movements. Nixon has been caught with the chicken in his hand. His known crimes include sabotage of elections, cover-up of the sabotage, land deals, income tax evasions, tampering with the evidence, giant swindles and fixes, not to mention his secret wars abroad and at home, campaigns of race hatred, the air war against Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, and violation of the ceasefire agreement. Nixon's re-election was a low point. But the unanimity of his election was momentary and hollow, it began crumbling immediately. The terror bombing of Hanoi was carried out just before the Paris Peace Agreement, which acknowledged U.S. defeat and marked a major victory for the Vietnamese people along the road to independence and liberation. The assassination of Amilcar Cabral, African liberation leader and head of the PAIGC, was carried out by mercenaries of US Armed Portugal on the eve of the declaration of the independence of Guinea-Bissau. Nixon, both deadly powerful and seriously weakened. 18 months later he has become the symbol of delegitimized bourgeois ideology, a two-bit criminal, host to a den of monopolies and crew-cut thieves. Nixon has always been a political leader of counter-revolution and tighter control of the colonies, an executioner of the Rosenbergs, the men at Attica, the students at Jackson and Kent. His national military alert during the 1973 October War in the Mideast shows the fantastic lengths to which he will carry the world to the brink of war. His Christmas bombing of Hanoi was the horrible proof that his policies are based on terror against the people. His fundamental program is militarization, that is, enormous technological and military spending for war and arms abroad and police control at home. Watergate is a domestic reflection of the empire in crisis. For Nixon/Kissinger, political unity in the U.S. around a program of law and order for the world was essential in the wake of successful revolution abroad. There are historical precedents for imperialist repression following a revolutionary success. From the NY Post, Wednesday, June 6, 1973. Radicals were the target. The Attorney General and his agents, armed with 60,000 dossiers compiled under J. Edgar Hoover, struck quickly. In 33 cities across the nation, government men seized more than 4,000 persons, sometimes without the authority of a court warrant, in homes, cafes, club rooms, and taverns. It was January 1920, and many Americans feared for national security in the wake of the successful communist revolution in Russia, the specter of spreading Bolshevism, scattered bombings in the U.S. and troubling labor strikes. Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer rode a wave of popular support with his massive federal arrests of Russian immigrants, local communists, and other suspected radicals. In order to make his foreign policy of military terror and détente effective, and in order to crush rebellion and anger at home, Nixon created an extra-legal force, a counterinsurgency program and sabotage operation. He justified these moves on the basis of national security and domestic subversion, both cornerstones of Nixon power for over 25 years. His moves to reassert control spilled over against substantial elements of the ruling class, and the struggle for bourgeois political power was on. Nixon's links with the giant corporations have been put on the line. This is the rule in this stage of monopoly capital, the identity of business and government. But for now, Nixon's the one, caught in cahoots, on the defensive. Every aspect of the prosecution of the Watergate crisis itself remains in the hands of the ruling class. The Watergate investigations observe gentlemanly limits, they have never explored Nixon's deliberate aggression against Black, Chicano, and Puerto Rican communities, they cover for every mention of CIA operations at home. Power in the U.S. is a white gentleman's club. Yet the crisis runs away. It has become the political expression of a process that began in the 60s, the defeat of the myth of American freedom and democracy. Vietnam is the crime that plagues Nixon, defines his fall. He is a war criminal. The consequence of Watergate is a population wary of the hypocritical words of leading politicians, wise to the bankruptcy of existing society. The real and phony energy crisis. The real energy crisis is the crisis of imperialism. It is seen in a fight over raw materials and resources. It reflects the crisis in empire, declining Western control over the economies of the Third World, increased competition between capitalist countries, and growing stagnation arising from contradictions within monopoly capitalism itself. The system is in trouble. In order to maintain growth and economic dominance, U.S. corporations and government have followed policies which would maximize oil company profits overseas. US-based oil companies provided 60% of Europe's oil and 80% of Japan's oil, primarily from wells in the Mideast. That arrangement depended on continued domination by the U.S. within the capitalist sphere and over the oil-exporting nations. U.S. imperialism lost world hegemony in Vietnam. This loss made it impossible for the U.S. to keep dollars afloat on its own terms, leading to such things as dollar devaluations and the OPEC embargo. The U.S. oil companies can no longer dictate the terms under which oil and natural gas will be distributed and sold throughout the non-socialist world. From these conditions, the ruling class devised the phony energy crisis as a strategy to recapture as much control and domination as possible. They deliberately limited refining capacity, and created artificial shortages prior to the embargo. The largest oil companies used the suffering of the people to rake in windfall profits. Through the inevitable crises of capitalism, the giant monopolies grow stronger and seize greater control of the economy, political life, and the means of destruction. But even as the crisis is engineered, it gets out of hand and creates new contradictions. The phony energy crisis was cooked up by the giant monopolies, the masters of the oil world who control the reserves. In addition to unprecedented price rises, they got a blank check to exploit and develop highly profitable energy sources, the Alaska pipeline, shale oil in the Rockies, offshore drilling rights, strip mining, and dangerous, leaky nuclear power plants with lethal byproducts. The oil monopolies have emerged as energy monopolies with major interests in coal, natural gas, shale, and nuclear power. Finally, the big companies have increased their contention with other capitalist rivals in other countries and their power to eliminate smaller U.S. oil companies. It is the people who are paying for these bonanza profits and are being forced to bear the brunt of the crisis. Although the shortages were created in corporate boardrooms, the crisis has become grimly real. The people are directly affected in numerous and serious ways. The lower the income, the greater the impact of energy costs, food prices, inflation, and unemployment. There's always been an energy crisis for black people: no heating oil in winter, no transportation to go to work. Children became sick and died from diseases caused by cold apartments. Last winter a 93-year-old couple froze to death for lack of heat. Millions have been laid off jobs and suffered hardship from lacking the basic necessities of life. People know that it is a political crisis, not a natural catastrophe, not a shortage of fuel, not a technical failure. The socialist nations are not in an energy crisis. This is a capitalist crisis of profit and power. At the same time as the U.S. people are urged to turn down their thermostats, the U.S. 6th and 7th Naval Fleets alone consume 1/3 of the Arab oil used by the U.S. Military consumption of energy is astronomical. The energy consumed in the production of atomic bombs and materials for the stockpile, in war reserves of jet fuel, or in the flying time of B-52s should be the first to go. Nixon's policy of Vietnamization depends on substituting energy for U.S. soldiers. Over 20,000 barrels of oil per day for military use are supplied to THIO by the U.S. With 6% of the world's population, the U.S. consumes over 1/3 of the world's energy resources. The corporate myth of limitless consumption is based on control of third-world resources. The ruling class encourages wasteful and reckless dependence on petrochemical products, high horsepower and excessively heavy cars, plastics and synthetics and nitrogen fertilizers. The failure to develop good sources of energy is not based on priorities for a better life, but on profit. There are many consequences from the energy crisis. The ruling class has tried to use it to lay the basis for war in the Mideast. It is a measure of the strength of the 60s and of the Third World nations that warmongering in the Mideast is not an easy out for them. The oil crisis bodes more of the same for other resources. U.S. corporations are self-sufficient in only 10 of the 36 basic industrial raw materials. They are a parasite on the Third World. They will face continuing crises over who is to control and who is to profit. Common fronts among the raw material producing countries of the Third World are a great step forward and a significant challenge to unchecked U.S. domination and plunder. The power in the unity of the small. The recent UN special session on raw materials drew a sharp picture of the plunder of the poor countries by imperialism, and the terms of future struggle. Countries rich in bauxite, copper, iron ore, and other resources are beginning to unite for the protection of their natural wealth. The people of the Third World are striving to control their own economies and to make full use of their resources. This is an upset of U.S. plans for a new stable order. The ecological devastation wrought by the energy companies is unparalleled. In Puerto Rico, Indonesia, Angola, and Brazil, multinational corporations seek new sources of energy at the expense of the sane development of the natural resources or the wishes of the people. The plunder for sources of power is emerging as a major threat to the survival of rural areas of this country and to the continued culture and community of people who live there. The major oil companies are pushing through contracts to strip mine coal on the Cheyenne and Crow reservations in Montana on a scale that would forcibly urbanize and transform the Native American population and denude the landscape. Only a tiny proportion of the 1.8 million acres of land damaged by stripping in the West and Appalachia have been reclaimed to any extent at all. The rape of Hopi and Navajo lands to create giant power plants in Four Corners, New Mexico, is creating pollution greater than in Los Angeles. The AEC has pushed through a massive program to build 500 to 700 new nuclear power plants in partnership with corporations like Westinghouse and Rockwell. These breeder reactors are expensive, dangerous, and deadly to adjoining waters and communities. They now threaten every major New England river, the Great Lakes and the oceans themselves. Industry passed on its problems by increasing unemployment, laying off thousands, and driving up the prices of everything. Women and black workers, last hired and first fired, suffer the most immediately. These disruptions to an already stagnating economy have resulted in a serious attack on the basic necessities for masses of people. For the lives of third world people, families headed by women, and the people who are dirt poor, it is violent aggression. Inflation is deadly for old people, for families on welfare and for the great number of underemployed. But the crisis cannot be contained among the dispossessed. It attacks the common family, the working person. A severe food crisis reflected in the rise of food prices and massive food shortages is emerging. In the wealthiest country in the world, there is a cost of living and it is beyond the reach of millions of people. Inflation and the impact of the energy crisis will be used to drive up this cost to live, especially food prices. There has always been starvation and malnutrition for many in the U.S. The human consequences of food for profit. As food prices climb and real incomes decline, broad sectors of the population are beset by mounting debt, loss of savings, fear for jobs. Food production, distribution, and agricultural land have become concentrated in monopolies since World War II, with reliance on fertilizers, pesticides, new methods of drying and storage and mechanization that consume enormous amounts of energy. Agribusiness rests on the super-exploitation of farm workers and sharecroppers on the one hand, and giant programs of government subsidies to keep vast stretches of fertile land deliberately unproductive. This is to keep prices up in the U.S. It amounts to government-enforced shortage, malnutrition for millions of people in the U.S., hunger and starvation for the world's people. Of all the consequences of the U.S. use of world resources for profit, the most serious is beginning to come to the fore, a major crisis in the world food supply. What is experienced here as shortages and high prices is translated in the Third World as real famine and paralysis of industrial development. The U.S. with its mechanized agribusiness has a monopoly on food exporting, and it controls a vast sector of the food-producing land in the world. A rise in food prices devastates Third World countries. They must depend on the U.S. for food. Agricultural land throughout the Third World is turned into a plantation system of cash crops by imperialism. 2/3 of all the arable land in Latin America is planted with non-nutritious cash crops, wealth for the colonizers, not food for the people. South Vietnam, once the rice bowl of Southeast Asia, is now forced to import miracle rice from the U.S. Imperialism's irrational use of agricultural resources to produce vast quantities of meat to feed some of the U.S. population means that the amount of protein wasted by U.S. agriculture is comparable to the protein deficiency of the rest of the world. Starvation, hunger, and food shortages will unleash and sharpen all the basic contradictions. The imperialists will respond with solutions like population control, war, and greater monopoly power. But hunger is too stark and the conflict irreconcilable. This contradiction could well define the coming period. Without mass struggle there can be no revolution. Without armed struggle there can be no victory. Denunciations of the struggles of the 60s as a failure do the enemy's work. These surrenders are a live burial of our people's great moments, and weaken the future by poisoning the lessons of the past. As a people we are saturated with the myth of American superiority. As a revolutionary people, we must take our place in the human community resolutely opposed to all expressions of arrogance. Starvation, hunger, and food shortages will unleash and sharpen all the basic contradictions. To say that U.S. imperialism is on the defensive does not mean it is toothless nor that its overthrow will come fast or simply. In its decline, imperialism is extremely cruel and it will use every weapon it has to deceive, divide, starve, torture, and murder those who attack it. But its eventual overthrow is inevitable. What we think. The world balance of forces between revolution and counter-revolution has changed in favor of revolution. Truong Chin. January 1972. Our method is dialectical materialism. To plan our strategy, we make an analysis of the conflicting forces, the underlying contradictions of our time, and how they are developing. This paper is optimistic. That is because we are conscious that the most aggressive and predatory imperialism that ever existed has been defeated by the Vietnamese people. This unique and amazing period of history is the era of U.S. imperial crisis and decline. Today over 1 billion people organize their lives around socialism. Today thousands of guerrillas and millions of people in over 60 countries are engaged in active struggle against U.S. imperialism. Independence movements, wars of national liberation, and revolutionary movements within the U.S. are engaged in the decisive weakening of the empire. It is now being turned back by the people it has robbed and plundered. U.S. imperialism has had its setbacks, stalemates, and defeats before, but never one so decisive as in Vietnam. The Vietnamese met and turned back the full force of U.S. technological and military might, and ended the era of world hegemony for the U.S. Vietnam is a watershed in the decline of imperialism. It is the defining event of our time. Imperialism has dug its claws deepest into the oppressed and colonized nations, and it is these nations who are now the organized, leading spear point in the common struggle against imperialism. The imposition of foreign rule and foreign exploitation has created the conditions which gave birth to movements for national liberation, the seeds of imperialism's destruction. These movements have grown and multiplied. Great revolutionary leaders have emerged from the Third World, forged in people's war and in the building of socialism. Because the U.S. is so dependent on its colonies, national liberation both here and abroad is a knife to the strategic underbelly of the monster. To say that U.S. imperialism is on the defensive does not mean it is toothless nor that its overthrow will come fast or simply. In its decline, imperialism is extremely cruel and it will use every weapon it has to deceive, divide, starve, torture, and murder those who attack it. But its eventual overthrow is inevitable. As colonized nations liberate themselves, imperialism's ability to maintain a stable economy and ideological hegemony over its own people crumbles. The decline of imperialism produces continuing crises inside the U.S., Watergate, energy crisis, unemployment. The traditional outlets for domestic crisis and conflict, the export of contradictions, racism, war, have become less workable. It is certain that another crisis will follow the last, that unpredictable crises will color the future. Each separate crisis is temporary and able to be rationalized in the short run, but the overall crisis and decline of imperialism is permanent and ongoing. The crises related to imperial decline create great possibilities for a leap in revolutionary consciousness. Throughout its history, the rulers of the U.S. have maintained their power by creating privileged sectors among the people and letting us fight over the privileges. In this, their main weapon is white supremacy. Now great fissures have appeared. The wealth of the world is no longer completely at the disposal of the U.S. Imperialism is faced with the necessity to militarize and increase its control over U.S. society, especially the dissident and rebellious sectors. The empire feeds on war. War is necessary for expansion and colonial control, but unsuccessful and unjust war loosens the imperialists' hold over the home base. As peoples reclaim their lands and their resources, imperialism is forced to extract more wealth from everywhere it can, where it still can reach in the Third World, from its capitalist allies and competitors, and from the US people. This is the increasing trend of the 70s, the trend of crisis and depression. Our job is to tap the discontent seething in many sectors of the population, to find allies everywhere people are hungry or angry, to mobilize poor and working people against imperialism. In this process the people will continue to generate new culture and new forms for the struggle to fit our particular conditions and time. There are beautiful developments, like the rising of women against the oppression of male supremacy, and the struggle of young people against alienation and oppression, which are full of revolutionary possibilities. We are not alone. The struggles for national liberation are the lifeblood of our own, their battles are the front line against our common enemy. We have an urgent responsibility, to destroy imperialism from within in order to help free the world and ourselves from its grasp. Without underestimating the difficulties, this is our position of strength. We use all the weapons available to us. This necessarily includes mass militant action and guerrilla action to lay the foundation for the decisive armed struggle. This paper is a strategy for revolutionary anti-imperialism. Anti-imperialism defines our struggle and direction, helps us correctly identify our enemy and our friends, and is the necessary basis for advancing our movement. The strategic weak point of empire today is its hold of its external and internal colonies, and it is there that imperialism receives the heaviest blows. Our final goal is the destruction of imperialism, the seizure of power, and the creation of socialism. Our strategy for this stage of the struggle is to organize the oppressed people of the imperial nation itself to join with the colonies in the attack on imperialism. This process of attacking and weakening imperialism involves the defeat of all kinds of national chauvinism and arrogance. This is a precondition to our fight for socialism. The Vietnamese struggle provides a strategic model. As the anti-colonial liberation movement advanced, contradictions within the US heightened, creating more favorable conditions for revolutionary organizing and action. We organized our people and our movement advanced. As anti-imperialist movements gathered strength and moved forward, this aided the Vietnamese who dealt a decisive blow to US imperialism. Revolution is a dialectical process of destruction and creation. In the US, revolution is intimately bound to the process of defeating imperialism around the world. Any conception of socialism defined in national terms, within so extreme and predatory an oppressor nation as the US, is a view that leads in practice to a fight for particular privileged interest and is a very dangerous ideology. Active combat against empire is the only foundation for socialist revolution in the oppressor nation. Socialism is the total opposite of capitalism/imperialism. It is the rejection of empire and white supremacy. Socialism is the violent overthrow of the bourgeoisie, the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the eradication of the social system based on profit. Socialism means control of the productive forces for the good of the whole community instead of the few who live on hilltops and in mansions. Socialism means priorities based on human need instead of corporate greed. Socialism creates the conditions for a decent and creative quality of life for all. After a long struggle, power will be in the hands of the people. Society will have to be reorganized, toward the integration of each with the whole, where people can realize themselves in peace and freedom. There will be rebuilding to do, but the tremendous power of creative human energy revealed now in flashes of liberated space and in struggle will be freed to fulfill its potential. Freed from the constrictions, prejudices and fearful anxieties of imperialist society, people can be better. Our values are collective and communal. Birth and death will be celebrated with dignity, old people will have respect, children will have rights. With the elimination of waste from our society, all the people can eat healthy food. The cities can be real human gardens. We will have to rebuild them, reclaim the rivers and forests, and the dying species. Wielded in the interest of everyone, technology can serve us, no labor need be unproductive. Our art, music, poetry, theater will interpret and awaken the relationship of ourselves to the world forces, acting on each other. Our culture will be insurgent, celebrate people's victories and record the history of the struggle. We will support those who are still fighting and continue fighting ourselves. We will awaken our sense of being part of a world community. Arm the spirit. To Vietnam. The profound hypocrisy and inherent barbarism of bourgeois civilization lies unveiled before our eyes, turning from its home, where it assumes respectable forms, to the colonies, where it goes naked. Karl Marx. August 8, 1853. New York Daily Tribune. Nothing is more precious than independence and freedom. Ho Chi Minh. Many friends see only the difficulties that lie ahead and do not see the great victory we have won. The Paris Agreement not only speaks to the failure of aggression of the United States in Vietnam, it marks the failure of the global strategy of the United States to stop liberation struggles of people in many places. Nguyen Thi Binh. January 29, 1973. Meaning of the ceasefire. It is now more than a year since the signing of the agreement on ending war and restoring peace in Vietnam. For the people in the north and in the liberated areas under the Provisional Revolutionary Government of South Vietnam, the great effort of reconstruction to heal the wounds of war has begun. However, since the time of the agreement, more than 73,000 South Vietnamese people have died in combat. 200,000 remain in Thio's prisons. There are no illusions that final peace has come. The people in the liberated zones defend themselves daily against bombings and attacks, carried out by Thio's trained and equipped army. In the liberated areas of the South, new administrations are being set up to build schools and clinics, to comb the soil for unexploded anti-personnel weapons, readying it for replanting. Near Dong Ha in Quang Tri Province, the people have already harvested their first crop of rice in over 5 years. Slowly, the millions of craters are being filled, though it will take many generations to move enough soil to fill them all. The towns are being rebuilt, since each town of any size was bombed into dust whenever it was liberated. One puts up with what is available, they say, and out of the rubble and ruins come adequate structures. In the liberated territories people are poor, but medical care is free to everyone, people are learning to read and no one starves. The new life represents the independence and democracy for which the people of South Vietnam have fought so hard. Nixon and Thio have both failed to observe the terms of the agreement they signed. U.S. military advisors, disguised as civilians, continue to advise and organize Thio's police and army. The U.S. has violated the agreement by sending in new weapons, like F-5E jets. The Nixon administration is asking Congress to approve $2.4 billion in military and economic aid to South Vietnam. This is an increase of about 65% over what was approved for this year. When the money for Cambodia and Laos is included, the total Nixon request is $3.5 billion. The administration justifies this increase because of inflation, and now Kissinger is arguing that the U.S. is obligated by the ceasefire agreement to give aid to Thio. South Vietnam is a police state, 90% funded by U.S. tax dollars. This aid makes possible the continued rule of the dictator Thio. The attacks he has ordered launched against the liberated zones are major obstacles to peace and make possible the re-escalation of the war at any time. There is still necessary Vietnam work to be done by the U.S. anti-imperialist movement. A strong movement is the greatest support we could give. It would put pressure on Nixon and the government, and it would continue to build our own struggle here. As time passes, and reconstruction proceeds, the strength of the liberated areas will grow and the power of Thio will be weakened. We can help. We must demand that the Nixon government abide by the agreement and stop aid to Thio, and we must remain vigilant against the possibility of U.S. re-escalation. The Vietnamese struggle is the most significant political event of our generation. Understanding the history of the Vietnam War is a key to understand the present world situation, the present U.S. governmental crisis, the present possibilities for the revolutionary movement here, and a correct anti-imperialist perspective. This is the era of national liberation, and for most of the past 15 years, Vietnam has been the leading force in this struggle. The Vietnam War, alongside the struggle of black people, sparked the youth revolt of the 60s and created the conditions for the new left to mature. The relentless barbarity and length of the U.S. aggression became a crucible within which our generation learned about U.S. society. We were forced to see the horror of empire and the real nature of the monster we live in. We discovered imperialism. Many conflicting forces were at work within the youth movement, progressive characteristics were in conflict with reactionary aspects, and class struggle took place within the culture. The growing independence of young people was a multi-billion-dollar market to be exploited with waste commodities. But during the years of resistance from the Pentagon and Stop the Draft Week, to Kent State and massive protests against the Cambodia invasion, the strength of the growing anti-imperialist forces and consciousness were the best self of the youth revolt. We did, at long last, get into the fight against the dirtiest of all wars. Slowly, in hesitation and confusion, we responded to the heroism, humanity, and revolutionary principle of an Asian people, led by a saintly and very tough revolutionary, Ho Chi Minh. The draft was an immediate force that pushed us to become an anti-imperialist movement. It was an attack on poor, black, and third world and working class youth. 7 million young men served in the armed forces during the Vietnam War. Few families were spared some direct confrontation with the war machine. At the same time, millions of us took to the streets to protest the 1970 invasion of Cambodia. The seriousness of our threat was growing. The killings of students at Jackson State and Kent State had a significant effect on the youth movement. The war was brought home and Nixon was determined to have law and order until the U.S. could pull off its peace with honor charade and get U.S. troops out of South Vietnam. What was happening here was only part of a larger process taking place around the world. It took the Vietnamese many years to force the U.S. troop withdrawal. It was 4 years between the Tet Offensive, which broke the back of the invading army, forced Johnson to step down and the U.S. to negotiate, and the 1972 final offensive. During that time, the anti-war movement reached its greatest strength and the largest and most militant demonstrations took place. Inspired by the Black Panthers and other black fighters, many whites such as Sam Melville, Cameron Bishop, the New Year's Gang in Madison, and ourselves began building armed struggle. Our movement was undergoing profound changes as the Vietnamese people were leading the struggle against U.S. imperialism. International victory. The Vietnamese built international solidarity around their struggle. They organized a broad united front against imperialism throughout the world. This international front, of which the movement in the United States is an important part, consisted of many third world nations, the socialist countries and opposition movements within the imperialist countries. Mass anti-war movements grew, not only in the US, but in Japan, France, Great Britain, West Germany, Italy, and Sweden. In an era of intense contradictions among the socialist countries, Vietnam fought for a strategic focus on U.S. imperialism as the major enemy of the world's people and united all socialist countries in support of its struggle. The success of the Vietnamese struggle helped call into being the unity of the non-aligned nations. Historic conferences in Guyana and Algeria recognized the PRG and the Cambodian government in exile of Norodom Sihanouk, and sparked the growth of the Progressive Alliance that is becoming an increasingly important force in the world. By tying down the U.S. military forces throughout the 60s, the Vietnamese opened up the space for other third world nations to resist imperialism. With the bulk of U.S. armed forces in Vietnam, including 70% of the Air Force at the height of the air war, the U.S. was not in a position to send the Marines to Chile nor to intervene for Portugal in Guinea-Bissau. Cuba was able to survive, and in turn help Vietnam. This was Che's understanding of 3. Many Vietnam's strategy to overextend and defeat U.S. imperialism. By forcing the U.S. to use its entire array of weapons, Vietnam stripped all pretense from U.S. neocolonialism. Anti-US demonstrations took place in the Philippines, Mexico, Lebanon, Iran, and Argentina. This showed an inherent instability in the U.S. empire. Neocolonial governments faced pressure from their own people to oppose the Vietnam War or face rebellion at home. The U.S. attempt to win the war exacerbated the U.S. balance of payments and produced a monetary crisis. Skyrocketing inflation and unemployment at the same time, supposedly an impossibility under modern capitalism, cut into the living standards of third world people, working people, and the poor throughout the U.S. The deteriorating economic situation of the U.S. has meant that its domination over rival advanced capitalist countries is under greater attack and is no longer as secure. The growing strength of Japan and the EEC pose new conflicts for U.S. imperialism. There is no doubt that the present political isolation of U.S. imperialism, evidenced in the recent UN decision to declare Puerto Rico a colony, the Arab and African stand against US-backed Israeli Zionism, the world condemnation of the US and NATO support for Portugal's African wars, the admission of the People's Republic of China to the UN, recognition of Cuba by a number of Latin American countries can be traced to US defeat in Vietnam. The Vietnamese say, if the resistance is strong, even a hawk may be forced to withdraw. If the resistance is weak, even a dove may be tempted to invade. National victory. The victory won by the Vietnamese against U.S. imperialism is plainly reflected in the ceasefire agreement. The United States and all other countries respect the independence, sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity of Vietnam as recognized by the 1954 Geneva Agreements on Vietnam. And the United States will not continue its military involvement or intervene in the internal affairs of South Vietnam. The agreement further states that the United States will dismantle its military bases in South Vietnam, will withdraw all military forces including advisors, and will not introduce new military personnel, armaments, munitions, and war material into South Vietnam. This is a statement of the goals of the National Liberation Front since its founding in 1960, goals that the U.S. government was forced to accept and sign after 13 years of aggression. The period of total war and attempted genocide has been defeated, and the U.S. now has been forced into a public recognition of the NLF program. The Vietnamese victory came at a phenomenal cost to the Vietnamese people and their homeland. Their suffering was incalculable. Yet their victory is of enormous consequence. The Vietnamese people, through massive mobilization and the successful carrying out of a people's war of liberation, drove out the U.S. invading force, and thereby checked the advance of U.S. imperialism. The Vietnam War shows that an organized, united Third World nation can hold off and eventually defeat the full force of U.S. imperialism. This is a major blow to the U.S. attempt to convince peoples, including those within its own boundaries, that it is invincible. The Vietnamese strategy was based on the mobilization of their own people. They raised People's War to a new level of heroism and humanity, applying the strategy to Vietnamese conditions. The Vietnamese say, if the resistance is strong, even a hawk may be forced to withdraw. If the resistance is weak, even a dove may be tempted to invade. The Vietnamese liberation forces were able to defeat each successive U.S. strategy. The Tet Offensive of 1968 showed that 500,000 U.S. troops would not be enough to maintain the U.S. in Vietnam. Nixon created the policy of Vietnamization, changing the color of the corpses. It was a failure militarily, defeated in the invasions of Cambodia and Laos, and in the 1972 final offensive. It was these defeats, capped by the failure of Nixon's late December bombings of Hanoi and Haiphong, which forced him to withdraw U.S. forces just as the French were obliged to withdraw after their defeat at Dien Bien Phu. The Vietnamese refer to the destruction of 1/5 of the entire US B-52 fleet over Hanoi and Haiphong during the bombings as the Dien Bien Phu of the skies. Chapter 1, Article 1 of the Ceasefire Agreement states simply and clearly that the U.S. accepts the definition of Vietnam recognized by the 1954 Geneva Agreements on Vietnam. This says that Vietnam is one country, temporarily divided. The full measure of U.S. defeat can be judged when one considers that in 1954 the U.S. 1. refused to accept the Geneva Agreements, 2. immediately set out to subvert them by installing a neocolonial puppet regime in Saigon, and 3. fought the longest war in U.S. history to maintain 2 Vietnams. All for Vietnam. The vanguard nature of Vietnamese liberation in the past decade means that we can approach the difficult question of class analysis, consciousness, and potential, by looking at how various groups within society were affected by anti-war struggle. This way we avoid an idealist or opportunist class analysis, and begin with our understanding, based on practice, of the leading anti-imperialist forces in society. Black and Third World people, and young people, especially students and members of the armed forces, responded to the Vietnam War in the most consistently principled way. These are the forces within society who kept open the possibility of joint action between the oppressed in our country and those in the Third World. Because of its anti-imperialist perspective, the New Left became a cutting edge for the expression of working-class consciousness and commitment. Support for the leading force in the fight against the common enemy is the essential and necessary content of proletarian internationalism here and now. Many organizations pay lip service to the anti-imperialist struggle. But those movement organizations, who, in practice, did not come to give full support to the Vietnamese struggle as the main priority of class struggle, made a serious error. This was especially true during the 1972 final offensive, when between the launching of the offensive on March 31, 1972, and the signing of the ceasefire agreement on January 27, 1973, the slogan of the movement should have been, "All for Vietnam." By this measure we criticize our own practice during the final offensive, when we organized under this slogan, but were not successful in carrying out our full program, especially at the time of the Christmas bombings of Hanoi and Haiphong. This does not mean that organizing among women, students, or workers should have been deferred so that we all could work on mobilizations. It does mean that the period of the final offensive was a unique time in history, when a specific struggle of momentous consequence to the overall weakening of imperialism was in a decisive stage that required full and uncompromising support. It will be a great leap if we can learn to identify those crucial times when a particular anti-imperialist focus becomes the central strategic task of our movement. Today, many of the same errors continue to play themselves out in various movement responses to the continuing imperialist aggression in SE Asia. A major error is to be blind to Vietnam's victory. This mistake does not distinguish between victory and final victory. There are many victories still to be won in Vietnam: the defeat of the puppet regime in the South, reunification of the North and South, the consolidation of socialism throughout all of Vietnam. But victory in revolution is not like the seventh game of the World Series. Victory is built over time, through a series of successes and failures. When a variety of quantitative changes achieve a point of qualitative change, this can be considered a victory. The defeat of U.S. ground troops provides an example. For 3 years the Vietnamese fought the full force of the U.S. armed forces on the ground. In that time there were many defeats and losses as well as many victories. By Tet, 1968, the successes had become the direction of the war. The Tet offensive was extremely costly to the Vietnamese liberation fighters. It was also the decisive point in the victory over U.S. ground forces. It was the point at which Vietnamese victory became inevitable, and the remaining question became, at what cost? The Vietnamese demand for this stage of the struggle was for U.S. ground troops to leave their soil, to allow the Vietnamese themselves to resolve the conflict. This has been partially achieved and is the essence of the victory of the ceasefire agreement. Another major error is to say that the anti-war movement was powerless and failed to affect the outcome of the war. These are words we hear from Nixon. They are destructive lies. Don't do the state's work. With an enemy as powerful as U.S. imperialism, every people's victory is to be treasured and claimed. To deny the major accomplishments of our movement leaves the people weak and demoralized. In our statement Common Victories on the occasion of the signing of the ceasefire agreement we said, "We urge all opponents of the government's war policies to allow themselves to seize and celebrate this triumph. We welcome the renewal which comes from sharing the aspirations of a heroic people. Distrust of the Nixon rulers must not blind us to the light of Vietnam. Without savoring our common victories, we become cynical and paralyzed. Expecting everything, we discard anything less. Now the Vietnamese can order their unification, plant and harvest, heal and teach, in their own time.